Welcome to the first National Food Rescue Conference. We're changing the narrative from food waste to food recovery to feed the 41.5 million people facing food insecurity with fresh, nutritious food recovered instead of getting wasted. Together, we are changing lives. Thank you Food Donation Connection, Kroger, and Giant Eagle, and our dedicated sponsors who have helped make this vision for our conference a reality. And thank you for participating in this landmark conference presented by Food Rescue Hero, whose 15 partnering food recovery organizations making up the Food Rescue Hero Network celebrated providing fresh, nutritious food to over 1.7 million people by recovering over 100 million pounds of food from getting wasted this summer. We are leading. We are collaborative. We are impact. We are Food Rescue. Welcome to the first National Food Rescue Conference. We're changing the narrative from food waste to food recovery to feed the 41.5 million people facing food insecurity with fresh, nutritious food recovered instead of getting wasted. Together, we are changing lives. Thank you Food Donation Connection, Kroger, and Giant Eagle, and our dedicated sponsors who have helped make this vision for our conference a reality. And thank you for participating in this landmark conference presented by Food Rescue Hero, whose 15 partnering food recovery organizations making up the Food Rescue Hero Network celebrated providing fresh, nutritious food to over 1.7 million people by recovering over 100 million pounds of food from getting wasted this summer. We are leading. We are collaborative. We are impact. We are Food Rescue. Welcome to the first National Food Rescue Conference. We're changing the narrative from food waste to food recovery to feed the 41.5 million people facing food insecurity with fresh, nutritious food recovered instead of getting wasted. Together, we are changing lives. Thank you Food Donation Connection, Kroger, and Giant Eagle, and our dedicated sponsors who have helped make this vision for our conference a reality. And thank you for participating in this landmark conference presented by Food Rescue Hero, whose 15 partnering food recovery organizations making up the Food Rescue Hero Network celebrated providing fresh, nutritious food to over 1.7 million people by recovering over 100 million pounds of food from getting wasted this summer. We are leading. We are collaborative. We are impact. We are Food Rescue.
Welcome to the first National Food Rescue Conference. Finally, a conference where we get to focus on the food recovery revolution. I'm Jen England, Head of Partnership Development at Food Rescue Hero. And as presenting sponsor, it's my absolute joy and privilege to welcome you today. There are so many organizations, people, and sponsors to thank. We're incredibly thankful to our We Are leading sponsors, Giant Eagle, Food Donation Connection, and Kroger. All three of these companies have proven their commitment to ending both food waste and hunger, and we're grateful for their help in bringing this conference to reality. Thank you. We have so much to celebrate as the food recovery community. Our impact is real and life-changing. And we have a tremendous amount to celebrate as the Food Rescue Hero Network. We're up to 15 partners and 115 million pounds of food recovered since 2016. It's just incredible. But we can do more together. Can you imagine our global impact if we recovered just half of the 40% of food wasted? We'd end hunger and make tremendous strides towards the UN Sustainable Development climate mitigation goals. Whether you're here to learn more about the unique role food recovery plays in providing nutritional food access, to get inspired by real stories and ideas from people all over the world, or just for the chance to focus on issues you care about for 2 straight days, welcome. It's a truly unique moment. Joining forces with people who are facing similar challenges, opportunities, and the overwhelming reality that we are truly transforming communities with food recovery. Food rescue has the power to be a system-changing revolution in how we address climate change, food access, nutrition security, and more, if we can build community and transform how we think about food systems. This conference is dedicated to exploring how we can leverage the power of food recovery to do all of these things by providing actionable information to those of you on the ground doing the work day in and day out. We are Food Rescue. It means just that. Volunteers, food donors, nonprofit partners, food rescue organizations. Food rescue is all of us together doing this work day by day, pound by pound, store by store. It often feels like maybe it's just one meaningful act rather than a revolution. But taken all together over time, food recovery is revolutionary. Today, you'll hear from some amazing panelists. We kick off the entire conference hearing about how food recovery can transform nutrition access and health outcomes, setting the stage for thinking about food recovery as a truly unique opportunity. Midday, we have a really exciting panel of national retailers. We hear over and over the question about how to break into the retail segment, and we're going to ask them that very question. And finally, my favorite part of the day, we close today with an upcycling panel featuring makers from Pittsburgh to Oregon who have partnered with us to use surplus food donations to create delicious products. We'll even hear about a product collaboration that financially benefited our organization. And that's not all. We have a panel on food safety, lobbying, and much, much more. So get ready to be inspired, excited, and share your insights here as part of the question of the day on our Twitter chats and other live discussions on social media. Use hashtag #FoodRescueConference to amplify our voices. And come back tomorrow. We have a panel on everyone's favorite topic, funding. Thank you again to our sponsors, Giant Eagle, Food Donation Connection, and Kroger. We appreciate their support today. Have a great day, and I can't wait to see all of these great panels. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Morris. I'm Executive Director for the American Heart and Stroke Association here in Delaware. So excited to be here as part of this panel and this incredible conference. Our moderator will be with us just in a moment, but we wanted to just take a second to introduce ourselves so you're not watching us on mute awkwardly. Joni, my friend from Cigna, would you like to introduce yourself next for us?
You bet. Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm a registered dietitian. I work with Cigna. My role is with a case management team. So you'll be hearing a little bit more about our work with case management. And I'm also a volunteer with 412 Food Rescue. So I'm super excited to be here, both representing Cigna and as a volunteer. And I have my partner, Erin, here. So I'll pass the baton to you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name's Erin Arnold. I'm a nurse executive at Cigna. And my role is really working with our provider partners and our clinicians and our clients to really address both health disparities, food insecurity, and social determinants of health. So I'm very honored to be here, and I'm really looking forward to our panel discussion today. And lastly, I'll pass it to Joan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joan Eichner. I'm the Director of Operations and Evaluation with the UPMC Center for Social Impact, which is part of the insurance services side of UPMC. And we are really the department within the health plan side that is focused on social needs and addressing those for our members and for the broader community. So I'm really excited to be here today.
Okay, I've just been informed that our moderator will be on in just a moment. So Joni, Erin, Joan, thank you guys so much for introducing yourselves. And we will get started with our session in just a second. So let's try not to let everyone watch us eat this morning. How about that? Hopefully you guys had some breakfast. So, well, we'll be started just shortly. Thanks, everybody.
I'm on. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Very good. I'm so glad everyone got a chance to introduce themselves. Sorry for the delay. We are just getting all of the tech together. So we've got so many wonderful teams gathering in the room right nearby. And so it's been really exciting to see all of them. Did everyone get an opportunity to introduce themselves in the panel? Wonderful. So we are so excited to have everyone for our opening speaking opportunity. And we're going to be talking a little bit more today about the social determinants of health. Why do they matter? And how we can ultimately transform communities utilizing food rescue. And so we're going to talk a little bit more today from each of you and just hear a little more about both your experience with it, your organization, as well as understanding better how this hasn't fully crossed over between different multi-sector communities. So healthcare in many ways is running in front of a lot of this. This is part of a lot of conversations that we're having in the healthcare space fairly regularly. We're starting to have more conversations about it, certainly in nonprofits as well. And so just understanding that a little better, we're going to do a quick round robin and just hear from each of you about why social determinants ultimately really matter to you and your organization, and how they're affecting your community. So I'm going to just start at the top of my Brady Bunch box with David.
Sure. Thanks, Victoria. So, it's no secret that, and I also want to mention, I'm so pleased to be here representing the American Heart and Stroke Association today. Nutrition insecurity, we think about food insecurity, but really for us at the American Heart and Stroke Association, nutrition insecurity is one of our main pillars of our work here. We've just really started to focus on that in the last several years. It's no secret, heart disease, #1 cause of death around the world, in the United States, right here in Delaware, where I'm sitting. We're also the American Stroke Association, which often gets lost. Stroke is the #2 cause of death around the world. It's #5 in the United States, but it's actually #3 here, unfortunately, in the state of Delaware. It's also the leading cause of long-term disability. And, the American Heart and Stroke Association, we've really pivoted over the last several years in terms of looking not only in treatment and research, but really about prevention is a huge key for us. And nutrition insecurity, is a huge factor, a leading cause in that. Thinking right here in the state of Delaware, our studies have shown while roughly 1 in 10 Delawareans are food insecure, it's as high as 1 in 5 are nutrition insecure, and that includes our children. And when kids aren't getting the right foods in their bodies, or anyone for that matter, it's leading to much higher rates of cardiovascular disease and stroke. And it's great partnerships like what we've done with the Food Rescue Hero Team and 412 Food Rescue and many of our community partners that hopefully we'll talk about a little bit about here on this panel. We're really fighting that and really setting an example for the rest of the country as far as what they can do to address these issues. So thanks for having me, Victoria. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. David, we're so excited to be working with you. I'm going to bring this same question over to our Cigna team, Joni, my fellow dietitian, and Aaron, really working hard in this space. And, a new study actually just came out about medically tailored meals and this concept of food as medicine, and how much money ultimately is to be saved in that space, billions and billions of dollars based on just great nutrition for individuals. And so I'd love to hear how you see social determinants of health, really, how do they impact your organization and your community?
So I'll take that, Victoria, and same, honestly, a pleasure to be here, very honored. And I'm just going to start by giving a little bit of background on Cigna. So for those of you that don't know, Cigna is a global health services company that services customers, of course, in the United States and over 30 countries worldwide. And really everything that we do here at Cigna begins with our mission, which is to improve the health, well-being, and peace of mind of those we serve. And we do this by making healthcare affordable, predictable, and simple. So you may wonder, how does the work that you do at the Food Rescue connect back to this large global health insurance company? So I want to share a statistic with you. 80% of an individual's health is influenced by the environment and behaviors in which they live, work, and play. while only 20% is actually influenced by clinical care. And food insecurity and access to healthy foods play a really critical role in driving optimal health. And if you think about health equity, it's truly achieving the highest level of health for all people. And this is why for 15 years, Cigna's promoted the identification of health disparities and influenced the development of solutions that drove better outcomes for our customers, our communities, and our workforce. And through this, we achieve these outcomes by leveraging data and tools that allows us really to analyze a customer's behavior and potential health disadvantages. And then we take these insights from these tools to build innovative solutions to really enhance our clinical program offerings, offering to close gaps in care, and really to serve better our customers, our network partners, and our communities.
Thank you so much, Erin. Joni, and for you as well, do you feel like, working hand in hand directly with the community, you're seeing a big impact in clinical care?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have a customer story that I'd like to share with you. I can share it now. I felt it might be appropriate for the second question coming, but you'll hear more about somebody whose life really was changed. Her clinical outcome was changed as a result of having support from a soup kitchen in her community.
Wonderful. Thanks, Joni. Yeah, we'll definitely circle back to that for sure. And Joan, thank you for joining us. We're excited to have you as well. How do you see social determinants of health really affecting your community, and how does that impact your organization at UPMC?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be part of the panel. As Erin and others have said, as a health system, we really need to understand health and wellness and not just what it means to treat a disease. So, if 80% of our health is really determined outside of the healthcare system, we really have to think about what are the structural reasons that poor health exists and persists in our communities. And a lot of the root causes of that are structural issues around social inequity, like racism, sexism, classism, including a very specific history of racist abuse within the medical and healthcare system itself that we have to acknowledge. And so, we feel that addressing these social issues is really a very good pathway to preventing and reducing health disparities that we see in our communities. And UPMC has chosen to do this through collaborations with community-based organizations. So we recognize that many of these nonprofit partners already have experience in addressing social issues, and many of them are already working with our members and our patients around housing or food access or transportation or whatever the needs are. So we've built out a whole portfolio of programs where we're developing mutually beneficial collaborations with community-based organizations to help us address those social needs. As the largest Medicaid provider locally, UPMC is covering a lot of the lives that are experiencing social needs and have limited income. And so we really think it's a priority to find effective, acceptable, and high quality ways to prevent and address social needs together.
Thank you all so much. A wonderful work that's being done in that space, as well as understanding a little bit better about how unique each of your approaches are. I'd like to start with Cigna as well and talking a little bit more. I know that there have been quite a few years that social determinants of health have been at the forefront of what Cigna is doing and your mission. And so how did you really begin to identify and understand what was happening with your members and community, as well as what evidence shows that you're really moving the needle in this space?
Yeah, that's a great question, Victoria. And let me first just say, really addressing social determinants of health is a journey. And at Cigna, we're investing across the enterprise to help reduce health disparities and also to better address social determinants of health. We really do this in three ways, by our business and through our charitable giving, through our Healthier Kids for Our Future, leveraging data and analytics, and also through our clinical assessments and referrals. And I'd like to touch on each of those this morning. So first, if you think about data and analytics, we used an advanced analytic data-driven approach to really identify not only the social determinants of health, but the role they have and they play in driving health and equity. And truly, the first thing we did was develop something called a social determinants index. And the best way to describe a social determinants index is like looking at a composite score showing where and what social determinants of health have the greatest risk. And as a nurse executive at Cigna, I cover Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Delaware. And I have seen, disparities, social determinants of health, as high as 60% of our customers have a high to very high risk of food insecurity. And so we use this social determinants index, to really identify customers that are at an increased risk for poor health and potential health disadvantages. And then we leverage this data to essentially inform pilot design, enhance our clinical programs, and also develop new clinical program offerings. The next way we use data is through our Evernorth Research Institute. And through this institute, we've been able to identify racial and social economic disparities across diabetes prevalence, medication adherence, and ER utilization. And to really address these gaps in care, Cigna's built a diabetes-related resource and training specific to the unique needs of African American, Hispanic, and South Asian populations. And really the goal of this was to further promote cultural intelligence among Cigna's employees through our case managers, our network partners, and also really to drive health literacy of our customers. One last example for data is through our Memphis Hospital Community Outreach Program. And this outreach arm connects the most vulnerable populations with diabetes with a community health worker. And really the goal of this program is to build trust, identify those social and economic barriers, and then also help them learn about their diabetes. And so that's a really great initiative we have going on now, and we're looking to partner in the future. The next thing I want to touch on is our Healthier Kids for Our Future initiative. And this was a initiative started in 2019. It's a 5-year, $25 million investment that Cigna has done. And really the goal was to allow our employees to engage locally in their community to address the health and well-being of children. And we started with local efforts focusing on childhood hunger to improve nutrition. And we recently expanded that to also address children's mental well-being. And since the beginning of this program in 2019, we've invested $18 million, including $5 million in 2021. Also locally, and this is really exciting, 412 Rescues in Pittsburgh, we have invested in innovative solutions spanning across 16 states. And one of those is right there in Pittsburgh. It's through the Pittsburgh's Brashear Association. And this is the weekend feeding backpack program. And this is a really cool program that uses smartphone technology to really reduce the stigma of food waste and allows areas in the school district of Pittsburgh Arlington and Pittsburgh Grandview to really select culturally diverse foods while also having access through technology to have healthy recipes and also nutrition tips. And then lastly, before I pass it over to Joni, I just want to mention, our clinical programs are very robust, and we do screen our customers for social determinants of health. And one of the great things about doing that is we've been able to double the screenings and referrals based on those assessments to address social determinants of health. And that really allows us to find appropriate medical and behavioral health care, and also connects our customers to resources such as housing, disability services, of course, food insecurity, access to healthy foods, as well as utility assistance and any nonprofit civic programs. So I'm going to pause there. I know Joni has done some fabulous work with Cigna's customers. She has an excellent story to share. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Joni.
All right. Thank you, Erin. So as I mentioned, I am a registered dietitian, and within Cigna, I work with a case management team. And you've just heard from Erin how Cigna is addressing social determinants of health concerns on a broad scale. So we wanted to highlight how we are working individually with our customers. So we have a variety of case management programs, and as Erin mentioned, across the board, we have incorporated an SDOH screening as part of our clinical assessments. So when we engage with a customer, we're not just addressing medical needs. We're looking at the whole picture. When somebody's discharged home from the hospital, do they have access to transportation? Can they get to and from their follow-up healthcare appointments? Do they have any difficulty avoiding their medications? Are they facing food insecurity? So these are just part of our everyday conversations that we're having with our customers. Yes, it's an expectation that our case managers are screening for these SDOH concerns, but really this is part of our usual approach to care. Now, internally, for a moment. And once we identify a need, then we are, of course, then following up to help connect our customers through a referral process to resources, both internally and externally. Internally, we have a team of licensed clinical social workers. We have behavioral specialists. We have registered dietitians like myself who our customers can be referred to for additional support. I partner very closely with a social worker on my team. Just as a real quick example, when we receive referrals for somebody who's facing food insecurity, we can pull resources, we can pull listings of local food banks, pantries, community services in our customers' local communities. And keep in mind, at least on my team, we're servicing customers across the nation. Additionally, we have access to an online community services platform. And this platform is available not only for our case management clinicians, our physician, our network providers, our employer groups, and our customers. And basically, I think of it as like a Google search tool that's specific to community partners. So somebody can plug in their zip code and maybe they're looking for help with childcare in their area, housing assistance, food assistance. So this is a really cool tool that many of our clinicians are using to help connect our customers with community partners. Additionally, it's in both Spanish and English. So to further illustrate how we are supporting our customers with SDOH concerns, I'm excited to share the story of one of my customers. She was referred to me from a nurse case manager on my team, and we worked together to address her needs that were identified during her routine SDOH screening. So I'll call her Mary. Mary is 48. She lives alone in New York. She's employed full-time as a nursing assistant, and she has type 2 diabetes. Unfortunately, she developed some pretty significant wounds on her feet as a result of her diabetes. And this ended up requiring surgery, and ultimately she had to have one of her toes amputated. So she was hospitalized and then in a rehab facility and ultimately discharged home while recovering from these wounds and trying to get her diabetes under better care. Unfortunately, because she was off work for this extended period of time, she fell behind on her bills. She was a couple months behind on her utilities. She was behind on her rent. Her cupboards were pretty empty. So clearly she had some pretty significant needs that needed to be addressed immediately. I'll say she was also homebound temporarily due to the nature of her foot wounds. So even if she had the financial means to be purchasing groceries, she really had very little resources to actually get to a supermarket. So once our nurse case manager had engaged with her, was talking with her, did this assessment, he then referred Mary to both myself and our social worker, Jared. And so we were able to collaboratively assist her in meeting her medical, financial, and food needs, all of which were affecting her ability to heal. So Jared and I got to work immediately and identified local food resources from agencies that are just like many of those that you and the audience are representing. So within 24 hours, we were able to coordinate the delivery of a hot meal and a couple of bags of groceries from one of the community partners and deliver it directly to her at her home. This really was a lifeline for Mary. She was actually able to continue utilizing this resource and have food in her home for the subsequent weeks when she was recovering. Good news is eventually Mary was able to heal and return to work and get back on her own 2 feet, covering her bills. Side note, as far as her housing is concerned, Jared, our social worker, he was able to connect her with a nonprofit who she was eligible to receive some rental assistance and bill assistance. This actually kept her from being evicted. And keep in mind, this was November, December, middle of winter, when she needed to be protected from the cold, and it was a critical time when she needed to be home healing. I continued to work with Mary, and once her more immediate needs of housing and food access were met, I was able to then continue working with her on her clinical nutrition needs and further support her with her diabetes management and nutrition care. Integration really was key in this case. It's a cornerstone to how we approach our care and case management at Cigna. Our interdisciplinary teams consist of nurses, behavioral specialists, licensed social workers, dietitians like myself. You heard me say this before. But each of us has a responsibility to assess our customers for SDOH concerns. As you heard, we work very collaboratively, both internally and with our external partners. Without the support of these community resources that we connected Mary with, she really would have faced greater challenges of housing and food insecurity. And quite honestly, her health outcomes could have been quite different. So our approach to Mary's case honestly isn't unique. You've heard me say we routinely include these SDOH screenings into our clinical assessments, our everyday conversations with our customers, to help both provide resources and care coordination to help close those gaps. I would like to also just briefly mention, so within our organization at Cigna, we have a culture that embraces volunteerism and community service. We happen to have a nice work perk where employees can take 8 hours of paid time per year to volunteer with an eligible nonprofit. Many folks, myself included, use that to support 412 Food Rescue, food banks, food access programs. And we actually have an internal platform at Cigna where we can actually track our volunteerism hours. So I'll share a quick statistic with you. In 2021, Cigna's US-based employees volunteered nearly 60,000 hours with 584 nonprofits. This made a huge impact in our local communities where we live and we work. Personally, you heard me mention when I introduced myself that I've been a volunteer with 412 Food Rescue for years. I happen to have a weekly rescue that I do every Tuesday morning before I start my workday. If my kids are off school or during the summers, they're coming along with me. We'll pick up extra food rescues on weekends as our schedule allows. It's just part of our routine during the week. I find great joy in doing this. I'm so honored to be able to speak to you all today. And Victoria, I think I will pass that back to you.
Thank you both so much. That was so enlightening. We really appreciate all of the investment and work, both personally and professionally, that you've both done. Cigna actually is also responsible. Annie's in our audience today, and she'll be speaking a little later, but she was part of a Cigna grant that enabled us to launch Food Rescue Heroes. So many of the teams that are attending this conference actually had the opportunity to benefit from that. So we're grateful. And Joni's in our volunteer book, actually. So you all will see that a little later. Joan, I am so excited to hear more about how nutritious food really does improve health outcomes. And certainly Erin and Joni have highlighted that. David has talked about nutrition security and the importance of that. And so hearing more about, I know, the deep work that you're doing in that space and why going beyond food insecurity into nutrition security is so vital.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So we know that globally, about 1 in every 5 deaths can be associated with a suboptimal diet, which is huge. We also know that more than 100 million Americans, which is nearly half of all adults, are suffering from diabetes or pre-diabetes. 120 or so million more have cardiovascular disease. So more Americans are sick or suffering from these major medical conditions than are healthy. And these conditions are associated with diet. We know there's a huge racial and ethnic disparity too in the diagnosis rates with these types of conditions, and that non-white Americans often experience poorer treatment outcomes. So for those reasons, we know that food really is medicine. There is some strong evidence that is growing around how food and nutrition interventions can really help with the prevention, the management, and the treatment of chronic conditions, including diabetes, hypertension, and heart failure. So at UPMC, one of the ways that we're addressing this is through medically tailored meals. So we currently have a large pilot program called Eat Well, Be Well, with 2 community-based organizations in the Philadelphia area, Manna and Philabundance. And in this case, a medically tailored meal is created for a diet specific to a chronic health condition, and that meal is home delivered to a recipient. They are also provided with food preparation assistance and education, and some nutritional counseling with that food box as well. In this particular pilot provides 3 meals a day plus snacks for an entire year. So it's quite significant compared to some similar programs. We know that this type of intervention has been shown to decrease inpatient hospitalizations, emergency department use, and reduce overall healthcare costs. So it's really a win-win for the individual receiving that, as well as for the healthcare system, because we don't want people to be accessing healthcare in an emergency department. We want people to be receiving regular care through a primary care physician. We also have partnered with Benefits Data Trust to help enroll UPMC health plan members into the SNAP program. So we know based on Medicaid eligibility, folks are likely eligible for SNAP benefits. And so through this partnership, we refer our Medicaid members and our duly eligible Medicare, Medicaid members to Benefits Data Trust that provides different levels of support for individuals to enroll in SNAP. And so that can increase their household income and purchasing power for healthy foods. At a broader level, we know that food justice is a huge issue. And it's not just that people don't understand what healthy food is, but it really is an access issue, whether that's due to location or cost or the availability of food that is acceptable for cultural and dietary needs. So, I think one thing that is really important when thinking about food justice is that for individuals that are living in poverty or have a very limited household income, oftentimes food can be one of the more negotiable things. The rent eats first, right? People have to face a lot of really hard trade-offs when they have limited incomes. And so sometimes food is the more negotiable piece of that, but we know there are direct health implications of those trade-offs. And I just wanted to point out there was a very good opinion essay published in the New York Times at the end of September by Bertrand Cooper, talking about escaping childhood poverty, but how the hunger still haunted them. And the point there was really that there are lasting physical, emotional, and cognitive effects of experiencing hunger. But we really have the tools to begin to change that and address that. Thank you.
Yeah, those are wonderful and important points, Joan. Thanks so much for sharing. David, I'd love to hear more about how American Heart Association, we know really the organization based on the incredible work that is happening around heart health and stroke prevention, but you've been doing a lot of work in social determinants of health and specifically looking at food recovery to offer unique opportunities that would impact your mission. And that bridge was something that we got very early on and you were really passionate about, but maybe not so clear to others. So I'd love for you to explain that a little bit more and how those are directly correlated.
Absolutely. And I just want to say, you guys could probably see me. I had a pen in my hand there. I'm taking copious notes. These are some great experts. Learning so much from all 3 of you that I'm with on the panel here today. Lots of stuff to use here. Well, I want to say, first and foremost, Aaron and Joni talked about the volunteerism and, the American Heart and Stroke Association. We truly are a volunteer-driven organization. Just last year, we had over 30 million volunteers and supporters around the world, which is really huge for us. I thought it was also really interesting what both Aaron, Joni, and Joan said about partnerships and those being the key E. A lot of times it's a little cliche, but a lot of times you can think, oh, we're just going to solve everything ourselves, right? It would be very easy for an amazing organizations like UPMC or Cigna to say, hey, we got the staff, we're going to fix this thing ourselves. But the fact that both of these great organizations are partnering with the boots on the ground, the people that are really rolling up their sleeves every day to do this good work and really save and impact lives, is very inspiring to hear. So here in Delaware, we are the first state. I don't know if you know that, but we take a lot of pride in that. We like being first in things. The American Heart and Stroke Association, they really love Delaware because I joke often that, yes, we get made fun of. Wayne's World, small state, right? Delaware, right? But honestly, I joke that we are the Cheers of states in that everybody knows everybody's name in Delaware. And while sometimes that can be a bad thing, for the work that we do with the American Heart and Stroke Association, that is a very good thing. Our board of directors here, we established, several key priorities, and right at the top of that list for our community impact goals is around nutrition insecurity and addressing, one of the key social determinants of health. And we said, hey, we really want to do something about this. And that's when we started talking to 412 and the Food Rescue Hero team. And we said, okay, how can we do something? How can we really be groundbreaking here in the state of Delaware and set an example for others? That's when, it's sort of, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I just was in a call with my friends at the Food Bank of Delaware who do amazing work across the entire state. And I asked them one day, I said, hey, what are you guys doing around food rescue? And they said, oh, well, we do it, but it's a mess. It's on spreadsheets. It's on, on our own laptops. We make personal phone calls. We really need to do something about it. That's when I also talked with our friends at Bay Health Medical System, one of the biggest healthcare systems in the state of Delaware. And much like the Cigna team, they had started doing their own social determinants of health screenings. And one of the key factors that they found, one of the top issues for their patients was a lack of nutrition access. Like I said before, about 1 in 10 Delawareans are food insecure, but 1 in 5 are nutrition insecure. And really, we know this, right? Everyone, we know that oftentimes the cheapest foods are the worst ones for us. And I loved, what Joan was saying earlier about, 1 in 5 deaths can be attributed to an unhealthy diet. That's really a shocking statistic. So Bay Health had said that, they wanted to address food nutrition insecurity in Delaware. So this is where it's sort of the perfect triple, if you can do a triple Venn diagram of like what we all wanted to address and do. We therefore, secured funding through Bay Health and some of our other supporters to establish the nation's first statewide food rescue initiative. This will be rolling out in about 3 weeks. We have over 10,000 volunteers from the Food Bank of Delaware, the American Heart and Stroke Association, Bay Health, our other community partners. We have a statewide hypertension control network, we're also first in the nation there, where, these folks are the boots on the ground. They want to be like Joni. Joni, I was smiling, you're grinning ear to ear, hearing your story about your Tuesday morning pickup. I think that's exactly what we're trying to do here across the entire state of Delaware. We are going to rescue millions of pounds of nutritious food. And that's the exciting thing for me. It's not, our community partners, the Food Bank of Delaware, they're donors. We have established that these are going to be healthy foods that we're going to be rescuing. It's not going to, the American Heart Association, no offense, but we can't have our name associated with donuts and cookies, let's say, as a food rescue. We are going to be rescuing healthy fruits, vegetables, proteins, getting people the right foods and arming our tens of thousands of champions across the state of Delaware over the next several years and beyond, honestly. This is something that I think, these partnerships, this is something that is really a model for others around the country to follow. And it doesn't have to be a whole state. It can be a town, it can be a city, it can be a community, it can be a county. we've stolen the name a little bit. We've labeled this 302 Food Rescue Hero. That's our only area code in Delaware, by the way. Stole that from you guys there, 412. But I'm so excited about this. I want to scream this from the rooftops. This is something that I'm getting calls every day from my colleagues around the country saying, like, how did you do this, and how can we do this in our local markets? So really, really happy about it, Victoria.
We are so excited. And just in case you all aren't aware, if you haven't heard about that, that's because you're in on the hot gossip. This has not even been fully announced yet. So David really let you in on a very exciting collaboration. And honestly, what we believe is the only way forward, which is these deep collaborations where you bring multi-sectors together, where we're really finding experts in each of these areas that can come together and bring their very best to, really multiply each other. Because what we found was, wow, we can each do this really important piece to a very practical, realistic solution, and really scale something that can be replicated, which is very, very exciting. I think another major issue that a lot of the food rescue organizations face is they're taking on a lot of social determinants of health on the ground. They're really seeing these things and in really interacting with individuals and households who are struggling through the story that maybe Joni shared, but they know names and they know people, just like Joan and David are talking about as well, and Aaron. I'm wondering what thoughts you all have related to, for the food rescue organizations, whether it is thinking about a bigger collaboration and what those pieces look like, and how to potentially connect with organizations like yours, because sometimes that can be a real challenge for those who are on the ground. Or also, how do they connect those individuals or households to some of these great opportunities like Joni's talking about, where there are case managers or others, because these are often outside of the understanding or purview of those that are really working in these nonprofits and community-based organizations. So I'm going to open that up to anyone who wants to answer that.
I'll start, and I'll just say, it really takes a lot of listening, right? We need to listen from those customers that you guys are delivering food to, and really hear what their needs are. And I think an important conversation is just, asking these individuals, where or who do you have your health insurance from? I mean, we heard about outstanding programs with UPMC, all the great work that David's doing. Then, of course, we have Cigna and all of our programs. And it may be as simple as just referring them to the back of their insurance card, calling that number to connect to a case manager. And then from there, let us be that partner to take the burden off of you and allow us to identify those areas that we can address with our clinical program offerings. And then the other thing, we talked a little bit about, our grants and, some of the initiatives that Cigna's doing. I'm happy to follow up with some information about Cigna's foundation and ways to apply, for funding, to see if you may be eligible for some opportunities to do some of the partnerships that we talked about today that Cigna's very involved in, especially in the communities.
I would also say, and thank you, Aaron. I definitely wrote your name down earlier, by the way. You'll be hearing from me. Just kidding. Not really. But, I would say also that, a lot of times, it's not, we think, we can send out emails about these programs and things like that. Well, a lot of times if somebody's at home wondering how they're going to make their next rent payment or how they're going to get their next meal for their family, they're not checking their email. They're not hearing about these great programs that we have. And I think that that's where our community connections really make all the difference. It's whether it's working with the FQHCs, these great healthcare partners, the health systems, the Department of Public Health in our local areas, or these folks that are really like rolling up their sleeves and seeing these patients and speaking with them and hearing their concerns. I think that's where it becomes key for us to really, shout from the rooftops, these programs that we have, it's our goal through these collaborations that we have to really truly make an impact on food insecurity and nutrition insecurity in the state of Delaware. And the only way that we're going to do that, it's not going to be through emails, it's not going to be through billboards and things, it's really going to be through one-on-one conversations like Erin had just mentioned. So.
Yeah, and I would add to that, again, having community-based organizations that are really on the ground, already interacting with individuals, addressing social needs, it really needs to be a two-way collaboration. So UPMC can, for example, can bring resources to those community-based organizations and to the individuals in need and back. The community-based organization has what they have to offer, which can be really beneficial. And our care managers need to know about that. Our social workers need to know about that. But there's a challenge with that bidirectional information flow. Information on organizations change. We can make referrals, but we don't always know what happens when a member is referred to a community-based organization. We don't have a good way to understand the outcome of that. We want to refer individuals to really high quality organizations to get good and culturally appropriate services, not to just pass their name along and be done with it. So, there are challenges around HIPAA and around that sort of closed loop with data that we're always kind of navigating. But, I think these community-based collaborations between a health system and a CBO, a community-based organization partner, really are helpful. And there's a lot of different ways that we can think about bringing the resources of UPMC to support those, whether it's through, sponsorship, volunteering, tax credit giving, direct grants, all of those types of things, contractual arrangements where, we essentially are setting outcomes and can provide, bonus payments for helping us to meet our own goals, but doing it through a community-based organization partnership. So there's lots of opportunities there.
If I could real quick, Victoria, I would just say too, kudos to both of these organizations. UPMC and Cigna are just incredibly philanthropic organizations, but they're also extremely strategic about how they do it. And I think that we've heard a lot about that this morning. Both of these organizations are not just throwing money at things. They're using data. They're being very smart about it. They're evaluating community partnerships and how they can make a difference in their community and with their constituents, with their customers. And I think it's really remarkable. And I just wanted to say, kudos to both of your organizations. You guys you're really helping us fight, for our mission to be a world of longer, healthier lives. And I just really can't thank you enough for everything that you're doing.
That's a great point, David. Thanks so much for sharing that as well. Joni, I'm wondering too, from your perspective, being on the ground and working with the case management teams and also being someone who has really been active in food rescue for a long time, where do you see those connection points and those bridges that can be made, even as a dietitian, being able to kind of think through those bigger systematic ideas when you're trying to plug different households into maybe a network of support without burden. We say that a lot around here, the idea of how do we connect individuals and households with resources without burdening further, even to David's point with multiple emails and all other kinds of things that when you're just trying to get through the day might just feel, like too much. I'd love to hear your take on that, Joni.
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts on that. I think, honestly, word of mouth amongst coworkers who have, the same insurance, that sometimes has been really helpful. That I've had customers say, "Hey, I never knew that I could have this kind of support from my health insurance company. I can talk to a dietitian, I can talk with a social worker, and they get me connected with these amazing resources that I'm utilizing and helping my family." I've had other people say, "Hey, I was talking to Bob, my cube mate, about this, and now he wants to talk with you." So I think internally, when our employers have employees that have our products, that's on a small scale. As far as like community partnerships, I think our social worker teams are really key in helping establish some of those connections. So some of our clients have dedicated teams where the employees are primarily in one particular area. And so some of those social workers have been able to establish really good trusted relationships with the partners that they are often referring our customers to. And so it kind of comes both ways too. So they can also outreach to us, depending on the situation, if there's somebody in need who might need some of our case management services. So I think continuing to establish those relationships, David from the American Heart Association, I mean, you are one of our trusted organizations that we are often referring our customers to for educational materials, as a evidence-based resource that we can feel confident that our customers are going to go get good, solid information with. So I hope I addressed both your points, Victoria.
Yes, no, that's really helpful. And I think that there are so many opportunities for collaboration. We've been very excited about the ones that we've already done and the ones that are likely to come in the future. I see more and more of this happening. I just wanted to also open it up if there are any final thoughts that any of you had that you would like to share with all of the food rescue organizations and those that are supporting, because we really are looking at a lot of multi-sector individuals that are joining this live stream. So any final thoughts?
Just two things I just wanted to mention. Thank you, Joni. That's wonderful. One of the most exciting pieces of the partnerships and the this sort of like groundbreaking work we're doing here in Delaware is the fact that the AHA also can provide our educational materials that Joni mentioned to the end recipients of the food rescue that we're doing. So our Healthy for Life platform, grocery shopping on a budget, simple cooking with heart, involving children in the cooking and the grocery shopping, getting color on your plate. It's really important. Another thing that I'm really proud of is the fact that Bay Health, who's our key healthcare partner with this, they're not just saying this can't only be with us. We need to involve all the other health systems across the state of Delaware, get their staff, get their patients benefiting from this work. And they're also going to be the first health system in the state of Delaware to open a food pantry on their medical site, which I think is really key, that if they have those social determinants of health screenings, and they'll be a recipient of food rescues like Joni mentioned earlier. So, if they do a social determinants of health screening and somebody says that, that nutrition insecurity is an issue that they're facing, they can direct them right down the hall to get the healthy foods that the American Heart Association likes and our materials. And that's just something that, if we have other healthcare partners on the line with us today, hopefully that something they could follow too and execute, even just as a first step.
Yeah, and I just wanted to provide one last closing thought. We've heard so much great information, from the American Heart Association, UPMC, and Cigna. But I just want to say that, Cigna is not just investing in one or two projects or limiting the focus of our work to a single area of the organization. We're truly committed to embedding health equity into our culture, our systems, our policies, and our practices.
I would just add to that too, for those sort of in the local Pittsburgh area or, surrounding areas as well, we are always interested in, learning more about community-based organizations' work or potential partnerships with others. So, we would love to have those exploratory conversations and see what other collaborative opportunities are out there.
And I'll just say an extended thank you. I mean, the work that you do, boots on the ground, the services that you provide, you heard me say it in Mary's case, it really is a lifeline, not only to her, but to our neighbors, people who we interact with day in and day out, maybe kids who go to school with your own kids, their parents. So you probably see this every day. You probably know this, but from my heart, I am so appreciative that I have these types of resources that I can refer my customers to, my patients to, and actually get the help that they need to improve their health outcomes.
Thank you all so much. I'm so grateful for you taking the time today to share with our team and the larger live stream audience and launch our first national, there you go, David, first national food rescue conference with this panel. So it's a great one to start everything off. We will definitely additionally share your information with the organizations that are here so that if there are follow-ups, certainly we'll have the opportunity to do so. And we look forward to working together in the future in wonderful ways. Thank you all for joining us. We'll be heading actually to a mini break, so we'll have that coming up in a minute. But thank you all very much for joining the panel. You've so started this off with a bang. Thanks so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the first National Food Rescue Conference. We're changing the narrative from food waste to food recovery to feed the 41.5 million people facing food insecurity with fresh, nutritious food recovered instead of getting wasted. Together, we are changing lives. Thank you Food Donation Connection, Kroger, and Giant Eagle, and our dedicated sponsors who have helped make this vision for our conference a reality. And thank you for participating in this landmark conference presented by Food Rescue Hero, whose 15 partnering food recovery organizations making up the Food Rescue Hero Network celebrated providing fresh, nutritious food to over 1.7 million people by recovering over 100 million pounds of food from getting wasted this summer. We are leading. We are collaborative. We are impact. We are Food Rescue.
Good morning.
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 How's my audio for you guys? Is that okay?
It's fine.
Great. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome. Steve, have we met before? I think we may have done a sort of meeting. Lynn, do you know if I feel like we had a chat once, similar to this.
So, yeah.
We did.
Last year.
We did.
Well, it's nice to see you again.
Yes.
Great. I did get your email, Steve, by the way. Sorry that I did not respond last night, but I'm going to go from your template here.
Cool. Great. Yeah, we figured you were kind of busy.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for the leeway. So I will go ahead and get started since we have a very short call here. You're familiar with 412 Food Rescue and our dual missions of ending food waste and ending hunger. And we've sort of tried to find efficiencies because they're part of the same stream. We just kind of place ourselves at certain points in that stream and end up working both of those missions through one act, right? You may not be as familiar with my particular project, so I'll just lay it out. I run a special program called the Good Food Project. We are kind of a redundancy catch for some of the food that's entering the stream that is less immediately accessible. Let's talk like, number 10 cans, just bulk stuff that when you put it in an individual's hands, they might not necessarily have the best use for it or an immediate way to deal with it. So we pull some of that stuff out of the stream and have a production site here in Millvale, Pennsylvania, where we process that food into meals and then freeze it, package it, and put it out in a more accessible form. That also has a bonus side effect of extending the shelf life of these, extending the viability of the food that we're working with, which is all rescued. So we found, because we were already, we were looking at food costs. The program has been in existence for 3 years and a few months. We were looking at food costs when it first started. The original chef was making some purchases here and there because, as you can imagine, not everything that we receive works together perfectly the way you would imagine it right off the bat.
Right.
But we found that if we just grew the amount of stuff that we were pulling in, we could definitely have something to work with at all times, basically. In that, we realized that we were not purchasing food anymore. And that kind of viewpoint, that vantage point of pulling ourselves out of the standard commercial transaction gave us a little bit of a push in the direction of being able to go even more radical and say, well, what happens if we're already working in what other people might be on the verge of considering waste? How do we can say that if we don't throw anything away here, if we compost it, we're basically operating at zero waste. We're not contributing to a system of waste. We're only working in rescues, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's how we came across the zero waste thing. And it's just a very nice talking point and kind of impetus to share with other people who are interested in rescuing food or gleaning or being more sustainable in general, and just kind of forging the path to showing the possibilities there.
Yep. Agree.
Yeah. So that's the background as you have it.
Yeah. And I think I think it's great that 412, given your mission, also has that focus on zero waste, which just kind of brings everything full circle. And I think there's really nice mission alignment between 412 and between Main Path, right? Our mission is to make food waste prevention everyday practice in the world's kitchens. So, we seek to reduce environmental impact and free up resources to address root causes of social problems like hunger. And so, as such, we're well aligned with your focus on addressing this major disconnect between food waste, hunger, and environmental sustainability. So, I kind of view this as, together, we operate at the top two levels of the food waste hierarchy, right? We focus on preventing the occurrence of waste in food service operations in multiple sectors. 412 operates in the recovery space, engaging people and organizations in all sectors too. So through prevention, we can avoid all the negative impacts of food waste from farm to fork to landfill. And 412 maximizes the value of excess food today, right? So, I think we don't need to look at prevention and recovery as exclusive. Through our tracking process, we enable downstream donations because every transaction is coded with a disposition code. So while you're focusing on prevention for the long term, organizations can also build in donation streams with local recovery groups for surplus food today. So in fact, we have a specific donation tracking flow if organizations want to use that. So organizations can view all of their donation data by type, not only with a view toward ensuring that the value of the excess food is maximized through donation, but also with a view toward reducing net overproduction over time to really maximize savings and environmental impact. So I think there's nice alignment between both our mission and focus and your goals all throughout too.
Absolutely, I absolutely agree. And even though at present, you're an international organization, and you are focused on many things. You have many focuses, but I know that the software is developed with commercial institutions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And we found that with just a little bit of skewing of how we approach that, with just a little bit of industry know-how, we're able to utilize that, very easily. It's been a very smooth transition, and you have some great onboarding that walked in. It's the role that Lynn serves with us. That really, I think that there's a lot of potential.
It's a nice customization. Lynn can maybe talk a little bit about what we do kind of in our mainstream standard sense, and then we can talk a little bit about how we customize to fit your application.
Yes, please.
Sure, yeah. So if people aren't familiar with the Lean Path program, essentially it's a solution to measure and track food waste. So we provide integrated tools to enable food service organizations in multiple sectors to measure and track excess food and food waste in their operation, essentially characterizing different components of that food waste, being able to aggregate that data in a software platform where you really are able to analyze your data in multiple ways and understand what food you're wasting, where is it coming from, and just gain a better understanding in terms of how you can prevent unnecessary food from going to waste. We have a wide variety of different solutions to fit different kitchen types. So something as small as a tablet-based solution to what we call a bench scale, and has a camera functionality, as well as floor scales, so it can fit a bin and dumping food and food waste directly into that bin. So, we're making food waste visible in operations, giving chefs insight into what types of food are going to waste, how much is being wasted, et cetera. And so there's a tracking process each time you throw food into the bin. That data gets aggregated and it helps change behavior, just creating a culture of food waste prevention. Before there's a lot more I could probably dive into, but there's a lot of additional functionality that we provide in terms of, the analytics platform, tools that augment behavior change. We have alerts so you can get notified in live time, setting goals so that you and your kitchen team can focus on a specific food or loss reason to reduce, and have a ton of reports. And we also function for both what we call pre-consumer waste, so anything that's generated in the kitchen or service, and then also have what we call post-consumer plate waste program, so anything after the client or customer has eaten, and collecting waste as well. So through all of this, we're just creating a measurement-focused approach to food waste, being able to characterize data, make it visible, and help chef change operations and behavior to reduce in the immediate term and just prevent unnecessary food waste from occurring. So as we know, measurement drives effective management of waste, and it just allows for transparent reporting of food waste by organizations so they can make commitments and work toward those. So.
Exactly. And even so, our relationship is just a little over a year old, and we're still feeling it out, but we're using it daily. We are using the most basic aspects of this thing, of your product, and it's still providing us with very clean, very reportable data, like very transparent. And we can, even with just our most basic process, we are finding so many layers of detail that we don't need yet, but we have them. We don't know if we need them or not, but like so far we don't think we need them, but we'll always have them because of the accuracy. And it's like 5 steps, right? There's the dispositions, there's really not much. It seems like not much, but it comes out as very much data, more than. I've worked in commercial kitchens for 15 years prior to this role, and we had to build systems from scratch to track stuff that if we wanted to know our waste, and it was 40 steps, no matter at the minimum. And you guys have really pared down all of the key points, and in a way that it's flexible enough to work in a commercial institution or in a completely reversed operation from that, which I think is super impressive.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's certainly the goal, is to make tracking of food waste very quick. Food service operations, as you know, Greg, are very busy places, and so we seek to really make it an easy process and a quick process. So on average, each transaction might take about 9 seconds. But yeah, it's interesting. I think you are getting some good data, as you note. You've processed over 1,000 transactions to date. You're getting insight into your sources of waste. So what types of items are going to waste. Where those items are coming from. Why they're going to waste. What's the reason for the waste. And the disposition, what you're doing with it. Again, back to that, to your zero waste goal. I know you're using the reports in one way to ensure that you are composting the vast majority of what does go to waste in your operations as you work to drive that down. And I think there's some animal feed as well. So, using a lot of the functionality to help with your goals, which of course is what we like to see.
Absolutely. Yes, I don't know how to phrase this. I don't know how to phrase what I want to say. Let me think about it. You talk a little bit about management. In a commercial setting, you can utilize this technology to change your purchasing habits, or change your labor habits, change your choices, as it were. We are also finding that we're able to use it to kind of curate our sources. If we notice that we're just unable to utilize something over and over and over again through this transparency of data from a specific vendor, or we call it a vendor, but from a specific relationship, we can then have the data to back up when we have a conversation with them, when we want to pivot to asking them for something different. And it just puts us in a stronger position in general to understand the efficiencies of our operation and the inefficiencies of our operation.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. This has been a kind of a long time challenge for food banks and recovery groups, I think, to monitor the quality of the material coming into them, right? What's the quality of the food by type? Should the donor perhaps have pursued another route for a certain food type? Is the donor taking advantage of the recovery group as a quick way to move some material on, perhaps? And what items are frequently going to waste? Should some of them not be donated? Should they be donated sooner? Maybe in other packaging to make them last longer. So just a host of insights that individuals like you with experience can build on. But I think these are really important questions, right? And they, as you say, they do involve tough conversations, right? I think there's a systemic issue here, that downstream recovery agencies have long been reluctant to push back against donors a bit for fear of maybe turning off a donation stream. And so I think you use the word transparency. So data really enables these important conversations, and makes them more productive and data based, so very objective. We have imagery in the tracker that you use, so I think we know a picture is worth 1,000 words. So images can augment those conversations, and so by using the tracker as you are and getting that insight into donations by vendor, you've got the ability to have those productive conversations with your donors so that you can ensure a high quality of food coming in ultimately for redistribution or for reprocessing into meals. You can improve the efficiency of your operation by reducing food waste in the first place. You can improve the efficiency of the donor's operation as well and avoid routing food through the system that should not be. So we're expending additional resources in a way that is definitely suboptimal. So and in the traditional sense, you can use the tracking process to gain insights into waste in your kitchen operation too, right? So I think all of this is really important to the overall food recovery sector. Tracking waste both in the inbound side and in kitchen operations allows your organization to reduce waste, to save cost, reduce environmental impact, amplify your existing culture of food waste reduction that is throughout 412 and others, change behavior in your kitchen operations. But really, I think this issue of driving systemic change, right? Having these productive conversations with upstream donors to ensure that all the donations are appropriate, of high quality, so that we're not spending additional resources and creating additional environmental externalities to move food that we shouldn't move in the first place.
Absolutely. Would you be able to share a little bit about the Lean Path 12.3 initiative?
Yeah, can do that. That is how we came to partner with 412. So our Lean Path has been in this space for I think going on 18 years now, and we are engaged with a couple of thousand organizations around the globe, as you said before, and so we're always looking to expand our impact. This is such an important sector, as you know. We're always looking to expand our impact and to help others. Over the past 2 decades, we've been in a lot of partnerships. We've been in a lot of sessions, kind of sharing our thoughts, sharing our expertise. And so a few years ago, we thought, we're doing a lot of work in various places, and wouldn't it be nice to kind of pull that together into, I use the term kind of a foundational arm. And so we thought about, well, what's the best way to kind of synthesize this? And kind of the natural connection was, our alignment with the 12.3 goal of cutting food waste in half globally. And so we called this work the Lean Path 12.3 initiative. And so it is a way for us to donate to help a number of mission-aligned nonprofits in the space to expand their impact. So it's a way for us to kind of help out in terms of donating perhaps our data, our expertise, or some of our technology to help individuals that want to engage in prevention and recovery work to have greater impact, but they need some help along the way. And it's also an opportunity in doing that to explore some innovative areas, and which is kind of what we're doing here too. So we're a B corporation, so we are we're not just certainly not just financially focused, but seek to in all ways kind of maximize our environmental and social impact. So we knew of 412. We've known Leah for years and have been impressed with 412's work. And so this seemed like a natural way to kind of partner, see how we could work together to kind of amplify our impact, explore some new areas. And yeah, I mean, we're both interested in driving big change. And so this was an opportunity to do that, help you reduce waste, and also kind of take on that element of incorporating prevention into the recovery space a little bit at the same time. So I think we're both learning from one another and from this process how we can customize products in a new way, and how we can kind of bring prevention and recovery together in a way that I think helps, obviously, and also is kind of prodding what is an important question of system change in the space that we talked about before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing and enlightening about with that. We can talk a little bit about, obviously we're both organizations are aligned in many ways. We're both using technology in a very conducive to scaling kind of ways. We can talk a little bit about, let's get into a detail. You mentioned the value of like the dispositions, the categories. I find in this operation, and if I were to think in a sense of scaling, just having these general categories that are so flexible, as we've said, applying a little bit of critical thinking, there's no end to the amount of efficiency tweaks I can make to my operation. If I notice that I'm 20% of my waste is protein trimmings, right? Then I can think about a way to reuse these things to get more out, to get that 20% down or get more out of that 20%. Details like that just wouldn't be so clear without technology, without the technology to just give me a clear data point right off the, just through repeated use, simple repeated use.
Yeah. Lynn, you probably have some thoughts on that too, in terms of, the ways that you're helping organizations to use the data for more productive use of food in operations and reduction overall.
Yeah, definitely. And I wanted to kind of just prod Greg a little bit. I know last time we talked together, you had mentioned really being able to achieve zero waste. You operate pretty much close to that regardless, but the technology really kind of helped you identify those small inefficiencies. I didn't know if you wanted to share a little bit more in terms of what you saw in the data and kind of what tweaks you're able to make to, I forget which month it was earlier this year, like a zero waste month.
Sure. I think our peak, which is a reversal of what we're thinking about, zero waste month. Essentially, we have found that we can, through the use of a composting service, which again is a way to get a second use out of these things so that they don't end up in a landfill. We are able to, out of 60,000, I think we're at 60,000 pounds of incoming food. We've had to actually put in the landfill 19 pounds. And so at 0.05%, we decided to set that's our landmark, and that's what we won't go above, essentially. And yeah, we wouldn't have that specific number if we weren't passing everything through the system of weight that you've provided, of weight and data. And we can go into tons of detail about what I could, with a quick look at a glance, tell you what the thing that we have had to, what we've composted the most, and what that 19 pounds of things that we couldn't work with were. That's huge. That's huge for just where we pivot, where we focus, how we manage what we're doing, which really it's everything. It's a source for all of our decisions in that initiative of zero waste.
Yeah, good. And so many other things that you can do with that data, as you know, Greg. I mean, talking about efficiency here, managing the efficiency of your waste per donor, maybe looking at, drilling down and considering safety issues. Are you getting food that's, maybe perhaps too dated and that, shouldn't be used perhaps or moved? You might want to drill down further into nutritional issues. Are you getting, handling a lot of food that maybe is of marginal benefit in your eyes? Operational changes, providing information to the donor, maybe to route certain food items down certain paths. So I think, just a lot of potential to use that data, kind of combine a prevention focus with recovery, and just this theme of maximizing food resources, right? So much goes into the production of food. As we all know, we have this, we're at this inflection point. We have this great need to address, food insecurity and climate change, and there's no better way to do that than through reducing food waste. And so I think, using this data to kind of amplify all of those efforts, create just, maximize this culture of food waste optimization efforts, I guess, throughout all of our food organizations, I think is really important.
Absolutely. And like you're saying, the data validates our proposition, essentially. And through being able to tweak these things, we're able to prove concept through that data.
Yeah. And I think, we're having a lot of fun with this project. I think there are so many points of commonality between what we do at LeanPath and 412. We're both addressing that disconnect between food waste and the environmental and social harm. We're both seeking to drive systemic change and maximize our impact. We're both creating easy to use tools to enable action, to drive behavior change. And we're both, we're connecting with people and enabling people to be change drivers. You talk about your volunteers as food rescue heroes, and we talk about the frontline food service worker as the key change maker in this space. So, we're both, working on key partnerships, and I think there's just a lot of inspiration that comes throughout all of this work to everyone throughout. In addition to that really important function of getting more efficient and minimizing waste in operations. But I think there's a lot of inspiration that we both create to the people in our processes.
Absolutely. I think it's the synergy is great. I think we are even kind of positioned, as you're mentioning, at similar points in the workflow and the waste stream. I think that there's a ton of potential for any gleaning operation to improve itself through what you've presented. Do we want to get into? I mean, do we have any details we want to get into before we wrap up? We have a few minutes, I believe.
I would just, I guess, as a point of wrap up, and Lynn, feel free to jump in. I would just say that, coming back to that point about the conversations, pulling all this together, that linkage between prevention and recovery, and, enabling through the data, enabling the conversations between food banks and recovery groups, and upward to donors. I think that ultimately strengthens relationships and partnerships. And, it also helps push, the donors to work toward prevention and look at their cycles and work toward reducing this cycle of overproduction that we have that, causes so much environmental harm. And in so doing can, improve the efficiency of the donation process, but also I think what we all want to do is free up resources to the degree that we, the best degree that we can to really address the root causes of hunger and poverty. And I know that's something that 412 is concerned about too. So, a more efficient system all along with more transparency, with more, data, more reporting, I think that enables, more productive partnerships in the food recovery sector with donors, and gets everybody thinking at a bit of a higher level too. So I think that's important. Lynn, anything to build on there?
No, I think you said that well.
Yeah, I think, the more that we can work within this space and, like you said, have those conversations and strengthen those relationships, there's something about the efficiency that your technology is providing us that feels empowering to normalize the time that we spend on this work. So when we're able to provide data points, when we take it that seriously and take it to that next level, to that conversation, that's an act of normalization, and that will begin to rub off on our partners at all points in the stream. And I think it's huge. Yeah,
I love that. I love that phrasing, and I just as I look at all the work that 412 does, and I was just going through the site in a little bit more detail this week, and I think just struck by the cultural element too that goes along with that data, right? And I'm struck by some points about your food rescue heroes, that anyone can do this, and it's a way for me to maximize my impact. And I think through all of this efficiency that we're talking about here, it's helping us all to maximize our impact in what is one of the most important challenges that we all face today.
Absolutely. I think that's the perfect note to end on. I really appreciate your time. It's nice to see you both. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Great. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Lynn.
You're well.
Yep.
Hi, welcome.
Hi.
My computer audio is not working. Isn't that fun?
Mine's
I
not?
can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I cannot.
Hold on.
I don't know if anyone else can hear you or if it's just me.
It showed the mic was working.
Okay, so everyone can hear Steve except for me. So that is great. That means it's my problem, and somebody is bringing me a computer that will work. In the meantime, Steve, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Steve Dietz. I'm the Vice President of Development for Food Donation Connection, and we coordinate food donation programs nationally for donors.
Give me 1 minute, folks. We're going to swap out. I'm going to use a different computer. See you. Okay, how about now?
There she is. Can you hear now? Yes.
Oh, the joys of doing things with technology instead
It's okay.
of room.
It's all good.
Yes. I understand the White House had a lot of problems with their conference too, so I feel
Good.
a little bit better about that. So thank you everybody for joining us today. We are here to talk about how to get food donors to yes. And I know, Steve, you just introduced yourself. You spent a lot of time working with food donors, and that's kind of a particular interest of mine as well. A little bit later today, you're going to talk to some actual donors, some big retailers, and hear it from their side. But I thought it would be really interesting to hear from you. What are the motivations behind the national brands that you work with to donate?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there are a couple things when, I do talk to a lot of donors and I get a lot of no's like everyone's used to. That's just part of development. But I really think that probably the biggest bit of advice I could give out to agencies that are wanting to get donors to donate food is, first of all, you have to understand your donors' priorities. You have to understand that they are in the business to sell food and make a profit. That's why they're there. When we ask them to donate food, I always say it's kind of against their DNA in some cases. A lot of food operators kind of start twitching, when you start saying send something out the back door for free. So you need to make sure that you understand what their needs are. We certainly know our agencies have priorities and needs as well. So I don't ever want to underestimate what our agencies need and what they're dealing with. Staffing issues, trucks breaking down. But the goal is following your donor and making sure that you're meeting their needs. And what the needs are things like, if they give you specific pickup windows to pick up the product, certain protocol on where to go, who to ask for, you have to do that. You can't just say, well, I'm supposed to be there between 9 and 11, but today I'm going to go at 3. It really can pose big problems with donors. And it's just, they don't like doing that. So another big thing is good communication. Your donors want to know if there's a problem. Things do happen. We do know that drivers get sick, people get in car wrecks, your van broke down. But if you're not going to meet the obligation, at least notify them and let them know that. So at least they're not wandering around wondering, holding somebody at the receiving dock, hoping you're going to show up when you're really not. So communication is really important as well.
Okay, so that's both of those things sort of speak to how to be a good partner. And I know one of the things that we've heard when we go in to talk to a potential donor is, well, we tried this before and people didn't show up, right? So there is a certain element of history that we have to overcome to get through the door. And then, of course, once we're through the door, being that good partner that they need us to be. When you're in the room and you are talking to a potential donor and it's all just promises, right? You haven't delivered on your promise yet. How do you convince them to try it, especially if they've been burned before?
Well, I think a couple things is, first of all, you have to get them to admit they have surplus. And unfortunately, every donor you ever ask says, oh, we've got it down perfect. We don't have anything left. And you really do have to walk through that and make yourself come across as genuine, as being, you want to be a partner for them. We're not here to beat them up for having waste. Waste is a part of having food service, whether it's grocery or restaurant business. So the first thing is to let them know you're there to be a partner, to help them with something that's there. And then you've got to show you've got credibility and the ability to handle it safely. Probably the first thing that comes out, the second thing comes out of somebody's mouth. The first one is we don't have waste. Then you get them to admit they've got waste, and they say, but no one can handle it safely like we do. And I found that's not necessarily true. There are many times I've found, we have more issues in donors' kitchens themselves with food safety issues than I do with agencies. So you have to make them understand that you can do this. Give them some background of what you currently do to show them that you can do this. I think a lot of times, we have so many agencies that go in and ask to get food, and these donors don't know who most of them are. They just don't. So you have to kind of go in with a little bit of structure. Show them that you're organized. Show them that you're going to be around for a while and that you're going to be consistent for them. Because I do feel that's consistency of pickups, you just mentioned, is really a big fear for them. That's usually where they get frustrated.
Right.
So show them you've got a process in how you communicate with the stores if something comes up, like I mentioned before. But you really do have to show them that you understand their business. Certainly your agency understands the agency side, but again, it goes back. You have to let them know you understand and you empathize with what they're dealing with. I think that's a big part of it too. They certainly have staffing issues like everyone else. Right. And it's best to, when you go in, know what the roadblocks and the potential questions they're going to ask you or be concerned about. Food safety, transportation, consistency, communication. Address those proactively. Don't wait till they ask you about it or they start giving you these reasons. Go in and it shows that you know what you're doing. If you perceive what their problems are going to be, address them head on. Don't wait for it to become a negative on their side. Make it proactive on your side. Here's some things we know that you're going to face as you donate. Here's how we deal with those issues. And I think it gives them more of a comfort level to at least have the discussion. And then the next big thing is try it. Just test it.
Yep.
Just 1 unit, 10 units, whatever you want to do, just try it. And then if it doesn't work, we'll stop. And, in most cases, what we've seen, I don't know that we've ever had a donor that stopped after they tested. They did go on to full rollout. So, and we deal with big restaurant chains and big grocery chains, and we do small ones too. We do one-off restaurants as well. So we have a little bit of variety with the types of things we deal with, but they're all the same. I will say, when you deal with really small companies, whether it's I'll call it a mom and pop, no disrespect, but a mom and pop, a one-off, a two-off, or a local, you're going to be surprised how many of them don't really know their cost structure as much as you think they do. So, the big issue is we go in, we do a lot of tax work for our donors. And so the tax benefit is certainly a value you present when you are trying to get a donor. There are ways to get the tax benefit. But you have to make sure you're able, if you do that, you've got to make sure you're able to give them the appropriate information they need for them to do that. If you're not going to calculate it for them, and most people aren't going to do that. We do it, but most groups aren't doing that. But you don't want to lead them on to make them believe they'll get a tax benefit when at the end of the day, the data that was provided them at the end of the year was not granular enough for them to actually take the benefit, and they get frustrated.
Right. What do they need in order to take the benefit? What kind of granular data are they looking for?
Well, the more specific, the better. Retailers are great because they have scan files in most cases. So you have by SKU information. That's really simple. The complexities really do come in prepared foods. Prepared foods, there is a lot of weighted values and retail pricing that you've got to work through. And it's pretty specific. Typically, let's use a chicken chain. If you had a chain of chicken restaurants, there are lots of different menu items they have with chicken. So what the cost per pound of chicken is. That doesn't change no matter what the dish is in, but the retail price does. And that's part of the tax valuation. You have to know the fair market value per pound and know the cost per pound. And so granular data makes a big difference with the IRS. They don't like big, broad categories like proteins. If you turn around and say that a restaurant donated 1,000 pounds of proteins, there's no way in the world they're going to be able to really do a very good job. I'm not saying it can't be done, but they are up to a lot more challenge by the IRS if it's that broad. At least have beef, chicken, pork, seafood, that kind of thing. So at least be that granular if you can. But if not, you've really got to show some legwork in your valuations to prove that you do know what was there.
Right. That's really interesting. What other benefits are there for donors to donate aside from the tax donation?
Well, I think there are a lot of tangibles and intangibles. And honestly, I think the intangibles become more important than the tangibles. Yes, we hear about waste. You can reduce their waste hauling costs. But the one thing you have to remember, too, is, most companies have long-term contracts on waste hauling. Okay, we're talking waste hauling, not compost, not organics. So whether a dumpster's full or empty, half full, it doesn't matter. It's the same cost to go dump it. And they're in multiple year contracts usually with those types of waste disposal. Organics are different. When you are composting, you are actually paying the actual cost every time they take your product. So that's the one thing that if you start pulling product out of the compost bins, that unit will immediately start to see cash savings by the reduced compost hauling fees. That's a tangible. Then you got the intangible. It's the marketability to your community. Over the past several years, as we all know, sustainability has become the forefront of everything. When I started a long time ago, when I went to try to get a new donor, I went to the tax department because we could talk tax savings and that got their attention. Now we go to sustainability because everyone's got sustainability goals. They have zero waste goals and they've got to get there. And that's why we're all here to help them do that. So helping them achieve their waste goals that they can put out in the community to show that they're good stewards of the environment. That's a big non-tangible. And I think actually a huge one is your employees. I've never found an employee that loved throwing perfectly good food in the trash can. I just haven't found that person yet. And I think that, I always say that when we have a donor, some employee is going to step up and be so excited that they're now doing the right thing with their surplus food that they'll say, this will be my project. And it's kind of a way for a main level employee to contribute by getting the food donations ready. And it's kind of like that was their donation to the community, but they were actually paid at work to do it.
Right.
So I think that, those are the intangibles that you just can't beat that kind of stuff. I mean, we have employees all the time when I go to visit our donors that thank us for convincing their leadership to do this, because I said they can't. And a lot of employees, believe it or not, have had the services of agencies that we're talking to today. They've been to these agencies getting help in the past.
Absolutely.
And now they're not in that position and they're appreciative, So, I have stories forever of examples of people go, my gosh, I used to go there and now we're helping them.
Yeah, that's a really common thread that I've heard both from our volunteers and our donors. And I think that's a really powerful thing to see happen. Now, there's a question from the audience, but before I ask that, I did want to ask you, what are some red flags that our agencies should avoid, or that any food rescue organizations should avoid when they go to talk to a donor? What is something that will immediately turn a donor off?
A couple things. And this is going to be ironic, but I'm going to say food safety, especially with smaller restaurant chains. I'm not saying all, but it's more susceptible there than a large donor like a Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or a Darden restaurants, because they have such protocols in place. You're not going to find very often someone is veered off the path, so to speak. In the smaller restaurants, they tend to have their own rules, and they do follow food safety most of the time. They do a good job. But a lot of times, if you go back and it sounds like a filthy kitchen, the one thing we don't want to do is put our agencies in a position of taking food that's questionable, on a systemic basis. Sometimes stuff gets out that should. That's a red flag. If you as an agency feel that your donor might not have as good a food safety standards as you do, that's a red flag. And the other one too is, here's probably the biggest. If you don't feel that the ownership or the leadership of that restaurant or chain or grocery, whatever it is not fully committed to donating and doing the good work, walk away. I'm just telling you, I've had probably for every 100 yeses of a company that said, oh yeah, we want to do it. At the end of the day, they never get you the data you need. They never put the effort forth to do it, and expect our agencies to toe the rope and do all the hard work.
Right.
But we've got lots of national donors out there that do okay jobs, but they don't do great jobs, because we say tone at the top is very important, and we mean by the top of the company. They have to support it, and then your employees will do a much better job of doing that.
Now, I love your answer to this question, because it's actually not what I meant, but I never thought to ask that, and that is such good information. Is what are donor red flags? On the flip side of that, for the donor, when they're looking at an agency, what are the red flags that the donors see? So, like, what should the people that are watching this make sure they don't do to trip up the red flags or raise the red flag for potential donors?
Okay, the first one is going to be from the donor side. Food safety is going to be absolutely the first thing a donor says. How do I know that you can manage our food like we do after you take it?
And I just want to plug, we're going to have a panel later of food safety folks from some retail giants that are going to talk about this. So
that's right.
That's really important.
That's right. So you want to make sure that you can convey that you understand food safety. I think in most cases, most all of our agencies out there have someone that's ServSafe certified, on their staff. If they don't, I highly recommend that. It is a very positive to walk in and say, we understand food safety. I'm a ServSafe certified trainer, and I will tell a donor, if I go into your kitchen and I see something that's against food safety or food code, I will address that.
Right.
Not to pick a stone, but that starts giving them confidence that you do understand what you're doing. And that's important. They want to know that you can do that. Structure is another really big thing that a lot of agencies struggle to convey to a donor. And I talked a little about this before. A donor wants to know that you have a process, a fixed process for how you do this. And too many times everybody does theirs all just a little bit different. And you need to show them you have structure and you can report product, you're tracking product as granular as you want to, or as they need you to do that, you need to do that. We routinely have agencies that don't track product they pick up at all. And that frustrates donors. In our case, we track it for donors. But a lot of the agency is the one that really kind of keeps up with the product. So you need to have a process, on how you manage your data. And at least, and first of all, to have your 990, you're supposed to track all the donations you pick up. That's really a requirement. But surprisingly, a lot of agencies don't do that very well. So that goes back to structure. So you need to have a chain of command so your donor knows who to call if there's an issue. You need to have a protocol of communication, like I said earlier, on what you're going to do if you're not going to fulfill, they're not going to show up that day. You're going to tell them, you're going to communicate with them on what's going to happen. So those are the biggest red flags: are lack of organization, lack of structure, and concerns about food safety handling on the agency side.
Yeah, I agree. I think those are the same things that we hear from our donors here and across our network that will raise their red flags. And this kind of actually relates to the question that was asked in the chat. Is somebody wanted to know if there's any templates, letters or packets that food recovery agencies can use to go to a donor. And I don't know if there's any out there. I know that Food Rescue Hero has one that we give to our partners, but I actually think after all the conversations I've had this week, I might be redoing ours, because the one thing I'm hearing over and over again is have a plan, right? What you really need to do isn't have an introduction letter that talks to a donor about how many pounds you rescued a year or how many other donors you have, but they want to see and they want to hear how you're going to help them within their business model.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. I think, and no, I don't know of a template out there. It's interesting. Years ago when I started, I had my template and, all the normal things that I would send to take to a donor. And I have to be honest now, I don't take paper with me ever at all anymore. I want to see them face to face or talk to them on the phone. Face to face is always best if you can, just because, that connection visually makes a difference. So, talking about your story, you do want to tell them a little bit about your story, because that gives them confidence you've been doing this. You're not just starting today. Makes it tough for new startups to do this. But again, you can show them what a process would be like for them. So if you have a restaurant, you need to have some, I call them simple steps for us, some simple steps on what you see the flow of their product doing. They need to identify the product's going to be donated, how it's going to be packaged, how it's going to be labeled, how it's going to be chilled, if it needs to be chilled or frozen, where it needs to be stored. And all those can be certainly adjusted for the specific restaurant, if you're talking restaurant, if they decide to do it. But at least show that you got some thought into this. Yeah. And that there's a food safe process for handling food. And you can change terms to their lingo, which is always important. And if they want it put in a certain type of refrigerator, you can use that jargon to match them. But at least start with a structure. To walk in and say, yeah, we can help you save your food. Well, how are you going to do that? Right. What are we supposed to do with our food? You have to either be able to tell them exactly what you're going to do step by step, or have it written down, which most people really prefer to do, or at least use it as a guide when you're talking to them. So having a template's right. The comment is a good comment. Yeah. You have to do your homework before you go.
Yes. And I want to comment on just something you said, because I know there's a lot of folks that are watching that are really fresh, new organizations or want to start an organization. And I think the easiest way to overcome that lack of experience is to find the sort of low-hanging fruit donors, which oftentimes like bakeries and bagel shops. A lot of them have a lot of food that is not temperature controlled for safety. There's a lot of surplus, and it allows you to get your feet under you, to be able to demonstrate a track record of success without some added risk in there. And you can sort of work your way up the food chain, so to speak, to the more complicated and more risky rescues. And that's kind of a path for creating that track record of experience.
Yeah, one of the,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, one of the things that we try to do too, and you all are well aware of this, especially with the 412 Food Rescue Hero groups and other food runner groups, U.S. Food Rescue. I want people to understand we are different. The way we're different from the agency and food bank side of the food rescue business is we manage programs for the donors. Mm-hmm. So our primary responsibility is the donors. Certainly we want to help and do all the right things for the agencies. We really do. But at the end of the day, in our world, the donor dictates how they want things done. And
that's really important.
Yeah. And so we're in a position a lot of times when we talk to agencies that even if I have new agencies and new groups come talk to us, and of course, if you all have, new groups out there with 412, you all let us know that. We're immediately trying to find donors of ours because we have about 18 or 19,000 locations in the U.S. alone that donate every week. And we're always looking to try to fill the needs with those newer groups to give them something to start on. In fact, last night we talked with somebody in Chicago that said, "Hey, can you get us some donations?" And we popped up with a huge one right there at the spot. Said, "Can you get this done?" It's like, "Oh, let us take a look and see if we can help." So we're also here to help agencies get food. So in some cases, they think that we are kind of like a donor because we represent the donors. So, we've already knocked the door down for, Chick-fil-A's to get them to donate and McDonald's and all those. So, we certainly don't mind trying to help agencies get food, to get moving, to start building their resume is probably the best way to say that.
That's a great way to say that. So there's one last question, and I do want to make one point that you represent the donor. And as food recovery organizations, we need to remember that we are there to represent the donor. We're there to help the donor as much as we are the recipients and the agency side. And so they need to know that, and they need to feel that from us. That will make them a lot more comfortable.
Yes.
So that we hear them, we empathize with them, we understand their business model, and we're there to work with them. So the last question is, do you have any suggestions for how to get past the no when a donor says that they can't donate because they've got staffing issues?
Absolutely. And here's the golden rule that I always use. That I don't know whose it is. It's certainly I didn't make it up. You have to tell me no 3 times before I really hear no.
Yeah.
Don't ever give up. You're going to get a ton of no's before you get a yes. So for every no you get, remember you're closer to your next yes. So the more people you ask, the more chances you certainly get at doing it. Let's see. How would I answer your question? Give me the question again. I want to make sure I'm.
So how do you overcome a potential donor saying no because of staff capacity?
Okay. First of all, especially if it's in a retail environment, it's much easier because my response to them is you already have your teams pulling the expiring product off the shelf. You already have to do that no matter what you do with it. You already have to scan it out of stock no matter what you're going to do with it. Maybe just scan a different code in your scanner. And in most cases, I think it will save them payroll because if they're truly composting, they have to depackage everything they compost.
Right.
If not, they're contaminating their compost and they get charged back for contaminated compost. So with retailers, you can almost say, we will save you money in payroll by donating because you do less work. With restaurant business, it's a little bit tougher. But what I do say is, let us work with you to make the process work within your existing operational structure. Let us see how your food moves now through the kitchen process to where, in other words, they make it and where it's held. And at the point it's held and not used, then we look to say, what's the fastest, easiest, fewest step way to get it pulled and start cooling immediately, even if they package it at midday and end of day, which a lot of donors do that. But the key is getting it cooled properly.
Right.
But really just to let them understand that you know that they have staffing issues, acknowledge that. Definitely say, I understand that. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on a simple process. Keep saying simple, please keep saying simple, because it usually really is. It's not rocket science what we're trying to do. and just say, we're going to move it from, instead of dumping it in the trash can, we're going to move it over to this mini cooler over here to start the cooling process. And then between shift changes, assign one person to go and help package it up. But at least show that you understand the shortage. But in many cases, they're already having to handle the food one way or the other. So don't take no as an answer too easily. You may have to come back a little bit later and work on them again. But it still goes back to test. Give me one store, let me test and show you. If it doesn't work, it's too much, we won't do it anymore. But at least try to get them into a test.
That's perfect. That's great. Well, thank you so much, Steve. We're at the
You're
end.
welcome.
I really appreciate your insight on this, and I look forward to hearing you talk to some retail giants and hear what they have to say about it.
Me too. Look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
When the pandemic hit, things changed. We wanted to continue to provide that type of homemade comfort food during a time when most people needed comfort.
There's a lot of times over the past year that we've had to sacrifice quality for quantity, and since we've been dealing with last mile, we don't have to do that. They get good solid nutrition instead of, like a potato or a box of mac and cheese or something like that.
I cannot believe there's like stuffed pork chops and fresh fruit and fresh greens.
It makes people very, very happy.
It touched my heart because I can feed a lot of people with what y'all bring. Yes, I love it.
We want to make sure that we can end hunger. We feel that we've enriched a lot of people by providing food during this time of need.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eileen Budo, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Last Mile Food Rescue in Cincinnati. And I am so excited to be speaking with all of you at the virtual session of our first ever National Food Rescue Conference. So today I'm leading a panel discussion on multi-sector partnerships. I think, most of us know that we can leverage corporate interest in our organization. The opportunity is to go beyond the typical corporate day of volunteering. So today, I'm really hoping to inspire you to explore what's possible when you leverage the professional skills of people who support your mission of ending food waste and food insecurity. Today, with me on this panel, you're going to get some insights from leaders at Fortune 500 companies in healthcare, in artificial intelligence, and the arts. And they're going to explain and share with you their perspective on powerful multi-sector wins. So please join me this morning in welcoming my panelists. We have Lorianne Hart from the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. Thanks, Lorianne. We have Summer Fowler from Argo AI. And we've got Anna Marie Scozzari from Cigna. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me today. So, like I said earlier, a corporate partnership with food security organizations involve a lot of traditional volunteering, packing, delivering food. But I really want to explore what led your organization to think beyond the traditional volunteering model to leveraging your specific talents to contribute to the mission of food waste. So, Lorianne, I'd like to start with you. You're a leader of an organization called the Musicians of the PSO, and you created a really special partnership with 412 Food Rescue Heroes. So please tell us a little bit about it.
Sure. So I, like you said, I'm a member.
I can't hear you, Lorianne.
Oh.
I can hear Lorianne.
And I can't hear Summer, and I can't hear Anna Marie.
I can hear Summer.
I can hear them as well.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Is it just me?
Yes, it's just
okay. Go ahead.
All right, I'll keep going. So I'm a member of the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. I'm a violinist. And so we, the musicians of the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra, and we are actually a separate organization from the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. So I'm here representing the musicians of, which we are actually a 501c5. And so we were looking for a way to get involved in our community, and long story short, we found 412 Food Rescue, and 6 years ago we started a partnership with them called Body and Soul, where we accompany their food rescue, their big truck food rescues. We help to unload the trucks, and we play little concerts everywhere that they deliver. And so it's a little pop-up concert every time that there is food being delivered. It's mainly to Section 8 housing communities, senior centers, community centers, that kind of stuff. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what we do.
Now, that's not necessarily how you started, right? You started by actually doing the traditional volunteering.
It's true. We started, our very first run was just a group of musicians without instruments, riding along with the truck and helping to deliver the food. And everywhere that we went, we talked with people about the Pittsburgh Symphony. We were wearing our t-shirts, and they said, "Oh, you play with the symphony?" And we would say, "Have you ever been?" And we said, and usually they would say no. For whatever reason, we'd offer them tickets, and for whatever reason, they wouldn't take us up on these tickets. And we thought, well, if we can't lure them into the concert hall, we'll bring the music to them. And it really created this amazing energy in the delivery of the food. It really elevated that act of providing food to people, because there's, food is this such a obviously a human need, and to need food, that the opposite side of that coin, to need food is really can be very I don't even know the words, but there's a certain, sense, or at least concept, of losing dignity if you need food, if you have to ask someone else for food. And so by providing this element of music, we were able to put that dignity back into the process, to make it a celebration, to make it a reason to go, rather than just kind of a more I'm not
No, I
good
think you're
with the
making
words
a
right
really,
now.
really excellent point. And, you know, a lot of us that are in the food rescue business recognize that challenge of dignity. But bringing someone like you into the mix, you can see a way that dignity can be kind of reinforced or replaced in some way. And, you know, that was why I asked, boy, that's not the way it got started. Because one of the things that struck me when we were talking before the panel was this concept of, you're offering free tickets, but for whatever reason, people didn't feel like they can take them. There was potentially some real issues, which was transportation or what have you. But just this whole sense of, am I the person that should be going to a symphony? That was just really disheartening to me. And you figured out a way to
Yeah. There was a myriad reasons that they weren't accepting those tickets. And in order to respect that space that they were in, we thought, well, let's just bring the music to them.
And a real opportunity that only you were able to see. So thanks so much for that. Annie, let's talk a little bit about what you've done. So you were part of a really important training solution, important to me and my organization at the least, and I know to many others, which is Food Rescue University. So we would very much like to hear how you helped to design and implement the Food Rescue University. But I understand that as well wasn't the first project you started with 412. So tell us a little bit about the initial work, and then we'll get into the Food Rescue University.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Can.
Okay, great. So this partnership with 412 Food Rescue and Food Rescue Hero is actually something that was a long time to implement. I actually reached out to 412 in, I think, late 2017 because I had heard about their work on social media. And I was just so struck by it, I felt like I had to do something. So I approached Cigna to see how can we partner with this awesome organization. It's so great. Fast forward through many hurdles and meetings and all kinds of things. Cigna actually offers a community ambassador fellowship program where you can submit a project to work with a nonprofit, and if your project is accepted, then you can take a 3-month paid leave to implement that project, which is amazing. So I worked very closely with Victoria, trying to get a project together. We had one all ready to go. I was targeting this second quarter of 2020. So we know here's COVID. So that shut everything down. We couldn't do any of the work that we were planning on doing. So quick pivot, started thinking about what could we do virtually? What could we do to really help, everyone in this network? And Jen and Victoria said, we'd love to implement a learning management system. And so started talking about Food Rescue University. And that's actually what I do for work at Cigna. I'm a systems person. I put in systems every day. So very excited to take my skill set and being able to partner with 412 and Food Rescue Hero to implement Food Rescue University. And I'm so happy to hear, Eileen, that you like it and other people are using it, and it just makes my heart so happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to carve out some time to talk specifically about that solution. But just as a quick footnote, the amount of time that we were taking to train people on the dispatch process. And it was really very, very much the nature of like who was doing the training, the extent to which people got fully trained and fully capable within a certain period of time. And now, Food Rescue Hero University has really put a standard in place that gets folks, up to speed relatively quickly. So
I love that. I love hearing it.
Yeah. So Summer, you met Leah a good bit of time ago. I think you said 5 to 6 years ago.
Yeah.
But you guys dream big because you're really working on kind of food rescue of the future. So please describe your project for our audience.
Thanks so much, Eileen. Yes, so Leah and I met through a program called Leadership Pittsburgh, leadership programs that are throughout the United States. This one was focused here in Pittsburgh. And through Leadership Pittsburgh, I was actually on a project working with educators in the city of Pittsburgh. And one of our projects was, what could we do to help improve education in city schools? And I was dreaming, I really worked in cybersecurity at the time. And I said, wow, I want to put a cybersecurity curriculum into every single school in Pittsburgh. And this teacher looked at me and she smiled, and very nicely she said, I love where you want to go with this, but frankly, I am most concerned about my students just having enough to eat to learn how to read. And she said, so you might want to teach them cybersecurity. I want them to have enough food that their brains work. And she was mentioning that she had students who would leave on a Friday and maybe not have a full meal until they came back to school on Monday. And that stuck with me. And so here, years later, I'm now in corporate responsibility at Argo AI. Argo is a self-driving car company in Pittsburgh. And we're all over the country and actually in Germany as well. But our cars are driving every day within the city of Pittsburgh. And in corporate responsibility, I'm looking at both philanthropy and workforce development, among some other things that we're doing. And the message that teacher mentioned really stuck with me, because my team was talking about how do we educate the workforce of the future so that we have, we can skill children and we can reskill and upskill current workers. And what that teacher said really just was stuck in my brain. It's been stuck in my brain this whole time. And I said, how can we actually prepare kids? It would also be helping to get food to them, right? As just a basic thing. So I looked at our platform and I thought about Leah, because 412 Food Rescue is just, such an incredible resource that we have here in the city. And my team reached out to her team and we've connected the two platforms. So what does that mean? Right now, it is still a human connection, but we have 3 routes within the city of Pittsburgh where twice a week, our autonomous vehicles are going to pick up food and then make the delivery. So essentially, instead of a human volunteer, what you have is a self-driving car serving as a volunteer to deliver the food. And right now it's just a pilot, but what I would love to see and what I envision in the future, if I dream, would be all over the country. If you have an autonomous vehicle that's sitting idle, it could connect to the food rescue network and become a volunteer to make sure that food is moving when it needs to move and to the people who need it the most. And that's what I thought, if we can do one small piece of educating and it can be part of, getting food to the people who need it, that's really what we want to do. So next steps will be, maybe we can get our technology platforms connected so that there doesn't really need to be a human in the loop other than the human that loads the car and the human that unloads the car.
That's really cool. Really cool. I kind of, grew up with the Jetsons, so I'm still waiting for the little car that's going to hover me above the traffic. And I think that probably maybe is a little too distant in the future. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's possible with autonomous vehicles and food rescue.
I'd settle for having Rosie clean my house at this. Look, if we're going to talk about the Jetsons.
So, ladies, each of you described a particular spark that, just started your brain working. It might have been, your original interest in driving something that was near and dear to your heart, whether it was music or, the particular research done at Cigna, or, in your case, Summer, it was that I want to get cybersecurity. I want everybody to know about that. But that isn't necessarily what then became the partnership. So talk a little bit about, do you think it was all up to you that the idea continued to ferment and eventually you came up with a better idea? Or was there a good receptive audience on the part of the rescue organization 412 that you're working with? Or perhaps a little bit of all that? What caused that? What happened with the initial spark and actually what's going on today? So maybe Annie, if you want to lead us off.
Sure. On the first panel this morning, we had 2 people from Cigna actually speaking about, social determinants of health and other areas that Cigna is partnering, to combat nutrition and food insecurity. I learned so much during that panel about, two members of my own organization and what they've been doing. One person in particular that's been partnering and volunteering with 412 for years, which I didn't know. And then just even during my project, I decided, because we were virtual, I had an internal blog that was on our intranet, talking about the work that I was doing and trying to get the message out. And I got so many people reach out to me individually and in groups to say, I love this idea. I either I want to start a food rescue, or I work with this resource group at Cigna, and I want to see how we can jump in and help, and how can we partner with them. And so, yes, some of it was me pushing it out, but then it just kind of takes on a life of its own, and it's amazing. I tell Victoria and Jen all the time, I am a pusher. I'm not afraid to ask questions. I'm not afraid to keep checking in to see where we are with things. But I also just like being the connector between people and saying, yes, you talk to Victoria and see what you can get started. So we've started some other partnerships with Boys and Girls Club of Philadelphia, and in Ronald McDonald House in Pittsburgh through Cigna, getting those partnerships together and keeping this mission going. So it's just exciting. It's such exciting work. I'm so happy to be a part of it.
And if I remember, Annie, you've got some responsibility in the HR part of your business. And so just the idea of the value that certainly you're bringing to the constituents of Food Rescue Hero, but also within your own company. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I think maybe what you're referencing is me working with Aramark, our cafeterias.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually used to work in the restaurant industry like a lifetime ago. So I know how much food gets wasted in that area. So I approached the people at Aramark to say, what can we do about whatever you're leaving behind? Can we redistribute it somewhere? And like most other places, organizations like that, they're a little hesitant at first because they're worried, of course, about, I think we're talking later about, is the food safe? Like, how are we going to make sure that it gets there and it's healthy? So it took a little pushing, but I'm very tenacious. So just kept trying to meet with them, to talk to them about, this can work. And of course, we were able to put something in place for Philadelphia and also Pittsburgh and Phoenix offices to put those programs in place. And I learned that our main office in Bloomfield already had something like that, partnering with a rescue. So, I mean, it's just, I think if you are passionate about something and you let people know that you have the information and it is something that's possible, you just have to be willing to push.
Yeah, the communication that you talked about, whether it was your blog or just, casual engagements with other employees at your company, that the connection starts to take on a life of its own, which is really exciting because it's not just a one-man show, it's everybody getting engaged. And from a corporate standpoint, thinking back to my days at P&G, when you can get an employee base really engaged in something that not only impacts the organization that you're supporting, but it makes me a better employee. It makes me more excited about working for this company that cares so much about the community. So thanks a lot, Annie. That was really helpful to share with the group. Lorianne, how about you? Again, the spark that isn't exactly what wound up happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Happened in your environment?
So, it started with really just me reaching out to 412 Food Rescue, and then a small group of musicians going along. And that was 6 years ago. And now we have 100% participation of the musicians of the Pittsburgh Symphony, which is amazing. And beyond that, what we've started to do is to involve the administrative side of the Pittsburgh Symphony and the board and the donors of the Pittsburgh Symphony. So we're really making it into a full even though it's not technically a Pittsburgh Symphony initiative, it's a Pittsburgh Symphony commitment. And everybody in the building, from the CEO to the musicians all the way through, is involved in some way in this partnership and has a little bit of ownership, which makes it just so great. It just shows that it doesn't have to be coming from a large corporation. It can just be coming from a small contingency within, and that can grow out from there to envelop the whole building.
So do you suppose it was, did you use some similar tactics to what Annie described? A lot of communication, or just, tell two friends and then it kind of gets to the next two friends, or?
Yeah, I would say some similar strong arming tactics that Annie described. I'm not afraid to just go up and ask people to do it. Not everybody was comfortable with that kind of face-to-face involvement of actually going into these communities. And so breaking through some of those fears was definitely part of this. I think the more we did it, the more people realized that it was worth doing. And really the word of mouth is what it was, so at first there was a small group of us that kind of rotated through. We started with once a month, and at the height of it, right before COVID, we were up to 3 or 4 times a month doing this. And at first it was this small group, and they would tell a friend or tell 2 friends to go back to popular commercials of the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And people would go, okay, I'll try it. And then I don't think I ever had anyone who came along say, I'm never going to do that again. Every single person that came along was all in once they realized the benefit both to the community that we're serving and personally. There's just something so amazing about being a part of this process.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say has made the biggest difference, whether it's funding, food donation, volunteers, any of the aspects of our business at Last Mile Food Rescue, is when we say, well, let me just take you on a food rescue. Let me just take you, and if you can convince a person to give up a bit of their time to go along with you on a food rescue, it's like, oh, wow, this is a really cool way of impacting a problem that heretofore I didn't know how to solve.
It absolutely is. In fact, just I think it was about a month ago, I took our conductor, Manfred Honeck, who right now he's conducting at the Metropolitan Opera. I mean, he conducts all over the world, the greatest symphonies in the world. And he came along on a morning of food rescue with me because he wanted to know what this was that we were doing. And he wanted to really experience it. And we couldn't, his schedule didn't work to come on one of our musicians' runs. And so I said, let me just take you on a morning of food rescue.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's just that getting somebody to come along with you, and that's the spark.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then it just creates all sorts of different thoughts, because who knows what he's thinking now in terms of how he can contribute to the problem or who he's spoken to. We had a situation with, someone talked to somebody who played tennis, and then all of a sudden we got this grant from somebody in Florida, and it's like, how did we get this? But, it's just that conversation, bringing someone on a food rescue, involving them or inviting them to experience what we're working on here. It's very, very powerful.
Yes.
Summer, let me ask you now, again, there was the discussion with Leah 5 to 6 years ago. Something was percolating there, but what would you say was really what enabled the initial spark to become something that's not only happening today, but very futuristic?
I'd credit 2 things. I would credit the value system of the leaders of each organization. And it's interesting because Leah saw a problem in society and built a technology platform in order to help begin that solution. And then you have Brian Selesky and Pete Rander at Argo, who built this incredible technology platform and said, we want to use this to solve problems in the world, and we want to use this technology for good. And so it's incredible that coming at something from 2 different ways has led to this great partnership. And really, it is that communication that everyone's mentioned. There's a woman named Ada DeFonte on my team. She and Jen DeBrinket, who's a director of corporate responsibility at Argo, they really took this idea as we worked as a team and said, hey, what are some of the ways that we can solve the problems? And, I was remembering this challenge of food, and they ran with it. And they built out this incredible project. They went to our fleet team. So the fleet team are those test specialists who are in the cars, making sure that they're driving safely right now, even when they're driving themselves. And everyone was so excited about the application of the technology that we have for doing something really good within the communities that we operate. And this is both from a business standpoint, because quite frankly, we have to build trust within the community. There are a lot of people that say, wow, I'm not really sure about these robot cars driving around, but if we can get into the communities and do things that benefit them and that are for good, we can build that trust with them. So that's good from a business sense, but then also just from a human sense of being able to say, this isn't just about driving, someone from point A to point B within the city. This is also about really changing lives. And so there was so much excitement around this. And, the benefit of being in a small company is from the time we first discussed this in late spring until our first delivery, it was really less than 4 to 5 months that we were able to get this all working, which is just incredible speed and dedication. And so I think it really came down to the value systems of the people who were working on the project.
That's fascinating. And indeed, yeah, where an idea might be percolating for a while, sometimes something happens, like the switch gets flipped and all of a sudden things get in motion. And that's very, very exciting when you're in the midst of that.
Right.
So I heard communication as a best practice, and communicate, just constantly talk about the work that's happening. Certainly engagement, and that kind of goes hand in hand with communication. Just bring them along in the work that you're doing, bring them along on a food rescue. And the point that you're making, Summer, I think is really important. When the values of an organization, when the values of individuals align, great things can happen. Really great things can happen. And so embedded in all of that was a welcoming and engaging kind of environment that's fostered at 412. So when we think about, how do other organizations do this kind of thing? Talk to me a little bit about what you experienced, whether it was working with Jen or Leah or any of the individuals of 412 that you seem to develop a bit of an allegiance with. What did they do that caused you to continue to have those ideas percolate or to want to continue to be involved in the problem? Do you want to start us, Lorian?
Sure. So the Body and Soul partnership was created when Jen and I sat down after that very first rescue and said, how can we involve music? So Jen has been on this from day one. Also, of course, Leia's support always is amazing. But for us, because we're on these rescues regularly, it's the full 412 staff. It's the truck drivers, it's the dispatchers, it's the whole 412 staff that really supports us in this partnership, because we couldn't do it without everyone. But Jen and Leia certainly they've been our cheerleaders for the past 6 years on this partnership. And always, anytime we came to them with new ideas or anything, they're like, yes, absolutely. Let's just do it. So for us, it's everybody in 412 that's been there for us.
That's great. That's great to hear. How about you, Annie?
I would also echo that about Jen. Jen and I were joined at the hip for many months, putting together Food Rescue University, in addition to all the other things that she has on her plate. But she always came to our meetings like engaged and excited and providing all of the things that I needed from her all the time. I mean, great partnership. And and Victoria and I have been even more joined from the beginning, because my original project was working with her. We were trying to, we were going to go to housing authorities to kind of implement a more standardized food insecurity screening tool in the city of Philadelphia. And then COVID said, you're not going to do that. We're going to pivot you over here. So that's great. And then I was able to come out here literally the week before the world shut down in March of 2020 and do a day of food rescue with Clarence. He was so gracious, and we had a lot of fun that morning. It was raining, but we were both in good spirits, and it was very eye-opening and just an amazing experience for me, just to see how many people that we were connecting with were just as excited as we were about the whole process. And it was just great. And everybody, and to echo what Lorian said, everyone that I've dealt with here at Food Rescue Hero, 412 Food Rescue, has just been so gracious and accommodating with their time. And I mean, I'm looking forward to partnering for as long as I can, as long as they'll have me.
That's great. That's great news. So that's always been my experience with Jen as well. She seems to create time. But I got to tell you, there's definitely a need to decide, okay, this is an idea that's got some legs, and this is something that's maybe like summer, kind of futuristic. So what was your experience? I mean, what do you think? How was the team able to say, no, this is something that, although it might be a bit off in the future, it's something that we want to pay attention to now?
I do think it does go back to that value system of the fact that really 412 Food Rescue is a technology platform, right? Mm-hmm. So they recognize that as things scale, they really are going to have to continue to think about the future. So it was it's just a nice partnership to be able to think in that manner. And frankly, it's also the creativity and tenacity of the teams. So Jen coming to the table and all of her team with ours, there were a lot of little problems to solve. You know, we cannot use the trunk in the car currently that we're delivering with because the compute is in the trunk. Mm-hmm. So all of the food had to be able to fit within the back seat. Well, now you worry about things spilling. And so another partner I want to call out is Parkhurst Dining. So they provide dining services for Argo. And Parkhurst is part of our delivery. One of the routes is from our facility to a location. And they helped us solve some of the challenges in terms of what could we transport items in, and what will we do, and how will we make sure that the requirements around what we can pick up and what we can deliver will work. And that was part of the creativity and design. And I will say, every single time there was, okay, what are we going to do about X? Jen and my team were able to sit down together and say, all right, here are 3 options. Let's analyze, let's investigate, let's test, let's figure things out. So it's not just a matter of having a good heart and saying, yeah, this is a really good idea. It's also rolling up your sleeves and being able to think creatively and not give up. And so, it may be the first time it doesn't work out perfectly. The second time it gets a little better. Maybe it's back to the drawing board, but let's get this and let's make it happen. And the team at 412 Food Rescue, really, they're just a group that knows that they have something they want to solve, and they really put their hearts and their brains into doing that.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And something you said initially really triggered a thought in my head, which is know who you are as a company, because indeed they're a technology company. So why wouldn't they focus on a solution from a technology standpoint that is maybe in the future, but still should be part of the platform? So, right. So really great. Maybe sticking with you, Summer, what would you say was the key learning that surprised you the most in your engagement with 412 and with Food Rescue?
And this is a little bit personal to Argo. This actually really has helped us as we think about people and goods movement overall. So we have what's called pickup and drop off areas. We call them PUDOs. So when our autonomous vehicles need to go make a pickup or a drop off, we have to think about where are locations that we can do that safely. Now we're talking about not dropping off people, but dropping off goods. But same concern. where are the places that this can be done in a safe manner? What are the things? And so we have learned a tremendous amount through this pilot. The first run was on August 1st, and it's twice a week that we run the routes. We have learned a lot about what can you do in terms of when a pickup or drop off location needs to change because there's construction, when there's an issue that's happening. And so, from the standpoint of we want to be doing good things for the community work has helped us do better things for our technology. And so, I think that the lessons have been two-way in what we've been able to take from this experience.
Perfect. Hey, Annie, maybe you can use that key learning that surprised you the most, but also provide us with just a little bit more, because not everyone in the audience currently works with 412 Food Rescue Hero. So maybe tell us a little bit more as well about the platform, the university platform.
Oh, sure. I'll talk about key learning first for me. This journey for me has been very eye-opening, just in the food insecurity, food dignity space. Like I have personally learned so much, and I feel so lucky to be able to share that with such a broad audience. Like I feel like I have this availability, this platform. Cigna has like 70,000 employees, and I can post blogs on the internet, and hopefully everyone will read them. So, I feel compelled to do my part in that way. As far as the platform is concerned, Food Rescue University, to me, I think it's a chance to standardize the learning, as you said, Eileen, and I think there's also a social component to it, which Jen was very adamant about when we were looking at vendors, to bring in a vendor that had that ability for people to communicate on their own. Because I don't think that the idea was ever for Jen or the 412 Food Rescue team to be kind of running that platform. We were hoping to have it run on its own, and it seems to me like that's what it does. I am able to go in and run some reports to see, how much traction it's getting. And it looks like, it's being utilized well. And, I just hope it's a great resource for people. There was so much work that went behind the scenes for Jen and team, making sure that they put every course together very thoughtfully. And we even thought about how the courses should flow. For those that were multi-course. And there was just so much time, energy, heart, thoughtfulness that was put into that platform by the team. They really wanted to be sure it was a good resource for everybody to use. So happy to answer more questions about it while I'm here. I'm on site, so if people want to ask, I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for all the blood, sweat, and tears of everybody involved, because it certainly is a super resource to us out in the field. Lorianne, how about you? What surprised you the most?
I think what surprised me the most was I suppose it shouldn't have surprised me, but was the reception of the music by the communities. I think, and it surprises me every time, because every time is different. It's a different community, and it's a different group of people coming out to listen. And it's just such that moment when people come out to get the food, and they realize there's this kind of surprise element, is really, so that's surprising. But also for me, Pittsburgh Symphony, we play in the great halls of the world. We tour the world, and we play in all over. But to be able to bring my colleagues and this world-class organization truly into our community, the Pittsburgh Symphony does a lot of community outreach, but that's as a large corporation. And so we are, not that it's large, but large. But we as the musicians can really kind of get into the little crevices of our community in a way that this larger organization, the Pittsburgh Symphony, can't. And so for me, the surprise was how quickly we were welcomed into these communities. And so that for me, that was, I think, surprising.
You know, that's just so incredible, because who doesn't like music? Oh my gosh. You know, the other day I walked into my local Kroger store, and they now have music upon the entrance. And it was a store that I started a rescue for. So I knew the store manager, and I said, wow, like how cool is that I can walk into Kroger and like the craziness of the world, and I'm trying to figure out how to feed my family. And I walk through the doors and wow, isn't that lovely? So
right. And we have that same experience. You can see it, that it's that same moment. They're walking through the doors, they're trying to feed their family. And there's this music, and you can see that just in that moment, at least, all of those cares can go away. That there is food to put on the table, and oh, there's also beautiful music. And it's just this really beautiful moment.
One learning that's, I suppose it's surprising, but it's not so surprising. I've been telling my kids for years, when they're kind of at this moment of trepidation, well, should I ask? Should I ask that? You know, so whether it was asking for, you know, a treat as a youngster, or asking for an internship at a big company, you know, my kids have kind of grown and moved on, but the answer before you asked was no. So what's the harm? You know, it could be yes. So you already had the worst thing that could happen, which is no. That was already what existed. So simply asking, sometimes you never know what can come from people working together, from what you mentioned, Summer, leadership and values aligning. You know, just asking the question, exploring the idea. You'll probably be surprised at the outcome. So we have a few minutes left, about 15 or so minutes left. I want to make sure that the folks in the audience are able to take, you know, not only appreciation for all the work that you've been doing with our partners at Food Rescue Hero, but also some ideas on how similar partnerships could come about in their own communities. And you know, whether a community has a symphony or not, there's some ideas that I know you can share with our audience that help other food rescue organizations do similar, or find these similar opportunities in their communities and make them come to life. So Summer, do you want to maybe give some advice to the audience on some tips and tricks or things that they should do to put a solution?
Absolutely. I think that it's great. And I think, you know, one of the things, you know, you might not have a symphony, you might not have an autonomous car, right, within your community, but you do have people. And so within your business, thinking about what are ways that you can get teams involved. So you can think about this from the similar ways that we were looking at it, in terms of what's a problem within the community. And I really and truly don't know of a single community that doesn't have a food insecurity problem. And so that's there, and that's already present. And so identifying where their needs are, and then thinking about from your business standpoint, frankly, volunteering is one of the ways that you can improve engagement within your company. And so even if you're thinking for a second, well, do we really have time to do this? Is there something that we can really offer? It will benefit your company to have a volunteer effort. So even if you just start very small with a group of people that are a part of some sort of volunteering activity, and if it can be in the area of, you know, helping food insecurity, even better. So now look around and say, all right, let's solve a real problem within the community and improve the engagement within our business. It is win-win all around. And then get creative, right? What is your company really good at? Is your company amazing? Are you a retail company? And maybe you can start a you know, collection of socks, so that you can give those to homeless shelters, you know, socks, underwear, t-shirts, toothbrushes, things that are really needed within the community. And think about, you know, the passions of the people that are working for you, and think about what they're good at. And if you can bring a passion and a skill together, great things are going to happen. But you actually have to start the discussion. because sometimes we don't even know what the passions of our people are. We know they're really, really good at finance. What we might not know is that their passion is art. And if they can go in and beautify a neighborhood, that would be a way to bring some of that together. So, I think if you can really just get creative within your teams, it's going to benefit you as an organization. It's going to benefit the community. And you'll really have something that you can be proud of at the end of the year when you look back.
Absolutely. The concept of volunteering doesn't have to be the way a food rescue organization thinks of volunteering. I need a volunteer driver. A superpower for an organization is really to do what you've just described, Summer. Like, okay, I think I need some help in the computer area, or, finance is a challenge for me, or, just allow the conversation to happen with employees to know what their passions are, because it would just be amazing to unleash that kind of power and a unique volunteer experience. So many times, I remember when I was doing some volunteering when I was still with P&G, it would be like, oh, we need you to come on Saturday to paint the wall in the conference room.
Yeah.
And while, there were occasions where I was happy to do that, I thought, my gosh, I've got this other skill. I'd really like to leverage this skill in some way. I think you can use it, but I don't work for you. Like, let me just talk about what I can do, and you talk about what your needs are, and then over time we'll figure out how to work together.
Yeah. And I think, one thing I would like to add is also, as an organization, and we struggled with this, not everyone is available on a Saturday morning, right? I mean, some people have second jobs, some people have parents they need to take care of, people have children, or frankly, maybe it's just personal time, right? And so it's something that you can't give up. We really started looking at alternative ways that we could have our employees give back. So we did Days of Giving this year, and Jen DeBrincat on my team did a 4-day Days of Giving with opportunities across multiple things. One was food rescues, working on food rescues, but it was also, give blood during this time. So maybe if you have a half an hour of time, you can give blood. We also had in person. So we did, walk and we did clean up within all of our communities. But then we also did 2 things that I loved. One was offering online opportunities through zooniverse.org, where anyone at any time could log in and do some volunteering, at home, or maybe you have an employee who works remotely and isn't in an office situation, but they could still contribute. And then we had the Dear Jack Foundation, where we had employees write letters to people who are going through cancer treatment and giving them words of encouragement. So I think the more creative you can get in terms of how people can give back, and boy, did the pandemic teach us that we had to get creative in how we work, you can really foster that culture of giving in multiple ways.
Terrific. I want to let the audience know that if you've got any pressing questions, certainly type them in the chat, and we'll see if we can get to them. But let me also ask Lorianne or Annie if you want to add to the conversation here around recommendations for our.
I think Summer really summed it up beautifully, in that you just have to meet people where they are and what their skills are and what they want, what they have to offer. And you as well, Eileen, you mentioned that. And so for us, like I mentioned before, there are some people who weren't necessarily comfortable going into the communities doing this face-to-face. And so there are many arms to this partnership. And I created other arms to the partnership to kind of be able to accommodate people's needs, people's special skill sets, and people's maybe perceived discomfort with what I was offering. And so I think just being flexible and being open to different ideas. I had this one idea of what this partnership was going to look like, and in order to involve everybody, because 100% participation was my goal, I found other ways to be able to involve people and to give them opportunities to be part of the partnership.
You just mentioned something that I think is a key tip for folks. Set an audacious goal like that, 100% participation, It's like, well, okay, you don't drive. Well, then you can't be a food rescue hero if you can't drive. But, what else could be done? So setting a really audacious goal really starts to turn on the light bulbs for folks. Cool. How about you, Annie? Any best tips, advice for others that are trying to establish these creative partnerships?
So I would say as a company, Cigna does a great job at providing different avenues for people because, community involvement, volunteerism, giving back is a huge part of our culture. So to what Summer was saying, not everybody is available on a Saturday to come and volunteer. So Cigna actually has a program called Use Your 8, where they grant everyone a day to just volunteer with a nonprofit of their choice. Within we have a whole platform dedicated to volunteerism. You can sign up and track your hours and request that certain nonprofits get added to the bank, so we can keep those partnerships growing. We also, leveraging people's skill sets is a huge part of what we do at Cigna as well. I participated in a group of people. We had a day dedicated to projects that nonprofits had submitted to Cigna to get people to come together and use their skills to help identify possible solutions to those problems. So I got to sit with people that were from different areas of the company, like customer service, some people from IT, some people from finance, all coming together to kind of brainstorm possibilities of how they could help solve that problem, which I think is fantastic because that leads to other things, right? So, thinking about, trying to get involved in your organization, sometimes you just have to look around and see what resources are available. And if there's something that you think is missing, ask the question. Go to your HR department and say, I think that we should have something like this. Mm-hmm. I know this company is doing this, and that. Maybe we could do something like that. Mm-hmm. You have to start the conversation.
Yes, absolutely. So a best practice for sure for anybody at a food rescue company is talk to your friends and neighbors, talk to your volunteers, and help them realize that they've got such resources at their disposal that they could be bringing to this whole area of ending food waste and food insecurity. I'll give everybody, again, a request if there's any questions. We've got a few minutes that we can handle some questions from the audience. And maybe just share a few things that are happening at Last Mile in the area of partnerships. We always kind of struggle with these big corporations that are restarting their cafeterias, but they kind of have the fortress around them. You can't get into that spot where the cafeteria is. So how are you going to rescue? And we also had a challenge that, a lot of our rescues are during the day, and now, people are not able to kind of pick up and run out and do a rescue for us. We don't have many in the evening. So with those corporate cafeterias, what we're doing is it's the employee base that is going to the cafeteria, getting the rescue, bringing it to a location where it can either be picked up or they are the person that's actually doing the delivery. So we've got an interesting way that we set up those rescues with those corporate volunteers. We also are really fortunate to be working with a company in Cincinnati called 8451, and they are Kroger's data science company. And I have a little in because my son works there, but we also have a gentleman who's their chief data officer who's on our board, and they have an organization where they bring all that tremendous computer skill, and you put together a brief, and we've been able to take advantage of that and get an awful lot of good work done. Professionalizing the survey work that we do. So setting surveys out to agencies and getting them to provide us the information that we need in order to do a better job. Some other partnerships anybody has out in the audience that they want to share. But if not, we're kind of at a point where we're ready to close, and I'll just ask each of you wonderful women to share any final thoughts that you've got. And actually, one of the things that I wanted to say is that Lorianne, if you guys are looking for an oboe player, Annie plays the oboe.
Wow, that's awesome.
Well, yeah, we will happily have you along on one of our runs, Annie. You just let me know. I mean, I'm honored to be part of this discussion with these 3 other amazing women of food rescue, and so it's been great to learn about everything that Annie and Summer have been doing, and I look forward to being a part of future discussions.
Thanks. Thank
Great.
you so much.
And Lori and I remember how to play Mary Had a Little Lamb on the recorder.
All right, so Summer, you're in too.
That's as musical as I get. My kids all play the piano. So if if we can drag a piano out, they could do that. I guess a keyboard.
No, we'll bring the recorder's fine. It's good.
And hot cross buns if I get an encore.
Okay, so you've got 2. It's good. We can fill in from there.
Okay.
We might need some help from Food Rescue University, some music lessons on food.
I'm going to need a lot of help.
That's a whole new platform for you, Annie. We can add that course in.
That sounds great. Happy to do
it. All right, ladies. Well, with that, I will say that I've really enjoyed getting to know you for the past couple of weeks, and wish you all the best, and ask you to continue doing all the great work that you're doing to end food waste and food insecurity. It's an awesome problem because there's a solution. There's a solution. We can put an end to hunger in this country, and it's in the very near future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks for everything.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This is Caitlin Lesk, and you're watching Food Rescue Stories. Today, my guest is Sally Wiggin.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Seatbelts. Yeah, safety first.
Yes, safety first, and then rescue.
PSA, wear your seatbelts.
Yeah, we don't want to be the ones being rescued. Oh my God, all of this? These are great. This is amazing. Oh, wait. This is such a genius idea. It helps so many different causes. It helps the environment because you're not wasting food. It's not going into the landfill.
Every donation that we receive is $1 we don't have to spend. And especially when you're talking about really healthy, wholesome food, it's incredible.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or afternoon.
I think we're ready to go.
Good.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, everyone, depending on where you are viewing from. We welcome you. We're in Pittsburgh. We have a great panel today on a really hot topic, I think, with retail food donations. I think there's a pretty general consensus that the bulk of really high quality surplus food is coming from the retail sector in most cases. So this should be a great segment for people to get some really good information. So we appreciate everyone being here. We've got people from around the world, as a matter of fact, watching this agencies. So my name is Steve Dietz. I'm the VP of Development with Food Donation Connection. We have Chelsea with us from Hunger Network. And we've got Melinda from Giant Eagle and John from Albertsons. So I welcome all of you. Thank you for being here. Melinda, can I start with you? Let's start with Chelsea. Chelsea, you're moderating with us. Tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. I am the Food Rescue Program Director at the Hunger Network, and I've been with the organization almost 3 years now, overseeing all of our food recovery efforts.
Great. Thank you. How about Melinda? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure, absolutely. So my name is Melinda. I lead community relations for Giant Eagle. I have been with the company for 10 years. And in about the last year or two, I have been specifically focused on food insecurity. Really, really excited to have this conversation today.
Well, thank you, Melinda. Do you mind me asking, what did you do your prior years prior to your community engagement time?
At Giant Eagle or?
Yes. Yeah, Giant Eagle.
So in the few years within Giant Eagle, I handled all of the community relations. So all of our partners. Years before that, I was in a completely different industry in healthcare, actually.
Wow. Well, that's great. Thank you. Glad you're here. Welcome, John. Haven't met you before, but glad to meet you virtually. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your role at Albertsons.
Well, good day, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm the Director of Sustainability and Circularity for Albertsons. I'm based in Boise, Idaho, and one of the areas that I'm focused on is diverting food waste from landfill regarding the carbon emissions that are associated with that. And the best way to do that is to make sure that edible food is not sent, but is donated. And so we just unrolled a new food donation program company-wide.
Well, I heard a few amens in the background. I can tell you for that. I think that's all our goal here, and it's not easy work. And so we're hopeful that you all can give us some good insight to what you need, what you're looking for, and how can we help you become successful in that. Chelsea, why don't you kick it off by addressing the first question?
Yeah, absolutely. So Melinda, I want to start this question off to you. Great to see you on here. With Giant Eagle, you all have brought together the entire company around the goal of 100% coverage of store locations, including Get-Go, which is a great new addition, to participate in food recovery efforts. And it takes a lot of cooperation within a company in order to get a partnership like this started. And I know you've had individuals from community relations, yourself, as well as food safety, the sustainability department, that have really worked collectively and collaboratively with Food Rescue Hero in 3 cities, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Erie, to recover food. And this has been really successful for you all. How did you get everyone from all of these different departments together behind this one goal? And what barriers did you face, or perhaps are continuing to face throughout this process? And what does that look like working through that for you all?
First of all, thank you for having me. Chelsea, it's great to see you and connect. So we started in this space in fresh food rescue specifically probably about 4 to 5 years ago. You talk a little bit about bringing, different departments together. I think that was really the crux of it. There are a lot of players involved in this. You mentioned many of them. I started out in this space from a community relations perspective. Our sustainability team was very, very involved. Food safety, operations, IT, marketing, you name it. I think almost everybody was involved. part of that was, number one, I think, making sure that all of the right folks had a seat at the table and were involved in the conversations. Everybody along the process had their own concerns, challenges, opportunities. We had to make sure that all of those pieces worked together. So having that seat at the table, helping people to feel heard, working as a team was critically important. I would say the second piece of that, and very important to us, was having leadership, at the highest levels, backing this, being excited about this, expressing the passion. And that's huge. That's huge. As far as talking about some of the barriers, we had a lot. I will not necessarily sugarcoat that. At the beginning, it was a lot of, this is a new concept for us. What does this look like? We're building this out. How does everybody work together? Very, very early on, a lot of the conversations are around food safety. That is, I won't say probably, that is number one priority for us, is making sure that this is done in a safe manner. So a lot of conversations with our food safety team. And the other big barrier at the beginning was integration with current partners. We were already donating to many other organizations, the food banks, so finding the correct space for new partnerships, new programs, while continuing to maintain, historic partnerships. That was a challenge. It took a little while to navigate that, but we're in a really good space now.
Yeah.
I think it's important to hear that, because especially for our agencies to understand what really goes behind the curtain, so to speak, corporately. It's not necessarily always simple as going up to a store manager at a grocery store and saying, "Can we have your food?" There are a lot of wheels turning behind the scenes, just like Melinda was alluding to. And I think it's important that agencies understand it's a big machine that has to all work together before the end result is food out of the door to agencies in the end. So thank you, Melinda.
Yeah, John, we would love to hear from you on this topic. What has it been like? I know you're focused in the sustainability department, but have you had to bring folks in from different spaces in order to focus on food recovery? And have you faced similar barriers perhaps to Giant Eagle, or what other barriers have you all, run up against?
Well, Melinda went over a lot of the barriers, and you do need to get buy-in from a lot of departments, but my focus was on retail operations. They run the stores. And so let me give you an analogy that, number one, first, a shout out to Nancy Day, formerly of Giant Eagle, who got me in touch with you folks in Pittsburgh, Food Rescue Hero. Number two, I'm from north of Pittsburgh and grew up watching the Steelers during their dominant years. So here's the analogy I gave to our vice presidents of retail operations just last week when we were rolling out the new food donation program. Look, a retail store is a business. And just like a quarterback who's going back to pass, you have a first read. That's the play you called in the huddle. And that's selling food at full price. Okay? If that receiver is covered, you go to your second read. And for a retailer, the second read is selling food at a markdown or discount price. What I brought to the table was that our third read is food donation. And what you have to understand is retail operations are so focused on what goes out the front door with the back door, it doesn't have the same value. And I don't want to sound callous, it's not that. But that's just, I'm being very transparent here. So our third read is food donation. Why? Because it still allows the food to be used for its intended purpose. We're getting it to people who need it. 1 in 8 people are food insecure. So there's a need out there. What can I do to appease a retail operator? Well, number one, if we send it out as a food donation, we're not paying to have it hauled and then sent to landfill, which is an expense to the store. And number two, if we track it, we can apply for federal tax deduction benefits, which are there waiting to be used. But we also assist members of our communities. And so I use that analogy. You may not, you may only get 2 yards on your third read as a pass play. Not the 20 that you wanted, not the 8 for your second read, but 2 yards is still forward progress. And that's how I sold it to them. And we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great point, is kind of, we think about this working with you all in this food recovery space. You are businesses, you have businesses to run. And so making sure that you can do that effectively, and then also have this added bonus of being able to reduce food waste and support the communities that you work in, I think really makes all the difference. But bringing all of that together, it takes time. There are lots of barriers. There's lots of conversations that have to be had in order to make all of that effective. And I'm curious, while we're sort of in this space, speaking to the both of you, coming from these larger retail entities, Melinda and I talked about this a little bit recently, but what would you recommend, to some smaller retail chains that may not have a large corporate structure with multiple departments? They might be much smaller, but still operating at a rather large scale. What would you recommend to them in sort of entering into this space and figuring out how to fine tune some of these challenges or barriers when they may not have the same capacity? They may not have a community relations department or a sustainability department. What advice might you give to them to enter into this space, and be able to do so with a little bit of you all having done the legwork already?
Yeah, I think that there are a few things. First is sort of that willingness to be a partner. A lot of what we work through, and I really say it consistently time and time again, and it becomes a little bit trite, but it's the communication. It's being willing to partner, to navigate with us. I think John had some really good comments on the store side of things operationally. There are barriers, there are challenges. The stores are incredibly busy. I always sort of give the example of, if you're looking at just the register, we talk a lot about what's going on at registers. We're scanning coupons, we're checking credit cards, where, something is spilled in an aisle. There are a lot of operational things that go into making a store function. So, and the reason I say all that is just to say, make it as easy as possible on the store teams. They have a lot going on. So the more that you can work with us, the more streamlined and easy you can make it on them, that's the best thing you can do.
Right. And I think it's important to address a stigma that's still out there. And that is, well, you guys are overproducing. That's why you have food to donate. The answer is no, we're not. And we're not deliberately trying to do that. Now, does it happen? Yes. Is it just something that happens in the business and you can't help it? Oh, for crying out loud, not at all. That's why we're using AI to make sure that our fulfillment is meeting what the needs are. But there are times when, if the weather changes, people don't come into the store as much. So that's going to shift what you have for sale, or what you were able to sell that day. And so you have to be flexible, but you'll get some pushback from people saying, I don't want to donate because it's just a proving my point that you guys are overproducing. Well, that's a crazy way to look at it, because I just had an intern start working with me, and I said to them, look, rocket science is complex, no more complex than running a grocery store. I can't tell you how complex the retail industry is. So you just have to kind of break down some barriers, communicate, and show that there's value in being a community partner and participating in food donations.
Well, and I think, John, you brought up a great point in that it's not a perfect system. You can't predict how much food you're going to have on any given day, especially with holidays, with inclement weather, with just the nature of the economy. There's so many factors that are involved in our food system and approaching food waste reduction that, it's not a perfect system. Things are going to be missed, but being able to streamline this program, especially taking advantage of innovative technology like Food Rescue Hero, it makes this process so much easier. I think for you all, especially as donors, to be able to, after you consistently have these conversations with different departments, that takes fine tuning and ironing out the kinks. But once you get to that point, it really allows whatever challenges the store may face due to inclement weather, due to holidays, it allows that to be passed off to these food rescue, agencies, and for them to come in and do that next step of heavy lifting for you all, avoiding that need for you to just pay someone to haul this food to landfill. And so it involves a lot of cooperation with a lot of different folks to make that happen. And that's a great point, John.
Yeah, one thing John mentioned the enhanced tax benefit, which yes, it is out there for the taking, and goodness gracious, everybody should take that. But you also want to remind the agencies that, it is still getting rid of food at a loss. The goal of a grocery store is maximize your profit by selling out the front door or minimize the loss if you can't sell it. So even though there's a tax benefit, the grocery still loses money. And so that's why it's so important not to have them handle it have them handle non-selling food as little as possible and get it out the door. So, great agencies can be such a help to the store receiving team, who are always swamped and never have a break. So being a true partner and being compassionate and understanding what the grocery teams are going through all day long is a really something the stores look for. So that was a really good point, John.
And I'm sorry, Melinda, go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in to say what I have consistently encountered operationally, store level, all team members, people are passionate about this. People want to do this. I never hear a store call and say, I'm really excited about throwing away food today. We get a lot of team members that reach out and say, how can we get connected? How can we do this? I get that knot in my stomach when I have to toss something. The passion is there. It's the process, sometimes working through the process and making it as easy as possible. The passion is there, 1,000%.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think we know that even though we all are directly working in this space, day in and day out, food waste impacts all of us. I mean, in one way or another, it impacts all of us. Thinking about the climate crisis, food waste is a huge issue relating to that. So I think, Melinda, you're spot on in saying that folks really care about this, but there's a lot to consider in a retail space, as an employee, all of your responsibilities there, and then adding this additional component. So I think doing so thoughtfully and compassionately towards the folks that are boots on the ground is a really key part of this whole process. And Steve, I'd love to pass the ball off to you, because through Food Donation Connection, you work with so many retail chains, Whole Foods specifically, on a national level. Any thoughts that you have towards collaborating, within different departments, or maybe barriers that it's come to in connecting with these retail chains to sort of do this work? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, Melinda and John have some great points, and having I think you said a voice at the table, or a seat at the table, is critical for everyone to have that impression that they are part of the process and the equation and solution, whatever you want to call it. They all face the similar barriers, and like I said, I Melinda, you're right on. I said I've met a ton of employees in the retail sector and just in restaurants in general. I haven't met one yet that loves throwing food away. And the passion they have, they can turn into being really helpful in our case, the grocery store, because they are willing to help make the process easier, and they're contributing their time and effort to that. And I think it's a big positive for the store. It also, I think, really helps the employees. We had a discussion yesterday with Melinda, and I heard from one of the other Giant Eagle people that the tenure at some of your grocery stores is extremely long. Well, there's a reason for that. You're doing something right the employees like. And, I don't think it's always about pay. Pay does, I mean, that's a big part of why we work for what we do. But I do think that employees do look for employers who have good hearts and want to do the right things. So as hard as to get people right now to work, you want every little bonus you can get to make your people feel like they're in a great place to be. So thank you for that.
If I could just add something from the food partner, the food bank, the hunger relief organization point of view, what the retailer needs from you is consistency. And one of the frustrations I hear a lot is we collect this stuff. They're supposed to come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a lot of times they don't. And we don't hear from them. And what do you do? And so I realize life happens, and a lot of folks are using volunteers and personal vehicles. But I'm just saying, if you want this to be effective, the one thing an HRO can do is say, these are the days I know we can come. This is the window of hours, and we will be there. And that you're going to get buy-in from a retailer a lot faster.
Yeah, John, I want to add real quick there. Melinda, you can jump in too. One of the things, at least at Whole Foods, that we do is we have minimum 6-day-a-week pickups. Part of the analogy I use with donors is, by the time you cull something off the shelf, it's at the end of its life. That's why you, in fact, are taking it off the shelf. To get it out to the community as quickly as you can in the freshest shape that you can is important. And then when you do have those rare occasions when you have a fallout of an agency that can't pick up, you're not necessarily going a gap of multiple days with the food not moving. So sometimes part of the solution is just making sure you have, nearly everyday pickups in most groceries. Belinda?
Just going to echo that the consistency is so key. When we first had these conversations initially with 412 Food Rescue in Pittsburgh, we were introduced to the app, the technology. Here's how this is going to work. We'll just, ping us when you're ready. And we're like, let's set up a, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever that may be. And we're happy to have that discussion at store level. What works best for the store? They have certain days that are busier, certain days that, the delivery truck might be coming. That's a really bad time to come. A lot of that specific negotiation happens at the store level with the volunteer and with the organizations where there's flexibility there on what days work best, but keeping a consistent schedule is key. There's not always somebody there in the back. They're off running around doing something else. And it just leads to a success. You don't want a volunteer showing up when we're not ready. You're gonna end up with an unsuccessful rescue, really, which doesn't help anybody. So that piece is huge.
Well, Chelsea, you can, and I'm going to tout 412 here for a minute because I think they just have a phenomenal platform, and the results they get are pretty stellar. I think that their consistency rate is about over 99.5% consistency rate. It is exceptionally high, and that's almost unheard of. But I think partially that's because the platform built that way that, if they can't make it, they can hit a sub button and get somebody to replace it. But I think that's probably one of the biggest complaints I hear is they didn't show up.
Yeah. And that's something that, even from an organizational standpoint, if for whatever reason we don't have volunteers that are capable of picking up, life happens, everyone's busy, we as staff members will go up and pick up donations because we know how valuable and important that is to our relationship with the donor to be able to go there, show our effectiveness, our consistency in picking up these donations, as well as not only for the donor, but the recipient, making sure the food gets where it needs to go and that the folks at that receiving organization, have some nourishment that day. And so you were spot on with that, Steve, because it really is, it's consistency for you all. It's consistency for the receiving partners. And that's a big point that makes this process run so smoothly, I think. And of course, the added value of that technology makes it possible.
Yeah.
I'd like to jump in one more time. Sorry, just to talk a little bit about that success rate. A lot of that is due to not just the initial program that we have built, but the ongoing support that happens. I know that, if there are problems or concerns at store level, we have built up this escalation process, so to speak. I find that the vast majority of hiccups can be resolved at store level simply from communication, with the volunteer and the store. We have turnover and there's somebody new and they just didn't know the process. A lot of it gets fixed at that level and having that relationship. But we also have a relationship where I meet with teams once a month and we talk about it. Where are we? Where do we see concerns? Where do we see things that haven't been resolved? How do we make sure that we're moving things along, where we are running into bigger barriers?
Well, that's great information. I'm going to take a little sidestep here, John. We have had a question come in, and this is something that's become a big issue with everyone. SB 1383, as everyone who works in the state of California or operates in the state of California is now effectively required by law to donate all their edible food waste for Tier 1 waste generators, which are certainly grocery stores. What are some of the things you see on how you're dealing with that, on how it's working? There are complexities. There's a lot of MOUs and paperwork and things that go along with that you have to now follow up on and track all the donations for the government, basically. So what are your thoughts on SB 1383?
Well, I would much rather donate food because it's the right thing to do and because the associates want to do it and support it, than have to follow a regulatory compliance. But that's the way things are. And we are following. Our stores are set up in California. We've got 600 stores in California. Mm-hmm. So one of the things we want to do is do a better job of tracking our food donations. And so we just unveiled a new handheld scanning training for our store associates on how to properly and effectively donate an item for food donation. One, it helps us track for the tax deduction, but two, I now have the data and I can see which store's donating, what department the item's coming from, and how frequently they're doing it. And we have to keep a logbook of that in the store as part of the 1383 compliance. And we do that. And I'm not saying we do it begrudgingly. I'm just saying if in a perfect world, you wouldn't have to mandate food donations. It would occur because companies realize, one, it's a great forward progress move. And number two, it's the right thing to do. But we've adjusted, and what we've learned is, okay, we have to keep better records. That's a good thing. So we're going to try to keep better records. Eventually, you folks have all used, you've all used the self-checkout in a grocery store, and you know that when you scan an item, the computer recognizes it. But when you set it in the bagging area, there's a scale there, and that's how the store helps prevent theft. Well, that scale tells me that if I scan an item out for donation, not only do I have the UPC code and what department it came from, I've got the weight, I've got the retail value. That's valuable data, and that helps me better do an inventory control and just understand the operations of the store better. So I will try to take something like 1383, which is burdensome to stores, no doubt about it, but we'll try to turn it into a positive to make sure that our operations are even more efficient.
I think you're exactly right. There are surprisingly a lot of smaller grocery stores and actually some bigger grocery stores that don't have overly sophisticated scanning systems like you're talking about. They are very valuable to have that, because not only does that allow you to track your donations and the weight and all that kind of thing, but it also helps your buying team get more feedback specifically on how they can possibly help reduce their purchasing and actually not even create the waste in the first place. And that's really ultimately all of our goal, is to don't have waste. We just have to deal with what really is truly there. So if it can help you reduce waste, that's good. So that's an excellent point.
Yeah, that data piece is invaluable. The other thing that helps us do is not only understand what is going out, and when we talk about food safety, talking about recalls, making sure that people know that information, but opportunities. What categories are we seeing? What are we not seeing? What are we seeing? What are we not seeing is just as important as what we are seeing. Those are the opportunities. A lot of the conversations that we're having right now, Chelsea, you asked about, barriers in the present moment, is what new categories can we expand to? What new products can we take a look at? And we're taking a deeper dive now into that data to really see where are these biggest opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's only something that you can really recognize with time and having that data, right? Having that feedback of what have we been doing? Has it been working effectively? Okay, now can we branch off, and step in another direction and further this process in a positive light? And I think that's really important, for agencies on our end to know that those next steps are possible. It just takes time. This all takes time. It's a process. There's constant learning curves that are approached for all of us, but there's ways for us to work collectively and be successful. And that's really valuable.
I think you're right. We're talking about California and SB 1383, but I'm sure most people have heard and they know it's coming everywhere. There are a lot of states, the state of Washington, state of Illinois, New York has already imposed something. Those other states are looking to adopt something very similar to 1383. So it's coming. So you might not be in California at the moment and have to deal with SB 1383, but it is a pretty big wave coming across the U.S. legislatively to really, unfortunately, as John said, force people to do the right thing. So everyone should be paying close attention now, because it's just a matter of time before you're going to see it here.
Yeah.
I'll add one more quick thing, because I know, Chelsea, you and I spent a lot of time in the weeds on the handhelds and the data and correcting issues and things like that. We are not, I would encourage the agencies to think about it like this, because we do get sometimes a little bit of grumbling about having to, put your pin in and do all of that kind of stuff. The purpose, think about it this way. The purpose is, we are not trying to make your life difficult. The data that you help us with will only help further grow the program. I would think about it that way.
Another point that you can talk about with the agencies, I probably get some of my best feedback from agencies that pick up, in our case, Whole Foods, for the most part. And they can a lot of times point out deficiencies even before we actually see it. I mean, the nice thing about having data is it's there, but the negative about a lot of data is it's a lot of data. And it can take a lot of time to crunch and go through, especially if you've got thousands of stores like Albertsons does. To be able to identify where a lot of those missed opportunities in your store are. And so I do recommend to agencies to tastefully, tactfully, don't hesitate to talk to your store leadership if they're getting no produce. So like I said, a lot of times agencies will contact me and say there's a thing. So I'll immediately check the scan file and see if that is in fact representative in what they're saying. And most of the time they're right. And that way we can contact the store and say, we either have a scanning issue or a non-donating issue. Of course, if the agency's complaining about it, they're not getting it. So agencies can help to identify opportunities in some of the stores.
Yeah. And, we had a new question come in that I think is really interesting, because Melinda, this is something that we've talked about before. And the question has to do with how, from a retail perspective, how do retailers handle when an agency has to reject a donation because it doesn't fit their pantry model or they don't have the capacity to distribute? And, I'd love to hear from both of you, but Melinda, especially, this is something that we've talked about a lot. And I think where food recovery organizations like Hunger Network, like 412 Food Rescue come in to have a really big role in this process. But can you kind of bring any insight into that conversation?
So I saw the question come through and I panicked because I didn't have a good answer. But actually, as I think about it, I think I don't have a good answer because we have spent some time developing a good model. And it's finding who does what best. There's a lot of conversation in this space. My actual historic role has been to manage the relationships with food banks. And I know there's a lot of discussion about who owns what, who gets what. That was a huge barrier at the beginning of this, trying to, sort all of that out. I think that we have gotten to a pretty good space where we understand that the two models are complementary and everybody can play together. Again, took a little while to get there. We still have conversations, moving forward as we look at new categories and we look at new things. But I'm almost happy to answer this question despite the first panic, because I think we spent the due diligence to figure out what works best for everyone so that we don't have a lot of that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've talked about that before. And I think there is a huge benefit to having organizations like Hunger Network, like 412, that really have the capacity and the technological support to be able to take a donation that perhaps doesn't fit that pantry, or they don't have the capacity to distribute, and allocate that elsewhere, and leverage leverage Food Rescue Hero, leverage their network of volunteers that are committed to the program, leverage their network of food recipients that know what donations that they can handle, to be able to redirect that food back out to a more suitable agency. It doesn't mean that product just needs to be tossed. It just takes a little legwork on, that food recovery organization to say, look, we need to cut this in half, or we need a couple folks to come pick up and send this to multiple organizations. And I really think that is where retail chains are so complementary with food recovery organizations, because you pass the ball off to us and we're the one that says, okay, logistically, we're going to be the ones to figure this out. This is up to us to sort through. And this is, quite frankly, what we're good at. We know our community partners. We know our volunteers. We know what capacity folks have. We know what food is suitable and appropriate for them that they can make use of, because that's a huge part in spreading equity, in this work, is sending the correct food to the correct organization. And I really think that that's where retailers and food recovery, organizations can work really well together.
What do you think, John?
Well, I think it's really important that you have a dialogue, so the retailer is not just saying, here, take all of this, because it does no one good if we give a hunger relief organization something they can't use and it still ends up going in the trash. Now they're paying to have it trashed instead of us. That doesn't do anything. So yeah. I think you have to, at our stores, the store director certainly knows their area, but it's the receiving clerk who oversees the food donation process. So the receiving clerk needs to have the conversation with the person coming to pick up, either them or the person running the HRO, to say, hey, what we're giving you, is this valuable? What else are you looking for? But you really need to do that. You can't just give them a box and say, we're doing such a good thing here, take it. Because now you're basically driving by the thrift store after hours and dropping off whatever you think you don't need anymore and you're quite sure they can use. Well, that isn't how it works, and it shouldn't work in this instance either.
Yeah,
you got to communicate.
I agree. One of the things that when we run across that issue, typically what we'll do is we'll reach out to a Chelsea or we'll reach out to, 412 or US Food Rescue and see if they can help take over that pickup, but obviously give the product that the agency that was picking up could use, but as Chelsea alluded to, take the rest away. The one thing, agencies can't forget, once a store scans out product as a food donation, you can't be throwing it away because they're going to get a tax benefit for that. So the stores have to be very cautious not to scan things that they know aren't going to be taken. And obviously we want everything donated that can be. So a lot of times a food rescue or food runner type group can be very beneficial because you don't want to penalize a small agency. No one wants to do that, but you also want to get the rest of the food to somebody. Right. So sometimes a food runner group can be very helpful in those situations.
Yeah, Steve, did I mention grocery is complex, as you well know?
Yeah.
It's just one more aspect.
I tell you what, I don't think people realize, kind of like an airport, they're like their own city, and the support team it takes to make it work, and it never stops. They keep moving constantly. Every department has its own challenges. So I certainly know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah. So I want to keep us rolling along here because I know we're coming up at our 20-minute mark left. So Steve, I want to pass the ball off to you.
Okay.
I know you've got some questions that you want to go over. So feel free to dive in.
Sure. Thank you. And this will be to both of you. You both are actively pursuing partnerships with food recovery organizations. and you're supporting efforts to grow your waste reduction efforts. We also know corporately your stores are getting approached almost regularly, if not daily, by food recovery agencies, and it can be corporately they're knocking on your door, or they're knocking on the door actually of the store. So, what makes a food group, a recovery group, attractive to your stores? And we covered a few of these. But even at the corporate level, a lot of times you may have a small regional chain or a region of your stores. And, part of what I think that the grocers are trying to do is manage the process as simply as you can, even at the corporate level. So what would you look for in food recovery groups that come to you all, that can just, be on time and be consistent? That's a big one, to handle it safely. But what other things can they do to help you make sure the end on your end's working well? John, you want to start?
Sure. I think the two-way communication is really important. So as the retailer, I need feedback from the HRO saying, you know what, we thought people would pick these items up and take them. They don't. Or, I don't need any more French bread. And I've heard that. I mean, I don't need any more bakery items. And it's like, okay, well, you need to hear that from the HRO, and then maybe you can adjust and adapt. But if you don't have the communication in the first place, everybody's just kind of shooting from the hip.
I totally agree with that. Melinda?
I think we covered most of it, if not all of it. It's the food safety piece, it's the consistency piece, it's providing feedback at the store level, building relationships. I think we covered a lot of it, but I think that very specific feedback, I laugh at the French bread. I've heard some conversations like that, but yeah, I don't know that I have much more, because I think we did cover all of it.
I think one thing, you talk about the bread, because bread is such a topic with every agency out that can hear this broadcast. But, one of the things I learned too is be strategic when dealing with bread. You don't, choose your battles, as they say. Yes, the half packaged baguettes and the hard crusted, hearth loaf breads are just really so unusable in most cases, because the clients can't cut it up. They can't chew it up in many cases. So there are things that you can selectively take out of the mix up front, so you don't even have to hardly have that discussion. But, so we press, you don't have to take the things that we know are difficult, but here are the things that aren't difficult, and we try to get that moving out if we can. So, you have to be open-minded.
I do want to add one more thing to that may be a little bit unique to the Giant Eagle space. We have been in business for 90 years. We have a very long history of being involved in this type of work, community work in general. I think what is incredibly helpful is for new organizations to be respectful of historic partnerships that we have. I get a lot of phone calls that have a bit of a tone of, here we are, here's this great thing that we're doing. What day can I start picking up? And we have longstanding partnerships with other churches, with other organizations, and we're working really hard to balance that. We're not in a space that is right or feels right to call up an old partner and say, okay, we can't work with you anymore because there's a new person on the block. So we have found some good ways to make sure there is room for new folks while respecting the old partnerships. Takes a little while to have those conversations and those negotiations, but I think just that understanding and respect of the fact that we have a lot of historic partnerships, and it's important for us to uphold those as well.
That's an excellent point. And that's a hard one to navigate at times. So let's see what else. What other things? We are down to about 15 minutes left. What do you see as your number one goal moving forward with food waste and food rescue? I I guess one thing I've always wondered is you all seem very open in what you're doing. And, of course, one thing I learned in food rescue and food waste, there is no competition in rescuing surplus food amongst retailers in this case. John's been very open, Melinda's been very open. And, I think many times where we've got one thing I think would be a big benefit if some of the smaller organizations, retailers that are not currently donating, if agencies approach a small 6-store chain that's not donating, would you all ever be open to giving any kind of feedback to some of those leadership teams, like a small corporation, on what you do? Not give trade secrets, mind you, but at least give some insight on it's not as hard as people think. It's got a huge value to the community. Are those things that you currently have done, or would you ever be open to doing something like that?
Steve, I'll take a first shot at that. So Albertsons is part of an initiative, the Pacific Coast Food Waste Commitment, and it's sponsored by ReFed. And I'm going to a meeting on Monday where I have several of my competitors who are also on that committee, and I'm going to be very open with them about what we're doing, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to beat Walmart by doing better with food donations than they do. I got to beat Walmart at the front of the store with sales, right?
Right.
So it's the same with Giant Eagle. I mean, we're really not competitors. Our areas don't overlap. But yes, Steve, give me a 6-store chain and I'll sit down and I'll show them the scan gun technology and give them the training that we've developed that's working, because I want to see this. It's resource conservation at the end of the day.
Yes.
Keep it out of the landfill, get it to someone who needs it. And that's not going to make me a better retailer than someone else. It's going to make me a more engaged retailer. But I don't think our stock is going to change whether we donate better or not.
Well, you all would, existing donors are the best salespeople of donating food. Melinda, would you kind of go along with that?
Yeah, Chelsea and I actually just had a conversation in this very space a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and had another retailer on the call and went through the process. They're just starting to understand this space. So we had a good sit down. We started to share some of that information. There's going to be, I think, a lot of follow-up calls on next steps. I always sort of use the example, even in, other retailers in our own space here physically in Pittsburgh. I'm not in the mindset, like the competition to me is not here. I am not going to throw away food because Walmart is donating food. Like that's just not in the head at all. So happy to share that. This is something that everybody can come together on.
I agree with that. I had just something else pop up that I've been working on in the past couple of days, but tell us what your view is on how you handle, because a lot of these agencies that are on this broadcast pick up at a lot of your stores. One of the biggest questions we get is we want to use our donor's logo and we want to put on social media what we're doing with Whole Foods or Giant Eagle. What is your view, and how would you guide your agencies that get your food on how to represent you as a company or not represent you as a company? John?
Linda, I think with your background, you should go first.
Me?
No,
Melinda.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a darn good question. I don't know that I have a darn good answer for that. I don't know that, looking back, I don't know that I have had any specific organization, small pantry wise, reach out and ask that question. I don't know that I've ever even had that. We do a lot of work though with Hunger Network, with 412 Food Rescue, in terms of sort of building up that brand image. So we typically would run it probably through a larger network. I know that, we've put out some social media We've put out some internal communications on, we've reached XYZ milestone, or we've added our 100th store. Chelsea, it's still on my agenda to get us, and we've actually done it in the past, do a food rescue live with a partner, and post that. So I think rolling up to the network and working in that way is probably the best thing to do. Because number one, we can kind of make sure all of the assets are used correctly. And, we're looking at all of that sort of marketing space. But it probably also gets more reach, more engagement if you can build a strategy around it a little bit more than just, putting out a tweet or adding a logo here.
Yeah, absolutely. And John, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. I do have 2 more questions I want to ask. So I'm just keeping in mind the timing. So certainly, your thoughts on that.
I don't have a lot to add. I'm just thinking if a retailer is so concerned about their logo and getting the word out that they're doing it, I think they're doing it for the wrong reason. It's a nice thing to be recognized, like we've been recognized by Feeding America. Greatly appreciate that. Not why we're doing it. And if I'm not recognized by the local HRO, that's okay.
And I'm going to throw one thing. You all are talking about the positive implications of it. I'm looking on the other side, the negative, where we've run across tweets and Facebook posts of food sitting on the ground, food exposed to the elements and that kind of thing that we have. You have to protect the brand, And so I think that's something to always keep in the back of your mind, to be watchful of. It happens probably more than you think. I probably a couple times a month have to contact one of our agencies that pick up from any of our donors across the country and say, I need you to take down a post. The post was great. You got to take the photograph out because it's in a black trash bag, which is not food safe, and you can't do that. So there are little things out there that agencies need to be very mindful of. To remember that they are protecting your brand as well. So if you do put something out on social media, make sure it's correct and accurate and fits food code, I guess. Chelsea?
Go ahead, Melinda.
No, I think John had a great point, and that's maybe why I didn't have a great answer, because we're not focused in that space.
Mm-hmm.
If we talk about marketing, if we get some of that, that's fantastic. We do talk about some milestones when they come up, but that's not really why we're out there doing it. So marketing, branding, that's not a front-facing piece that we're after. My role at this point is more of the logistics. Let's get the program up and running. Let's do it right. Let's do it safely. So I think that's a great call out.
And I just kind of want to add into this. I think from, an organizational standpoint, as someone who represents a food recovery program, for us, we are so excited about our partnerships. We want to we want to shout it to the rooftops, all of the amazing retail chains, food donors, businesses, organizations that we're working with, hey, this is who we're working with, and this is the impact we're having as a whole and in our communities, because there's so much work that is done on the ground level, with volunteers, with food recipient organizations within these communities where these folks are so proud and so excited to be participating in this. Some of our volunteers are shoppers at Giant Eagle, and they're so excited that not only can they buy their groceries there, but they can go pick up a donation and support their community, with that. So kind of understanding that marketing process from a food recovery organization perspective is super important. And I think this kind of leads into my next question. We've talked about a lot of what you all need from us. And I kind of want to flip this question on its head. And a lot of us as food recovery organizations, we're tiny. My team has 3 people on it. Our organization has 10 people on it. We are small, but we are mighty. And, we understand that a critical aspect of this process is for us to make the food rescue process as easy as possible for you all. But we have limited resources and we have limited funding. And how can we collaborate with you all, to utilize your resources, whatever resources those might be, to enhance the food rescue process for us, right? So that sort of ease of the food recovery operations isn't just on us as small organizations. I know there's a lot to that question, so feel free if you need me to repeat it, I certainly can, or we can break it down. But really, what can we get from you all to support this process? Because we are small, we do have limited resources. Melinda, you and I have talked about this, about the ability to go do store visits and site visits, that, there's only so much capacity sometimes to get out there in a community and really try and engage with folks the way that we want to. So what support do you feel that you all could provide to us, or resources that you could provide to us with this process?
Chelsea, I'll jump in and just say, okay, you have 3 people on your team, and I'm a store that you're coming to get donations from. Have you told me that you only have 3 people on your team? Have you informed me how short-staffed you are and how few vehicles you have? Because if I don't know that, I may treat you like the Nabisco vendor who comes on a regular basis in a truck and everything just goes like clockwork.
Yeah.
Shame on me for maybe doing that, but if I don't know the situation, I'm not going to look and try to see things from your point of view. So I think the communication's really important.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to that whole process, and especially us working, on an individual store level. I mean, I make it a priority to try and speak with staff at every store, and we're honest and transparent. Some folks might say, hey, we don't have a donation today because we're short-staffed. And I say, look, I understand there's 3 folks on our team. We work our darndest to make sure that donations are getting picked up every time we say we're going to be there. But sometimes things happen. And that's, I think, part of the compassion and the understanding with this process, So thank you for that, John. Melinda, do you have any thoughts?
That is a great response from John, because when you asked the question, the first thing that came into my head was, what do you need? I don't know what you need. Do you need data? Do you need to change the date of the pickup? Do you need, funding? I mean, there are things that we can say yes to, and there are things that we can't say yes to, but I don't know that we always know what the need is.
Yeah.
The marketing support too. We love that you guys are out there talking about us. We want to do it in an appropriate and right way. But when we get to those points where we, find it okay to get out on social media, put it on our social media. We have probably a bigger network than some of the smaller organizations. So yeah, my first question is, what do you need? Call me.
Yeah. Well, I think that that's wonderful to know, not only for myself, right, being on a team of 3, but for everyone who's watching, folks that are part of large and small food recovery organizations all across the country or the world, hearing that relationship building, that partnership building, being able to be honest and transparent with one another about what we need, what's working well, what needs to change, that those are conversations we can simply have. And I think that that's important for, organizations that potentially want to approach a retail chain, is being able to be upfront and honest. Hey, this is what we want to do. We care about this. We are in our community. We are boots on the ground. We want to make this happen and we want to work with you. Here's what we can offer. What do you need from us? And here's what we need from you, right? I think that it's really valuable to be able to have those honest conversations with one another, because we're all in this together. We don't live in silos. We can't do it alone. We have to work together in order to make it possible. So I appreciate that response from both of you. I think we're coming up on time here. It's 1:28. Does anyone have any final thoughts? Any clarifying questions? I haven't seen any other questions come in. So anything from either of you, all 3 of you, because Steve, you work so heavily in this, in this space, working with retail chains. Any thoughts from anyone?
The only thought that I will share is we have to be patient and understanding of each other, because we just came through 2 years of COVID, which rocked the food bank industry and rocked retailers. And I know in many cases, the donation process decreased or ceased. So in many ways, we're kind of getting this started again. And so let's just be patient. And sometimes it's good to look and say, hey, we want to begin again, but we've assessed what wasn't going so well before. Let's address it right up front and see if we can't make this better. I think we can look at this as an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Melinda, anything from you?
Just thank you. Thank you to everybody who is on the call. Thank you to everyone who shared their insight. I always learn something new, see it from a different angle. It's always valuable. So thank you for having me too.
Absolutely.
The only thing I'd say is I can't tell you how much we appreciate your transparency. I don't know that everyone always does that, but I've gotten more out of this than I ever dreamed we could. And I hope everyone out there watching got the same thing. So we really appreciate you joining us and giving us the insight and the honest feedback of what you know.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, there's nothing like a candid conversation to help us all learn and grow together. So thank you both very much for your time and your contribution. Wonderful.
Pleasure.
All right, everyone.
Have a great day.
Yes. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Did you know that there's enough food to feed every person in the world 4 times over? And that while families worry about their grocery budgets, 40% of landfill space is just wasted food. Here in Philadelphia, 1 in 5 of our neighbors goes to bed hungry every night. At Share Food Program, we take that personally. Good food belongs on tables, not in the trash. We're mapping new infrastructure and logistics to quickly route more healthy, fresh food to our neighbors across the region every day.
Hi, everyone.
Hi there.
All right. Can you guys hear me? I had some issues this morning.
I can hear you just fine, Jen.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. For those that are watching in the audience, we have all had donors turn us away because they were afraid of getting sued or worse, a public relations nightmare if someone gets sick. Even when food donation or food recovery organizations are armed with the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act, there's still some concern by organizations, donors, that, they want to make sure that the food that we're rescuing is safe. They want to make sure that donating to us is a good move. So we are here today with some food safety experts. I'm going to have them introduce themselves in a second to talk about, what makes them excited to work with an organization and maybe what makes them a little bit reluctant to say yes. So if you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves, we'll start with you, Emmanuel.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Emmanuel Munoz. I'm the Director of Food Safety and Quality Assurance here at Heinz Grocery Stores. Part of my responsibilities includes overseeing all food safety, everything from groceries, retail to manufacturing, and I have a big passion for food donations.
Yes, awesome. We have worked with you in the past here in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And so we're just really excited to have you here on the panel today.
Appreciate
And Matt.
Hi, my name is Matt Anselmo. I am the Senior Manager of Food Safety and Regulatory Compliance at Giant Eagle. I've been in this position about 3 years now. I've worked with Giant Eagle about the past 10 years. And our food safety department is about 8 strong. We oversee close to 500 locations, Giant Eagle and Get-Go combined, across 5 states. And have been donating food for quite some time to local charities, nonprofit organizations, food banks, and now food rescue organizations.
Yes.
Happy to be here and share our past and hopefully help plan our future.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Eric, welcome. Can you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Eric Schley. I'm the Manager of Food Safety and Compliance for Eaton Park Hospitality Group. We are a company made up of a couple restaurant brands, most notably in the tri-state Pittsburgh, West Virginia, and Ohio area, are Eaton Park family restaurants. And we also have another half of our company that is dedicated to contract dining, and we service private colleges along the East Coast and also corporate accounts also along the East Coast, as far out as Chicago, as down south as Virginia. So we have a lot of passion for food donation, although it's a little bit different than Matt and Emmanuel, who work in the grocery stores. So I'm just excited to sort of share what we do, how we do it, and sort of what we look when we're partnering with food rescue folks.
Great. Thank you for being here. And I have to say, we had a really exciting prep call for this session. We all got on the line last week, and it was such a good conversation. And I went to sort of make notes about what I wanted to ask you. And all I could think is, I wish we recorded that because that was so good. So hopefully we can, recover some of that ground without it feeling too forced. I want to start with Emmanuel and ask you what your current challenges are that you face around reliability and food safety with your current donation program.
Definitely. I mean, I think at Heinz, we always strive to continue to improve, right? Part of our motto is always strive for, or never settle for less than excellent. And I think that one of the things that we try to do is look for that in our partners as well. And I think that when we're looking for partners, what we really want to see is programs and policies in place that we can latch onto, that we can look at, versus maybe us having to recreate all those policies ourselves, or really having to look to them and say like, hey, you don't have the things that we're exactly looking for, so we can't necessarily donate to you. So what we're always looking for in partners, especially, is having these food safety minded programs in place before you even approach us, right? The hard thing for us, especially, Matt mentioned, Giant Eagle, they have quite a few locations. Heinen's, we have about 24. And so we're very limited in the term of the amount of time we have to dedicate to donations. So helping us with training, with education, with programs, policies, that you can come to us and say, look, we're safe. We already do all these things. We understand time temperature limits. We understand 41, 135. We understand rice acidification. Anything you want to throw at us that you can show us that you demonstrate some knowledge around these and some competencies around food safety is really what we're looking for. At our scale, we need partners who have some of those resources already available. It's why we often partner with larger food banks like the Greater Cleveland Food Bank, because they can help us develop these policies and they have some resources. And we often struggle with some of the smaller partners who might be your local community donation site, who is really well motivated, well intentioned, but we have a hard time kind of looking at those partners and saying, how are you going to handle it, right? They might be showing up in their own personal vehicles with no real means of how far they're going to take things, how long they're going to hold them, what temperatures. And so the comfort level and the risk starts to increase. And I think that Jennifer, you and I had talked before, right? The concern for us isn't really the brand. The concern for us is the ultimate consumer of the food, right? We want to make sure things stay safe. And we want to make sure that we're all kind of in the same mindset for that.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I think that's so important to think about. This really echoes a conversation I already had today, is that when you approach a donor, if you come in and, you're just asking for food without a plan, it's really hard for them to feel comfortable saying yes, even if they really want to. And so when a nonprofit, even a small one, if they come to you and they have like a solid plan and they can tell you, what their food safety plan is and demonstrate that understanding and make you feel really secure, they're going to have a much greater time or much greater chance of success with you. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And I think that our ultimate goal is to increase the amount of product we're donating, right? We don't like throwing food away, right? We don't gain anything from that. I don't like throwing food away. I don't think anybody here does. We want to make sure that food's getting to people who need it, who are in need, who are, maybe aren't meeting their necessary nutritional goals. We want to make sure that people have access to this stuff. And so if you can help us, we would appreciate it.
Great. So with that, I'm going to switch gears and talk to Matt for a second. Matt, we approached you at Giant Eagle in 2016. And, I'm not going to lie, you guys put us through our paces. You really made us show you that we had a plan. So I wanted you to talk about how we went from, 2016, where we maybe piloted a store, we were picking up bread and whole whole produce that wasn't a safety concern, to now where we're picking up at your get-goes and we're picking up, grab and go sandwiches, which are, a potential risk. How did we get from, point A to point Z?
So like Emmanuel said, food safety is our number one priority. If we're going to be giving food out, we can't certainly give out food that's going to cause harm. So cause no harm really is what our concern is. It's what Eric and Emmanuel and I do every day. So community partnership, ensuring that we donate food, certainly top level, but for us, it's causing no harm. So when you first came to us and said, "Hey, we have this an idea, we want to take some food and drive it around the corner to someone in need," right? So that's what Emmanuel is talking about. Wow. Okay.
Very well intentioned. Yeah.
Right. It's all these things that come to mind. But you had a plan. You took that feedback from us to say, okay, well, who are these folks that are going to be picking up that food? And you said, well, we have a training program, right? We're going to require folks to have a certified food manager training course, whether that be National Registry of Food Safety Professionals or some of the more popular ones that are out there like ServSafe. So we know that the folks that are handling that food have that food safety and awareness training to understand the difference between what we call a TCS food, a food that requires time and temperature control for safety, rather than a food like packaged bread or the whole produce items that are not cut. So we went from that to say, okay, well, how are you going to ensure that the product is given to someone in a timely manner? Because again, time and temperature are two controls. Well, we have an app for that, right? We're going to use this app to tell us that it's going to choose a donation partner that's right around the corner to limit the time that it's out of temperature control. We're going to work with partners that have the training on that. We're going to work with partners that are local and that they sign up. They're part of this process of helping to save food and get it to folks in a timely manner. So just that you had that program set up and in place and you could track it. I could come back to you and say, hey, are you living up to those standards? Well, yes, we have metrics, right, that we hold our folks to, and that we could gather that data and look at it and provide feedback. That just reassured us that this was the right partner to work with, that we can get those foods that we would that ends up in the landfill instead, give it to someone that can use it. Because up until then, we didn't really have an outlet to provide that food. If it was TCS, it really just went into the trash, right? So we were really hungry for a system that could fill that gap between one of our larger donors where we can send 3 pallets of a canned product to, and they have the system to get that out to folks in need. But we didn't have something where, a grocery bag full of product that's really good and wholesome food to get it to someone in need.
Right. And I think you said something that was really interesting there, is that we had the metrics. And so one thing that organizations can do is they can pilot with you and demonstrate with something that's maybe not TCS, what their model looks like, and be able to show you and give you the data so that you feel comfortable with that food or with that process.
And that's what we did with you, which was great. And we would suggest for anyone that's looking to partner with another organization is to take that first step with a food that's low risk, right? Take your bakery products, your non-TCS foods, your center store items, right? That may be out of date, but there's that enjoy by date, right?
Right.
Or one of the other 50 designations of dating that's out there, right, Emmanuel and Eric?
So many.
To take those foods that aren't a safety issue and really hold a trial and see if that company can provide you a successful process, and then partner on from there.
And so another question that we often get from donors is, how does the volunteer process work? How can we be rescuing food safely with volunteers? And I have an answer for that, but I want to hear what makes you guys potentially comfortable with having volunteers don't distribute that food or pick up that food and take it to where it's going, because that is the essence of food rescue.
I'll jump in real quick and say that, one thing that Matt said was around food safety training. And so, we, from a regulatory standpoint, we already have requirements at our stores, and for Eden Park, you guys at the restaurant standpoint of having things like level 1, level 2 certifications in our county registrations for food safety. So a manager training or a person in charge training. And same with our stores in Illinois, we have out there is food protection manager and food handler trainings. So there's different levels that you can attain. And I think oftentimes I don't think they present to us, right? It's a lot about the goodwill that they want to do, but not necessarily like, here's the knowledge I have behind it. Something like, hey, I went through a person in charge training in Ohio to start off with. It's not a manager training, which would be ideal, but it's saying like, I took some steps already to say, hey, I went through a 3-hour course that covered the basics of food safety, hot things hot, cold things cold, right? I understand some of these things, and it'll get you going. Ideally, you'd love to see people with like the manager certifications, like what you guys are doing, Jen. But those initial steps go a long way.
Great.
And it's basically an extension of our food safety programs. We're donating this food, but we want it to be wholesome, delivered in a timely manner, have the same, because we're wired as food safety folks and in this company to protect against some liability, keep the food safe, document, have these crisp food safety plans in place. And traceability is huge to something like that, and tracking. So once it leaves our possession, that's when it could get somewhat questionable. And the more stuff that you line up with and show us, hey, we have this temperature documentation, this is how far we're going. Our app actually tracks where we are. It's going right around the corner. So the more specifics, we don't hate specifics in this industry. They are our friends, and you really can't overshare when it comes to something like that. Because once again, I feel a responsibility to that food beyond and past donation. And I really feel like these folks are sort of an extension of our own food safety programs. So however they present that training, and the more knowledge they have, the more comfortable I am, and I'm sure Matt and Emmanuel are for passing those along.
Yeah. Matt, you had said something when we were on the call the last time, and really wanted to get you to elaborate on that. And that is food delivery. That food rescue, if it's done right, is not that different from food delivery.
It's not. You're correct. And we do have a last mile partner that we utilize to pick up food from our locations and deliver it that last stretch to our customers. So it's a similar process. We're just using another service, and that's donating food, which is just as important, if not more, than to make sure that our customers get the food correctly. We did the same kind of thorough investigations with our donation partners, because that food is just as important. A lot of people think about, we're donating food, it's leftovers. It's not. It's good. It's wholesome food. It's food that will get someone through the day to their next meal. And it's extremely important that it gets to those folks in a timely manner, in a safe way. One of the two things that I saw about food rescue is, because we did look at through the organizations a good bit, is we went to see it for ourselves, do a ride along with those partners, look at what they do. When they use their personal vehicles, it should be clean, in good condition. It's contamination free, that everything is packaged properly. So if you're out there, your organization, you're looking for a partner to partner with in terms of donating food, those are crucial steps. Another great thing that I thought I should share about 412 is that you had a refrigerated van, right? Now, is every person's car going to be refrigerated? No. But to know that an organization has the ability, that a one-off where there is a large amount of food that needs to be temperature controlled, that we have another outlet for that we can call upon that service and utilize it, and not be scared that, hey, we're taking an extra risk here.
So and I think, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, I think that van is important when you're picking up a big load and it's going to multiple stops where you do need to have that temperature control, because time is not going to be amenable. When it's a volunteer rescue and you're going from point A to point B and that's a mile away, then you have that time control on it, which can help make it safe.
We understand that not every organization has those types of resources, but a lot of times you could partner with organizations and find those resources together. To come up with a plan to take those one-off situations and turn them into a good thing rather than a risk.
Right. And that element of collaboration can help even a small food rescue kind of expand and maybe service a Heinen's that has 23 locations and wants that consistency and that plan. If you work together to come up with a solid delivery plan, a group, an alliance, a coalition, whatever, of food recovery organizations in a city could come together and provide that consistency of both service and safety that you're looking for. I wanted to just mention something that you said, Matt, and Eric said this too. And that is that a lot of times when we as a food rescue organization are asked by a donor about food safety, the first sort of like knee-jerk reaction is, oh, you're questioning us. Like, this is about us, right? But it's not. It's about the people we serve, right? As a food rescue organization, it is our obligation also to protect the people that we're delivering to. So food safety should be as much our, number one priority as it is yours, because we want to make sure that we are, serving the end user with the same amount of care and dignity and thoughtfulness that, we serve our donors.
And that's important that you brought that up. And I apologize for jumping in here, but it made me think about a topic that we talked about in our initial call, and that was food safety by accident, right?
Yes.
So, the three of us, in terms of food safety and the experience that we've had, we often find that people are doing things correctly, but they don't even necessarily know that they're doing it the safe way. Not everyone has a background in food safety and knows exactly what to do, but they just may be doing it because they learned that from someone else and that was what they did, right? So in order to provide us details like that, we can dig through that and know that, hey, this is a process and it's being done because you understand food safety, rather than you did it because that's what we did before, right? Food safety by accident is a thing. We just want to make sure that it's a process.
Just even knowing to say we have a plan for TCS food is probably helps like jump from like no comfort to at least some comfort in your universe.
Absolutely.
So
if you
Eric,
if you could define TCS for us, that's already a big step in the right direction.
Eric.
Yes.
You had so many interesting things to say because you're in a really unique position, a little bit different from these two. You are both a direct provider of food in the restaurants that you guys run, Eaton Park, The Porch, so on. But you're also a what would you call it? Like a second party delivery service with working with universities.
Contract dining. So they're our primary client when we come in. So it's actually their food that they own, but we are the service company, like a Airmark, a few other of the contract dining companies are very similar. We operate a branch of that as well. So, and we do, you're right, a little bit different than Matt and Emmanuel, because we are so honed as a restaurant to control waste. We're paying up front for that food, making only X amount to put out there. So some of our, and all of our stuff is TCS, basically by nature that we would be donating anyway. So we really try, our first line of defense is to control our ordering, control our cooking, control our handling. So we don't have a ton to donate at the end of the day. So that's just naturally how restaurants operate. We're on a very thin margin when it comes to that prepared food and stuff. So it's not always large things that we donate, but we do look for opportunities all the time. A lot of times TCS ready-to-eat items, they come with a little higher risk than your whole produce, as Matt and Emmanuel definitely know. So we need that little extra bit of care and traceability when we do donate those, because those are on a time clock that is very serious, 4 hours or under, including preparation time from when that person picks them up to where they're going. So that traceability, that temping before and after, if you don't have constant temperature monitoring, would be a huge step. And that's just kind of how we operate. So we also have a distribution center that when we change our menus at the restaurants, sometimes there is some overflow, more bulk level ingredients that we also coordinate donation for that are a little less risky, canned goods, bulk, waffle mix if we would change our breakfast menu. So any leftover that we have from transition from seasonal menu to seasonal menu is also a great opportunity for pickups under a little bit less risky setup, because it's, like I said, bulked, contained, non-TCS, shelf stable, good stuff. Right. So that's kind of what it is from our restaurant perspective and our manufacturing perspective.
And again, those are great opportunities for maybe a new organization that is trying to make sure that it has its procedures tight and to prove that it's got the chops to rescue TCS food, to start with some of those lower risk donations and work out any kinks. And then, you can work your way up. You don't have to start with the Mac Daddy of all rescue items, which is maybe a sandwich that has only 2 days left on it. You can start with bread or whole bananas or something like that. But you also have an extra challenge, Eric, because you often, I think, have multiple conversations you have to have when talking about setting up food rescue, because you might be talking to a food rescue organization, but then you're also talking to the owner of the food. They may want to know they may want to be reassured that the food is going to be handled safely and that there's no liability for them. What are some of the things that make you feel comfortable that an organization that you can tell that client of yours that the food is going to be okay? Goodness gracious!
I'm sorry. It's very similar across the board. It's just the initial feeling when you approach folks who haven't done food rescue before is sort of to pull back a little bit. Very cautious by nature when it comes to liability and serving people. And they ask why. And then it's sort of, on us to build up their, comfort level. And you do that by providing levels of training of the folks, a set plan that sort of accounts for all the contingencies, temperature logs, traceability. What to do if something goes wrong is a big thing, because we live in a world of corrective actions here as well. So what if this food doesn't, reach its endpoint in 4 hours? What's that contingency there to control our risk and stuff like that? So anything it's just thinking through the entire process and controlling the risks at particular points. And the more you have that laid out in a clear, concise plan that you could present to that client, the more on board they are, because they obviously want to do the right thing. And especially our college campuses are very, they're sort of wired to be a big part of the community, or environmentally friendly, stuff like this. They match our values as a company very closely, but they just don't always have the experience to donate food. And they rely on us as the food service provider to have that experience and know what risk we're controlling, and then communicate that to them if it's not going to be our product directly.
Right. So I want to kind of switch gears a little bit and think about what the food rescue organization is doing with the food can impact your process of working with them. And I know you already talked a little bit about making sure that the folks that are receiving the food can handle it correctly. But Matt, when we started working with you for Giant Eagle, and I think this has been true with some of the universities, Chatham, for example, that we work with through Eaton Park, we're getting food that is, it needs to be eaten, right? It's still good, but it maybe only has 48 hours on it, right? And so what are you looking for when you have food like that in a plan from a food rescue organization?
So just like you said, there's not much time. So to have a specific plan with timelines in place, we're going to move the food from point A to point B, where either it's going to be consumed within this amount of time, or unfortunately for the safety reasons, we will have to dispose of it.
Right.
Which is fine by me, because the alternative to that is just disposing of it. So as long as we can give that food time and it's a safe product for both you and I and the end point, the end user, then let's take that time and we know that it's safe. So having that already set up, which there's an app, you have that, that time, like Eric said, you have that 4-hour time span with everything included, not 4 hours once you get it, but to understand and have that communication with the partner, the donor partner, to say, hey, we have to control the time on our side, the time and temperature, all the way up till we give it to you. But if we can't, that we build that into the process for that partner, so that we ensure the safety of our product. Because what we do is protect our brand, but we also protect our consumers, right? And
Absolutely.
we protect you as a partner. So all three of those are extremely important, and all three have to be considered when you look at the process.
Yeah. Great. My mind just went blank. It's already been a long day for me. So great. There's questions in there. Fantastic. So they're asking if all volunteers who pick up food in their personal vehicle have to have that certificate, or if there's other types of training that can be sufficient.
So my best advice for this would honestly be to reach out to your local and county health departments on this. State by state varies significantly. So something like the state of Illinois requires anybody who handles food to have a food handler license, whereas the state of Ohio requires more kind of building specific licensing. So reach out to your local and county health departments. They are happy to talk about all of this. They are eager to answer your questions. And they should be able to provide you some directions from a regulatory standpoint. Now, if we're asking from a company standpoint, we don't actively require it, but we encourage it, right? So I think that we would expect that somebody like you guys with Food Rescue Hero would be able to kind of reassure us with it, but it's not necessarily a legal requirement at that point.
That is such a good point. Thank you for making that. So there are two different sort of things you have to consider are there local regulations, and what does the donor want you to do, and how can you provide some peace of mind to the donor? Matt, do you want to talk a little bit about local regulations at all on the county health department?
I feel we've done that quite a bit.
We have, haven't we?
Yeah, I think the county that we most often associate here in Pennsylvania is Allegheny County Health Department. They just went and redid, if you will, their local food code. And that brought up a lot of talking points, especially for this organization, Food Rescue Hero and 412 Food Rescue. And that's exactly why you want to get into and have a good relationship with your local health department, so that you can have those tough discussions about what is a regulation versus what is just recommended, right? And like Emmanuel said, there are so many different regulations out there that you want to make sure that you understand what they are so you could follow them, but also be able to provide feedback. Is this organization is something new? This thought of food rescue, while donating food is not a new concept, this instantaneous or near instantaneous rescue of a food to get it to someone in need is fairly new. And so regulation always lags behind.
Yeah.
Years, sometimes decades, depending on where you go and which states you go to. So I would definitely make sure that you reach out to your local health department, understand what they need from you, and then also to develop a good relationship to help craft what's coming next before it becomes a regulation. And then we have to walk it back, which, any regulation that's there is very difficult to walk back once it's enacted.
So just a plug for the next panel. The next panel is actually lobbying and legislation. And we are, in fact, going to talk about how to take a look at what exists in your county, not just at the Senate level, but also at the county, and figure out if you have legislation in place, if you don't have legislation in place, and maybe, as Matt said, how you can be proactive to make sure that any regulations that do end up on the books are actually friendly to food rescue and understand what it is. Because I think that was something that we came up against here in Allegheny County, is the folks who wrote the regulations did not really understand fully what food rescue was. And so we were able to work with them to understand how we make sure the process is safe here and get regulations put in place that make sense, that do in fact protect the safety and the integrity of food, but don't inhibit food rescue.
Correct.
So what are some red flags to you when somebody comes to you and says, hey, we want to donate, or we want you to donate? So I'm going to start with Eric.
Well, we keep referring to it as a process. It surely is that. So really just showing up and expecting almost immediately to start taking food out of the location. We want to, like I said, we got to check all those boxes of the training, traceability, temperature control. So it's sort of a red flag when sort of the outlook when you come in there isn't as realistic. You have to have a clear timeline, right, when we're going to start doing this, but you have to anticipate, some questions back and forth, maybe, providing us with some plans, some time to review, stuff like that. Because we do want to be a good partner with folks, but there is some due diligence to be done, frankly, when there's a new relationship with anybody, whether it's a vendor, and you guys are really sort of a vendor that we would use, right? It's building that relationship and some time to sort of vet out all aspects, and we might have some back and forth, some constructive criticism here and there before we get to that final place where we're safely and confidently, shipping food where it needs to go. So that's kind of it. Just unrealistic expectations of timing of starting, to rescue food and stuff like that.
Right. Great. Thank you. Emmanuel, what about you? Red flags.
I mean, red flags. I think that, Eric made a very good point earlier, which is, these are extensions of our own food safety programs. And so we want to make sure that those continue. I think that when you think of all the work that we put into things like transportation, cold holding, we want to see those extensions. So, there have been many times where people have approached me throughout the years and said basically like, hey, I'm here. And I have, here's my car. Can I just load it up with whatever you have? And so you really haven't demonstrated you understand all those practices, those policies. You're asking for sandwiches. How far are you going to take them? Do you have a refrigerated cooler at least? Do you have anything kind of in place? I think it comes back to the expectations, right? People come in with very good intentions and they say, hey, I'm here for my local food bank or for my local parish. Can I just have all the bread on the shelves? And it's no, we really can't do that right off the bat. I think there's also, even on the back end, not properly identifying yourself to us. Oftentimes we'll have people who are just very good intention, people who see us as a good intention company, and they'll say, well, I'm with a church, but we really don't know who you are or what that organization is, or are you established? Do you have programs? There's a lot more that we need than just somebody willing to take food.
Yes, absolutely, because there's lots of people willing to take food.
Yes.
Matt, red flag for you.
So I got the benefit of time, so I appreciate that. The other two. So I jotted down 3 things. One is know our business, right? So do homework on who you want to partner with. Do you know what we do? Do you know what we provide? Do you know what our challenges are? And kind of do your homework to be prepared to have a conversation with us, to understand what kind of products could you use? What kind of products can't you use, right? So that's another thing too, is our business is very large. We produce a lot of food. We're a retail grocery store. So to come in and only pick up one thing, that might mean that we have to partner with multiple other organizations to fulfill our donation needs, right? And that we have to spend a lot of time doing other things. And if we have 15 different folks coming to us to rescue our food, that's going to be difficult for us. We may want to go to a larger organization that picks up a few times a week whenever we need and does it one time, right? So what can you do for us? Explain your goals. So when you're coming in, what are your goals of your organization? And who are you? Like Emmanuel said, are you just going to service the local community? Do you know how many locations we have in our area? Is it possible that you're coming in to say, okay, not only do I want you to donate from us, but these other 5 locations, do I need to speak to someone else rather than just at store level? Because our store managers only have so much power, right, over their own location. With a corporation, we may have to go to the next level in order to gain some traction for that person to be able to make a decision about a group of stores. And then lastly, be a partner. So there's give and take in both that sides. So what might be realistic to you coming in, we might need to pare that down, or make sure your requirements are known of us. What do you need to be a good partner, so that we can have that back and forth and establish a good relationship?
So you said something there that I want to touch on, and that is this idea of scalability. So if you have, I don't think I've ever thought about it this way, but let's say there's a organization that wants to come in and rescue from you, and they want like one thing. They want bread once a week, right?
Yeah.
In order to get all of your donation needs met, if everybody was coming in and picking up one thing from one store, what would that mean to you? Like how many organizations would you have to deal with?
Quite a few. Is everyone has been in a grocery store before? It would be, we would need a whole department just to, to manage that load, right? So that's what I mean about knowing your partner and being a partner is, maybe there's a way to partner with another organization to be able to get in there and together to rescue more product at the same time.
Right. Emmanuel, do you want to respond as well?
When you look around the grocery store, we obviously have there's even variation from department to department, right, in terms of the needs and the frequency for donations. If you're looking at something like a meat department where they might be able to freeze the food, or they might be able to, it has a longer shelf life. In the perishable department, we've run into issues in the past where it turns into the situation where you have multiple locations reaching out to a single store for a little bit of everybody wants a little piece of the pie. And from a management standpoint at the store, it is still a grocery store. Their focus is there to provide the customers a good experience, sell product, right? Do all the things that we need to do to maintain the business. And then it's hard to justify to them and saying, well, now dedicate all this time also to segregating, sorting, dating. I mean, one of the things that I wanted to come back to was simplicity. And our goal internally is to make this as easy as possible to donate as most food as possible. And if we make this more complicated, it's going to mean inevitably more waste because it becomes too difficult, essentially, right? It becomes easier to throw something out than it does to donate it. And the ultimate goal is to donate. And so trying to keep that scale into a reasonable standards to say like, okay, well, we can come to you and we can take actually this whole plethora of items twice a week is a lot more beneficial to us and makes it a lot easier for us than us having to say, well, 2 times a day for different departments at different times, only if it's juice, I don't know, something, just all the different variables that could potentially happen.
Right.
And then also we got donate floral over here and we have shampoos over here and we have all the other things, right? There's a lot of stuff in our stores that we would love to donate, but we need some additional help. It kind of comes back to where I started from, which is what we want you to present those programs to us and kind of how you can work with us to make it easier, inevitably. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know that even I thought of this as something that would be really helpful to food safety before we started having this conversation, but having one organization or one set of standards that a group of organizations are using can really help make the process easier of getting through or getting permission from food safety or getting permission from corporate. So if somebody comes to you, that was kind of our promise to Giant Eagle, is that we would scale up and be able to work with all of your locations and eventually all of the get-goes. And you would have one point of contact. Now we're multiple cities, and it means that when you change procedures, you don't have to tell 400 people, you can tell one person. When you want to see the safety plan, you only have to go to one person to find out what that is. For a group of nonprofits that maybe don't have that overarching entity, there might be an opportunity here for them to get together and coordinate and cooperate to create a plan where they could go into a grocery store, a Heinen's, a Giant Eagle, a Kroger, whatever it is in a city, and say, look, we're all going to work together. We're going to coordinate. We're going to make sure all of your pickup needs are covered. And here are the standards we're using.
Yeah. And honestly, that's where I would encourage food rescue organizations to reach out to some of the more well-established food banks, right? Because a lot of them have some of these programs established from a broad sense, right? They're not doing food rescue at the same scale and kind of the immediacy of it, but they might be able to provide that general outline for partnerships. And even, I mean, I'd go back to the food safety training and even the understanding, like Matt said, of like, what does your organization do, right? Have an understanding of the program and reach out to them and say, how can we provide you this kind of holistic approach to donation versus isolated partners?
Absolutely. There is a question here in the chat. It's for Matt from Giant Eagle. I'm not sure you can answer this because it's your food safety, but I'm going to give it to you. Because Giant Eagle has a goal, did you see it, of 90% diversion by 2025?
Yes.
What percentage of your stores are on food rescue programs to help achieve that goal? And what is the quality of the data you get?
Yes, thanks for the question. I wish I had the answer to it. Melinda Goss, I think she's part of the program. I saw her on earlier today, deals with our community relations. She gets all that data, but I can tell you, being part of the team to ensure that we get to that goal, that all of our locations are actively donating to somewhere, right? We donate to food banks. We donate to local charities. We donate to 412 Food Rescue and some other food organizations. We do cover 5 states, so there are different rescue organizations throughout those states that operate. But in terms of the data, I don't have those numbers. I apologize. I can't
I
share
can
that,
tell you in the 5-county region around Allegheny, it's at 100%. We are here in every single Giant Eagle, and we're working on every single get-go. Cleveland is working towards 100%, as is Erie. Erie's very new. But you do have somebody in all of your stores.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to, we've got about 10 minutes left, and I want to kind of take this. We've danced around a little bit. I think we've had some good sort of hinted at it, but what makes you say yes, right? We want to give people some actionable information out there. We've got food rescue organizations from actually around the world watching, right? What do they have to have in their hand when they walk in the door to talk to you that is going to help you say yes? So let's start with Eric.
Ooh, okay.
Sorry, Eric.
It could vary. A food safety plan, and that could take many forms. It could be as simple as you need it, based on as simple as your operation is going to be. Say, hey, here's when we want to pick up. Here's how we are going to control the risk, whether it's personal hygiene, contamination, temperature control in transit. Here's how we are going to document if it's a temperature controlled food. And then here's how we're going to track it through transit and where the end thing's going to be. So it really is from pickup to transit to delivery. We want to see how those risks and the contamination is controlled. That's all in the food safety plan, pretty basic. That would be number one. Number two would be that certified food protection manager. If not the person who's picking up the food directly, there has to be someone in that organization who is knowledgeable in all of the risks in food safety. Now, that manager training is super broad and it covers a lot of things. And it's more geared towards folks in the restaurants that have to deal with a lot more as opposed to somebody who is just picking up food, delivering it, right? So we understand it doesn't all apply, but somebody who is formulating that food safety plan should have that broad food safety knowledge in your organization. And that starts with a ServSafe or the other accredited food safety manager classes. And this could be I've seen them from 1 to 2 days to 2 weekends, depending on, just the instructor. So it's really not that difficult to get, but it gives you that great baseline of knowledge to build that food safety plan. And then also coach any number of drivers or volunteers that you have. Or you could even take it a step further and, you're the manager, you're the one who has the food safety knowledge. You could tailor their own specific, training for just what they need to know. Temperature control in transit, how to take a temperature, what are some risks in transit from contamination, from dog hair to pet hair to, dampness to cross-contamination. So it's really food safety plan, number one. Number two is someone in your organization has to have that manager's food safety training, and then some level of training for the drivers. That's pretty much what I would be looking for.
Just a hint to all of those food rescue organizations out there that are going to go sign up for that class. You do need to pay attention to how hot the dishwater should be, because it will be on the test.
It's 100.
Relevant, but you're going to sit there and wish that you'd paid attention. Maybe speaking from personal intent.
110 degrees, everybody. Your watch step. Come on.
All right, great. Matt, let's swing over to you. So again, what does somebody have to have in their pocket when they walk in the door?
Sure. And I think the first thing is not what will make us say yes, but what will make us say no, right? But I would like to say that all three of us would say yes. Yes, we will donate. However, this is what you need to do first. I think that we always want to say yes. And if you go into a location that says no, why are they saying no, right? If you're providing them all the information that you need, that they need, they should absolutely want to. And if they don't, then they have some magical potion that they don't have any waste, right? We would love all retailers to be able to use all of their food and not have any waste or leftovers. But that's just not the case, right? So I think the important thing to do is to also make sure that you understand who you're working with, because if you go in to ask for donations and they don't necessarily want to, or you see that they don't have food safety processes in place, that should be a red flag for you picking up the food as a partner. We didn't really talk about that side. Mm-hmm. I think that we've given you a great, yes, really great. We've given you a great idea of what we would expect, but not all of us are doing what we need to do on the retailer side. So you have a lot of people that want to do good, but they also have to do no harm. So I would challenge the folks that are out there, the education that hopefully we gave you today and the tips and tricks, that you take that to your future donor partners and make sure that they have a plan, because if it's upstream and the food comes to you, it's not going to get safer as it gets to you. There could have been damage done further down the road that you can't control for, even if you do the right thing. So make sure you know who your partner is as well. So sorry to flip that question on you, but
no, that's a really
great
good
job
point.
of filling in all the blanks.
That's a really good point. It's actually the second time I've heard that today, and I just think it's a really important thing to remember. A lot of us in the food recovery world are so, bent on, trying to get in the door and talk to donors, that we are sort of predispositioned to take any yes as a yes, whether we should or not. And so maybe, thinking ourselves about looking for those red flags is important. Emmanuel, what about you? What do you have to add to that, the red flags?
Well, Eric stole mine with the food safety plan, but that's okay. I'm going to echo it though. A food safety plan, right? I want our partners to help us help them, right? And inevitably help other people who need the food that we want to donate. And so coming through with that is really what we're looking for. I would add on to that a little bit to also, you might get told no at the store level, but you might need to reach up to the corporate level, right? At the end of the day, I think oftentimes we have, we'll have, like I said, local organizations go to a store, and the store really isn't meant to kind of facilitate those processes. Right. And so the corporate level is really where you need to be going to. So don't feel kind of, de-incentivized by reaching out to the store and saying like they wouldn't give me any food. Why is that? You might need to go up to the corporate level, right? Reach out to the 1-800 number, find somebody you can talk to. At Heinen's, it's me, and different areas.
Everybody's gonna call you now.
Yeah, there you go. That's fine. I love the phone calls. My phone is always on at this point. But reach out and try to find the right person to talk to. Right? Don't take an individual response made from a store as kind of the ultimate kind of idea of the organization. And then, back to the food safety plan, right? Make sure that you have something that's clear and concise. If you start Googling food safety plans, be careful, because you're going to dive into the world of manufacturing, and you're going way too far there. So a food safety plan tailored to your operation is really what we'd be looking for.
Yeah. That is some very good advice. I definitely have been down that rabbit hole and been pulling my hair out trying to figure out what we're doing.
It can be intimidating, but it's as simple as controlling the risks based on the process you want to do. It could take Microsoft Word form. You just start with the title, Food Safety Plan, and then you say, when do you want to pick up? How are we going to pick up? What kind of containers are we going to use? Do we have to temp something? The types of thermometers. So it builds, and it's never a static thing. And we've always been willing to work with folks to build out that plan. So just because you get a good start, you get stuck on a couple pinch points, doesn't mean that we can't help you take it over the finish line there with a couple recommendations. So it really shouldn't be intimidating. A food safety plan is just something written on paper that tries to control the risk throughout that entire flow of food. And it doesn't have to be daunting. It doesn't have to be 70 pages. It can be as short and sweet as you need it for your process, and we're more than happy to help find a line.
So we have like 2 minutes left here, but I just want to call out something that you just said, and that I think I've heard a couple times today, and that is that we tend to think of donors or food donors as, the other guy. But in reality, you guys are willing to partner with food rescue organizations. You want to partner with food rescue organizations. If we come to you with a plan and it's not perfect, you're not necessarily going to kick us to the curb. You're going to help us create a plan that works, especially if we're willing to work with you to make sure that your needs are met. Would you say that that's a fair assessment?
Yes.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
We do it day in and day out with other vendors as well. We look for opportunities for a shared partnership, and sometimes we need some help, and sometimes other folks give us help. So that's just how we operate, and I know these two do as well. So
yeah, and I really love thinking about our food donors as a partnership, that we are here working with them, we're working for them to try to make sure that we're meeting their needs as much as we're doing that for our recipient partners. Everybody involved in the process is so important and integral into making it happen. With that, I think we've hit our time. I want to thank you three so much for being here. I have been thinking about first our initial call, and I'm sure now this one nonstop. I actually have learned some things. So I just really appreciate you taking time to be here today, and I'm sure you can look forward to lots of phone calls.
No, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thanks for letting us be a part of it.
Yeah.
All right. Bye, folks.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
We as a nation have the greatest resources at hand, and yet we cannot take care of the food insecurity in this country with the abundance of goods that we have and the abundance of food that was getting wasted. So for me, being engaged with 412 Food Rescue is just my small part to try to help the underdogs, to help people get what they need, because we know that if you have good nutrition, you are more open to learning, you're open to new experiences, you will have a different perspective on the world when you don't have a pit in your stomach.
Dinner time is a major deal in my house, no matter what day of the week it is or holiday. That's where we all come together, and we all get to sit down and talk about our day and what's important or what's wrong. It is extremely hard to put food on the table. We don't receive any type of cash assistance or food stamps or anything like that. We don't qualify. We still budget our money the same thing, but it's like 1 month a bill might come in higher and it might take away from our food budget. Nobody wants their child to go to bed hungry or tell their child there isn't nothing to eat for dinner and mommy don't know where it's coming from. That's hard to explain to your child.
Hey, I'm gonna do my first food rescue today.
I'm going to show you how easy it is, and hopefully you'll join me in joining these services. So I just arrived at the grocery store that I'm picking up from. Totally safe, seems really good. I'm going to call and get the food. Pop in the trunk. Okay, so it's all loaded. Got my wipes. Keep myself clean and safe. Closing the trunk. And that's it, I'm home.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Jen.
Hi. Welcome. Thank you all for coming. It is so interesting. We have had so much set up for this session today. We've talked about policy and legislation and lobbying multiple times already. So I'm so glad to have you all here. I'm going to start by asking some big global questions to all of you. And I'm going to start with Tori. First of all, if you could introduce yourself, and then talk about how policy can impact food recovery, both positively and negatively.
Yeah, sure. Happy to. So I imagine, not everyone's a lawyer out there, so I'll start with what a clinic is. So the Food Law and Policy Clinic is an experiential learning program at Harvard Law School dedicated to addressing the food system and its intersectionality with health, sustainability, economic development, equity, and social welfare. As a staff attorney with the clinic, I work with law students to help people understand the laws and improve policies within the food system. And the policies that we support are grounded in the work we do with businesses and stakeholders on the ground, such as food recovery organizations, policymakers, and local advocacy groups. And one of the biggest areas of our work is reforming the laws and systems that lead to food waste. To give some background, I'm sure this has been thrown out multiple times today, but 35% of food in the US goes to waste, and the cost of growing, processing, transporting, and disposing of that food totals around $408 billion every year. So in this space, we work with national government, both Congress and federal agencies, as well as nearly 20 states on trainings, technical assistance, and legislation. We also research and provide guidance to businesses and NGOs on law and policy related to food waste. So to get to your question, that's like some background on what the clinic does. What is the role of law and policy in food recovery and food waste? So food is very heavily regulated. There are regulations across the food supply chain, starting at food production, going through transportation, distribution, and ultimately sale. And there are so many areas of regulation. So for example, food safety, branding, environment, et cetera. And these laws and regulations at all points across the supply chain can act as a disincentive or incentive to food recovery. So starting with the disincentives, in my mind, there are two different types, perceived and actual disincentives. So perceived disincentives exist when the law might allow a certain action, but the individual interacting with that law is uncertain about what it means. So, in other words, the law is unclear. One area where we see this a lot is food safety, which was, I think, the presentation right before this. And an international example, but in a recent survey of food businesses that the clinic did in South Africa, we saw that 30 to 40% of food businesses there thought the food safety laws prohibited them from donating certain foods. And, their perception of what the food safety law said, regardless of what it actually says, prevents them from donating food that they otherwise would. And the second type of disincentive is an actual disincentive, meaning the law actually encourages people or food businesses to do something other than a food recovery best practice. So for example, a number of places make it really cheap to throw away organic materials into the landfill. And the other side of that, there are a lot of costs associated with donating food, such as handling, transporting it, and even staff time to figure out the process behind the scenes on how to donate. And where the financial balance points towards throwing away edible, wholesome food, that means like the structure and the law and the policy is acting as a disincentive. But the good side of it is that there are also incentives in food recovery when done well. When done well, these laws and policies can drive changes in habits, thereby increasing food recovery. Sometimes people need a little extra push to change their habits. There's a lot of inertia built up from just doing what you've always done, and what people have always done is throw away food. An example of a good incentive in the space is tax credits. So at the federal level, there's a tax incentive for food donation that allows businesses to recover some of the costs associated with donation. And in 2005, when Congress expanded that deduction, thereby increasing the number of businesses that could qualify for this incentive, that next year, there was an 137% increase in food donations. So, when it's done right, when policymakers are able to, identify barriers to food donation and structure the law or the policies in their jurisdiction to overcome those barriers, they can actually increase the amount of food that's recovered for people experiencing food insecurity. So that's a long answer, but hopefully demonstrated that, done right, law and policy in this space can be really helpful.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can Tori and Drew, can you mute when you're not speaking? We're getting some feedback for some reason during this session. It wasn't happening before, so I'm not sure why it is now, but well. Irene, so again, sort of a big question, but when we say lobbying and legislation, the first thing most people think of is Congress, right? But policy is important at all levels. Could you talk a little bit about the different sort of legislative bodies and regulatory agencies that a food recovery organization should be thinking about?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'm Irene Lewis. I'm a SNAP policy analyst at the Food Research and Action Center, and really grateful to be here with you today. So I think, yeah, like you said, lobbying is a very big catch-all term. And I think whenever we have opportunities like this to break that concept down, it can be really helpful to make sure that the policies we're advocating for are actionable and feel attainable. So at FRAC, one of the things we do a lot of legislative lobbying and advocacy. So we work with members on the Hill. We also work directly with certain committees. So for us, that looks like the U.S. Department, or the House and Senate Agriculture Committee. But within, the food rescue work, that might span over several committees. And so looking at the committees that might have jurisdiction over the issue that you're looking into is really important. And then on like the regulatory administrative side, we work a lot with the U.S. Department of Agriculture with our, as we advocate on behalf of federal nutrition programs. And so, just as an example, the Food and Nutrition Service has both their national and their regional offices across the country. So we might work with some of those regional offices. And then it's important, all of this exists at the federal level, but these structures tend to exist at the state and the local level as well. So knowing your champions in your state house and state senates or assemblies, knowing the agencies that have jurisdiction over the issues or the policies that you're seeking to lobby for. And then even at like the city and city council, county level is really important. And so when you're thinking about policy broadly, it starts at the ideation phase. So when bills or legislation is thought up, how can you plug in with different legislative champions that are seeking to write legislation or reform legislation around the issue area? And then once a bill is passed, kind of Bill 101, once the bill is passed, it goes into implementation. And so those agencies and regulatory bodies are extremely important to making sure that when the law is written, that it's implemented in a way that meets the goals that we have for certain policies, and is done in a way that serves the customer base or the clientele base that we're seeking to serve. So that's kind of a short, to me, a short summation of all the different points of advocacy that organizations can take.
Yeah, that's so great, and I think it's really a good primer to remember that it's not just about Congress. It's also about regulatory agencies. And then that structure, as you said, exists from the top all the way down to your local level. So you really want to be looking at all of those different bodies when you're checking to see what policies out there or what policy opportunities there are. Drew, so you're a lobbyist. And when I'm going to have you introduce yourself, but your question is, so when people think of lobbyists, a lot of people think of, well-paid guys in suits, no offense, walking the halls of Congress and K Street. What actually is lobbying, and can a regular, Jen be impactful as a lobbyist?
I think regular gens are actually the
the best lobbyists because you can speak authentically, right? You're not being paid to speak. You can speak from your direct experience. I think what Tori and Irene just talked about was a deep knowledge coming from knowing the subject matter, right? When you're a hired gun for a large company, you're being paid for your opinions, and you guys aren't being paid for your opinions. You guys are living your opinions, and not only that, you're doing it for something really good, right? So that gives you the biggest thing that you're trying to get in the first place, which is credibility, believability. The meetings we've done, Jen, have been, I think, great in that people want to help you, right? We've been in the situation where we've been telling the story, right? We've done, just for full disclosure, Jen and I have done a series of meetings with people, was centered around the White House conference, but it was designed to sort of tell them a story about Food Rescue Hero and 412 Food Rescue, and it's a great story. And so every time somebody hears this, they kind of think, wow, I'd really like to help you. The job, I think, for this session and for all these sessions is sort of to find out what do we tell them when they say, how do we help you, right? Like, so, and I would have loved to have heard what had happened, in these other discussions, because I bet it was a whole lot of stuff about answers we could give to them, right? Like, and so a lot of that comes from the fact that I think you could really connect with the staffers. 99% of lobbying is talking to the staff. People want to talk to the senator, or they want to talk to the congressman, but it really is talking to the staff. And they're the people that are going to write it. They're the people that are going to dig into it. They're the people that most likely you're going to have come visit and see the facilities and stuff. So it's really telling your story to them and finding a way to get back and keep updating them, right? Like, we ended it with, hey, some of them were going to check in on what the White House conference was about and give us an answer. We ended every meeting with, hey, we'd like to follow up with you about updates about what we're doing. We'd like to follow up with you about proposals that we may have for various things. And so it's really connecting and then finding a reason to help them solve this shared problem, which is hunger. I mean, you guys cross a lot of things, which is both a blessing and a challenge, right? You got the challenge is, where do you put it? Where do you find the thing that you're going to advocate for? The benefit is that you can positively affect a whole lot of things. You can positively affect climate change. You can positively affect hunger. You can positively affect, all kind of stuff. And you guys, being a regular Jen, telling the story. One of my favorite general stories was the story in the pandemic of kids being at school and not having the school lunch program, right? You guys were flexible enough, because the kids couldn't get to the school, but you guys were flexible enough to say, well, where can the kids go? They can go to the bus stop. And so you had a program that took the food to the bus stop, and all of a sudden the kids were getting fed, right? It's a classic case. And everybody who heard that story thought, wow, that's kind of fantastic. And you guys telling them, you can speak directly to personally solving those problems, personally going through what the hiccups were, and all that kind of stuff. So being a regular Jen is actually a benefit in this instance.
That's awesome. And I think we were really able to then kind of universalize that and say, this was our experience, this is our anecdote, and this is why we want you to do these actions to help us affect change on a larger scale.
Yep.
Can you mute again, Drew? I think it's your speaker for some reason is giving feedback. Okay, so let's drill down a little bit now. Again, we want people to take away actionable information, right? How do you do this? And I think the piece about going to staffers is really critical, because I think a lot of people, when they call their senator and try to get a meeting and they get shuffled off to a staffer, think they failed, when in reality, like, that's exactly who you need to talk to, right? So Tori, what resources are there out there for organizations that want to look and see what policy exists, both in their local level and nationally, and think about how should they think about getting involved?
Yeah, sure. So I'll give 3 resources that, an individual or someone who's like looking from it from an organization point of view can use to get some background on a lot of the policies that kind of like briefly touched on. The first is this report called Opportunities to Reduce Food Waste in the 2023 Farm Bill. So for those of you who don't know, the Farm Bill is a big piece of federal legislation that passes every 4 to 5 years. It provides funding for programs all across the food system, including crop insurance, SNAP, which is formerly known as food stamps, natural resource conservation, et cetera, et cetera. And in 2018, Congress, for the first time, included measures in the Farm Bill to reduce food waste. And the next bill is set to be, either next year or possibly the year after. And looking towards that upcoming piece of legislation, the Food Law and Policy Clinic partnered with the Natural Resources Defense Council, World Wildlife Fund, and ReFed to research ways to expand what was already included in the 2018 Farm Bill. So the 2023 Farm Bill report that I'm mentioning is a great place to start if you want some background, first of all, on the food waste problem in the US and how it connects so intimately with food recovery. And then it walks you through a list of policies related to food waste and food recovery, flagging changes in law and policy that would divert surplus wholesome foods to food recovery organizations and divert all the other excess food to avenues that, that are more beneficial for the economy and the environment than simply going to landfill. And, don't be wary of the name. It's not really just about the Farm Bill. It really goes through all the different policies that implicate actors all across the supply chain and, across all levels of government. And then the second tool I'll flag is actually one that's set to come out with the same partners that I just mentioned. So that's NRDC, WWF, and ReFed. So we're also working on a toolkit aimed at some of the same policies in the Farm Bill report, but with a more focused lens towards how state level actors can implement policies within their jurisdictions. As I mentioned before, our clinic works with a number of actors at the state and local level, implementing law and policy changes that can increase food recovery and decrease food waste. And through those efforts, we've learned a lot about the best way to do it and best practices. And the toolkit seeks to, kind of share that information out. So look for that at the end, towards the end of this year. And then the last one I'll mention is the ReFed Policy Finder. ReFed is one of our partners in the space that focuses a lot more on the data and impact analysis side of food systems policy. And the Policy Finder is a platform that's meant to provide an overview of all the current federal and state policies related to food recovery and waste. So using this tool, you can navigate through the different policies, see what your state has related to this policy, whether it's weak, moderate, strong, compare it to other states and localities and see, where there are gaps maybe in your own jurisdiction. I'd also encourage you, taking a step back more broadly to, look more into the policies from those that you find, most interesting and relevant. And when you come across actors that are working in this space, reach out to their teams, find out how you can support the work that is already happening and that's already going on. FLPC, we're a finite resource, but we're also always looking for new partnerships. We're publishing informational documents with our partners, giving confidential responses to questions that advocacy groups might have, and supporting others in the space. And everybody that we've worked with before is receptive and loves to do the same stuff. So I'd start with that.
Now, the Policy Finder that has federal and state, does it also have local, at the county level information?
I don't think that the ReFed Policy Finder does.
I swear I saw a list. Did you guys put out a list that had this, who had local laws? Is there any resource out there for that?
There's not one coming to top of mind, but I'd be happy to look into it more and share it out after.
Yeah, I'm just curious, how do people find out? On the last panel we were talking about, it was food safety panel, and they brought up the point that a lot of local jurisdictions, like county health departments, have food safety laws that could impact, or food safety regulations that could impact food recovery. How does an organization know if their jurisdiction has something like that?
Yeah, I think you could connect with people at the local government level and see if there's anything specific that they can provide you. I think navigating your way to those resources will change a lot depending on the jurisdiction. But I found, at least all the, local departments that we work with, like everybody's happy to share information that they have. So they'll, be ready to respond, I'm sure.
Awesome. Okay. More on that later. Irene, I'm actually going to ask you to dig into the Farm Bill just a little bit more. When we talked earlier, I loved it. You called it sort of your Super Bowl, right? It happens every 5 years. It's this huge thing. For the first time ever, there are food waste is part of the Farm Bill, but there's other things in the Farm Bill that impact hunger and food security. Can you talk a little bit about, in general, what is the Farm Bill and why should we care?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. And thank you, Tori, for kind of setting it up. So like she mentioned, the Farm Bill is this massive piece of legislation that passes every about 5 years. It reauthorizes a lot of programs that the U.S. Department of Agriculture oversees. And so it's just this opportunity to like relook at a lot of the programs and update them to make sure that they are, serving the purposes and missions and clients that they're seeking to serve. So the Farm Bill is broken up into 12 titles. So as Tori mentioned, everything from commodities to crop insurance to energy to forestry. And what we focus a lot on at FRAC is the nutrition title, which is the fourth title. I'm not totally sure which title food waste would go under, but I can follow up on that information. But it's really important to pay attention to those titles, because as we prepare for the Farm Bill, you will see members of Congress start to put forth what we call marker bills or pieces of legislation that will go into that larger legislation that'll pass once the Farm Bill is passed. So I've included some resources on, some of the legislation that we're focused on FRAC, but we focus specifically on the federal nutrition programs, so like the school breakfast and lunch programs and SNAP. And so what we are looking at in the SNAP realm is how to make sure that benefits are adequate to meet the needs of households, and to make sure that the program is equitably accessible to all of those that need it. And one of the things that we felt is really important is to talk about why organizations should be, getting involved in the Farm Bill. Even though it's technically kind of a year out, it's a lot of the work and conversations around like, what are the policy proposals that we're going to push forth? What are the themes that we're looking for? What are the, the areas that we're seeking to change in the Farm Bill? Those conversations are happening now. And as Drew mentioned earlier, it's really important that individuals with lived experience of these programs, individuals at the front line really take ownership of this process, because this legislation will set kind of the groundwork for how these programs will look over the next 4 to 5 years until the next Farm Bill. The last Farm Bill happened in 2018. The one before that happened in 2014. And there were a lot of changes that happened in each individual title. And so groups are going to really be looking to advocate and to lobby on behalf of the issues that they think are important. And, again, this is just a great opportunity to get involved in that. And so I think the only other notes that I would add is that I guess a couple more things. One of the ways that we kind of encourage organizations and our advocates to get involved is to look at the coalitions that they're building locally. So Drew mentioned really going to your member and talking about the stories, leaning into lived experience. We remember data, but we remember stories and human connection a whole lot more. So think about like the quotes or like the qualitative data that you can bring to your member. And then also think about organizations that are, in your state, in your area, or in your industry that you might find some alignment with when it comes to the policies that you're seeking to advocate for. You might be surprised on the types of organizations that might be interested in advancing some of the same policies and programs. So it's really critical to, work with other organizations that are on the ground, that have lived experience, and that are directly affected by these programs. I think the last point I'll make is that while I personally will call the Farm Bill like the big Super Bowl, again, the work starts here, but it doesn't stop here. And similar, we saw some of this conversation with the White House Conference on Hunger, that this is a big event. We're all super excited, but this is just the starting point. And so, the White House Conference is going to inform a lot of the things that might go into the Farm Bill this upcoming year. But then after the Farm Bill is passed, we have that administrative and regulatory advocacy that has to happen to make sure that, we're pushing forward on the policies that we've gotten through the Farm Bill, and making sure that, the programs are being administered equitably and effectively. You as frontline workers and people on the ground, where the gaps are in program administration, and you've probably observed those over the past 4 to 5 years since the previous Farm Bill. And so this is an opportunity, and over the next 5 to 10 years will be a continued opportunity to stay engaged in those issues, to make sure that administrations know where gaps are happening, because best, and administrations know how we can administer programs more equitably.
Hey, can I add something to that, Jen?
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things those were all like really good points, and one of the things I think that we should focus on, or Food Rescue should focus on as a group, is finding those champions and allies. As the Farm Bill starts, you're going to have, like, when I was on the Hill, you'd know that various things were going to come up in the next year, right? And you would start to line up what you're going to try to put in there, or what your boss really wanted to put in there. And I think that's probably what people on the Senate Agriculture Committee or the House Agriculture Committee are doing right now, right? So we need to find the champions and then line up allies to support those champions to get provisions in. And exactly, it's not done. Let's say you win and it gets in and it becomes law. You've really only got half the fight done, right? You still have to fight the implementation stuff. But if you developed allies and champions in Congress, those people are very willing and eager to sort of do a campaign of, usually it starts with a letter, but it's some demonstration to the Department of Agriculture or whatever agency is implementing this, some demonstration of congressional support or political support that pushes them in the direction you want. So like your allies, developing your champion, your allies, important in the beginning, the middle, and even in the end afterward, because they're going to have to be the ones that keep fighting for what you just accomplished. So yes, I'm glad that you guys are focused on the Farm Bill, and let's find champions and allies. I'll mute.
I'm muted. I almost started talking. So I'm glad you brought that up, Drew. I am thinking about different ways of approaching legislators or regulators at various levels. And I'm wondering, is there a difference between how you would approach somebody to create a regulation or a law that you want versus fix something that is not very helpful? So, for example, locally in Pittsburgh, we recently had a situation which we talked about in the last panel, where the Allegheny County Health Department really was excited to help food rescue, and they wrote up some regulations, and they were actually really prohibitive. They did not fully understand what food rescue was about and how we operated. And so, luckily we worked with them to fix it before it passed. But what happens if you find a law or regulation that doesn't work for you? Is it a different approach when you're lobbying, whether for a new law versus a bad law?
Yeah, I slightly. When you're lobbying for a new law, and this is largely to most policymakers, food rescue kind of a new thing, right? Like we still have to go in there and they say, oh, we love food banks. You're like, no, different than food banks. But when you're lobbying something that's sort of been enacted as a regulation, you're in a much more usually context where you've got to get I don't like this term because it's pejorative, but a bureaucrat to change their mind about how to interpret something that's been written, right? And so you've got to bring a little bit more legalistic arguments, or you've got to bring arguments that are extremely factual to that situation and why that doesn't work. When you're lobbying to create a program, like I would start in the Farm Bill with creating how you want the world to be for food rescue, right? It's like when Bernie Sanders ran for president, my wife was like, this is great because he can just go out there and tell how he wants the world to be. He doesn't have to have it all like work, right? I would like there to be a much fairer economy, et cetera. You guys are the same way. You can sort of describe to people how you want food rescue to operate, what its hurdles are, and all this kind of stuff in a big way. And they can grab things that they like or they think that makes more sense to their boss. And if you're lucky, you can put a bunch of those together. You might get 4 things that all go together to make food rescue easier in the Farm Bill. When you're focusing on, like, the city of Pittsburgh has done something dumb on food rescue, you've got to
I
sort
didn't
of.
say we did anything dumb.
Oh, no. No. But the city of Pittsburgh has done something, good or bad, on food rescue. You have to go back and sort of very specifically argue, and that probably sometimes that involves like an interpretation of the law. When we do this at the FCC, it's very much an interpretation of the law, right? It's very much Section 254 says X. And if the agency has come down very hard that, yes, that means X, you may be back to, you have to change the law so that X means something else. And the only way to really find that out is to get into deep conversations with the regulator in charge and figure out why they feel they're constrained in a certain way, or why they're misunderstanding what you're doing. Like maybe what you're doing, maybe they're viewing what you're doing is wrong, but it is a different type of advocacy. I think in the Farm Bill, we'll have the luxury of saying, look how the world could be, and it could be made much better if food rescue is allowed to grow and scale. I hope that answers it. If not, just poke away.
No, that was good. And really, I think, we had the experience of taking proposed regulations and going through, line by line and asking, what did they mean by this? This could be interpreted this way. That would really hurt us. If we rewrote it that way, it would be more helpful. And so having that, that text in front of you that you can sort of dig in and really approach from, like you said, that sort of factual manner is probably the path to success when we're talking about that. So I want to switch gears just a little bit now to a piece of legislation that is in front of Congress right now, aside from the Farm Bill, and that is the Food Donation Improvement Act. Tori, can you just sort of summarize? I think there's 3 major changes in the Food Donation Improvement Act. So what it is, what it changes, and where it stands now.
Sure, yeah. So Irene mentioned this idea of having, marker bills leading up to the Farm Bill, and some might consider, all the FDIA, Food Donation Improvement Act iterations as kind of gearing up for keeping it front of mind in front of Congress when they're drafting the Farm Bill. But I'll start with a little bit of background. One of the issues is that oftentimes food goes to waste because businesses are afraid that even if they do everything right, they follow all the food safety laws, all the best practices, someone might get sick and, they'll come back to sue them. And based on that fear, Congress in 1996 passed the first national liability protection law in the world. This law is called the Emerson Act, and it currently protects food donors and nonprofit intermediaries, so food recovery organizations, if food is donated via a nonprofit and provided to those in need at no cost. At its time, this law was extremely visionary, and it's still so important to food recovery efforts, but it's not quite doing what it's intended to do, and there's room to expand the law to meet the progress that's happened in the food recovery space since the 90s. So still today, more than half of food businesses cite, fear of liability as a barrier to food donation. And in many cases, that's because they want to do things that aren't covered in the act, or they don't understand the act. And we saw in the past 18 months that, we need a lot more flexibility and resilience in the food system to make sure food's not lost along the supply chain. So this is where the FDIA, the Food Donation Improvement Act, comes in. And like Jennifer mentioned, it does 3 main things, slightly modifying how the Emerson Act operates. The first thing it does is it allows liability protection for direct donations. So under the Emerson Act, businesses can't receive protection if they give food directly to those in need. they only get protection if they donate to an intermediary such as a food bank. While this makes sense for, a lot of food donations, most food donors are trained in food safety and can handle and distribute food safely to those in need. So this bill would protect direct donations by what the Act calls qualified direct donors. And in the Act, these donors are defined as businesses such as restaurants, schools, and retailers that already have that food safety training, or by farmers who have, relatively low risk in the products that they would be donating, such as fresh produce. And one area where we think this would have, a great impact is in food service at schools. So schools face a challenge that in order to donate excess food that they have from their food service operations, they first have to send it away to a food bank, even if there are, students and families in need in their school community. Several states have already, recognized this barrier and passed laws. So, there's some buildup to it already and some models of it working well. And let me be clear that donation through a nonprofit would still be protected and most food would still be donated that way. But this helps with the food businesses and institutions that, need that flexibility and would benefit from it.
And I think we've all run into the situation. Everybody in food recovery has run into the situation where you've got like a corner pizza shop that has a pizza at the end of the night, or a sandwich shop that has sandwiches that they didn't sell and they can't carry over to the next day. And there's some person standing outside that could use that. And right now they're not protected from liability. And so this is going to be really incredibly helpful for those businesses to know that they can donate that food and still be protected.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is ties back to the incentive point we were talking about. If they're scared of liability, there's incentives built in to just throw it in the trash, potentially right next to the person that they could be giving it to and providing a meal to. So, that's the first big thing that the FDIA does. The second one is that the FDIA protects donations to nonprofits who sell food at a low price. So the Emerson Act now only protects food donations if the food is given away for free to the end recipient. The FDIA would allow nonprofit organizations to retain this protection if they sell products at what is called a Good Samaritan reduced price. And that price is an amount that only covers the cost of handling, administering, and distributing the food. So this can support different models of food donation and food recovery that can offset some of the costs associated with food recovery. One example of this is social supermarkets, which are essentially nonprofit grocery stores that sell donated and recovered food at a very low price. And they've had a lot of success with providing another alternative to rescued food to support those in need of increased food access. One example.
That's also really beneficial to programs that take recovered food and turn it into meals. They are able to help cover the cost of their staff or the packaging for those meals that can go out to help families that maybe also have barriers in terms of time and capacity and energy to cook meals. They can receive, very low cost meals without it adding to the extra strain on a nonprofit.
Yeah, exactly. And, it's really just allowing, this little modification is really allowing some organizations to scale their operations, or other organizations where it's cost prohibitive to start doing something that would be beneficial to actually start doing that thing. And again, just like with direct donations, a number of states have already implemented this little change in their own liability protection laws. So, there are models out there where it's working. And the last and almost one of the most important things, I guess, that the FDIA does is it requires the USDA to write regulations. So we spend a lot of our time at FLPC, advising, answering questions that businesses have, nonprofits have about liability protections. There's no agency out there that's mandated by Congress to take control of the liability statute and create regulations to explain its meaning to everyone. And the statute also hasn't been used in court. So there's no court interpretations even to kind of explain the Emerson Act and its regulations. So donors often, have questions about whether specific unmarketable food qualifies as apparently wholesome food for purposes of protection. And, similarly, there have been a lot of questions about whether the food that has a labeling flaw that can't be sold, whether it could be donated when, the food is perfectly safe, but maybe there's, an incorrect issue with the weight on the package that then, they can't sell it, but they should be able to donate. There's nothing wrong with the food itself. So the act, points to the USDA to kind of take on the clarification issue in the Emerson Act. So, in conclusion, the FDIA, it doesn't fix everything, but it's common sense legislation. It really adds a lot of flexibility and modernizes the Emerson Act. Yeah.
That last provision, it sounds so banal, but it really is so important, because right now there's nowhere to go other than you guys for clarification on what the law means. And I know that there are some donors that still feel kind of nervous about it, even though the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act exists, because there just there's no case law, there's no agency that's in charge of it. There's no clarification anywhere. So again, it just sounds like just a little piece of it, but I'm super excited about that piece.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's like, we've heard, people at USDA would be happy to take it on, but they are, they don't know that they have jurisdiction to do it. So they're not just going to like casually do it and need to kind of be told that by Congress.
That's a great anecdote and a great fit. It's a great anecdote. It's easy to understand. It is something that needs seemingly fairly simple clarification. That's a great idea for an amendment to the Farm Bill to me.
And it's low cost, which is always good.
Just having somebody in charge of something matters. If nobody's in charge of something, everybody can kick the can of responsibility down the street, and it almost is meaningless. And that's something to remember too, when you're advocating at a local level, that having an agency or a governing body, whether it's the city council or the local health department, that is responsible for any laws or regulations is really important in making sure that piece of legislation or that regulation does what you want it to do. And Tori, can you actually also tell us where the bill is right now? Is it still in committee or is it out yet?
Yeah, it's still in committee. There's been there's been a lot of movement and effort around it, talking about, partnerships with organizations. WW, previously Weight Watchers, has really taken on the FDIA and, been meeting with all the members of Congress staff about it and educating them about it. And it's number of co-sponsors has grown exponentially. So it seems like there's a lot of, energy and excitement about it, but yeah, it's still stuck in committee right now.
Getting something out of committee is really important in this environment we're in today, right? Because Congress doesn't do stuff like they did on Schoolhouse Rock, right? You introduce the bill, you get the committee vote, you go to the floor, you have amendments, and then it gets passed. Today, it's sort of, you do a bunch of stuff, you introduce the bill, you get it through committee, and then there's really a lack of regular order, particularly in the Senate. In the House is just majority rule, so you can ram stuff through the House. But in the Senate, it's all sort of sits there and dies. But if something's out of committee, it then becomes much more eligible to be put into an end of year package, right? So, and which is kind of what legislating is at the moment. It's terrible because it's just, you get down to just a very few members, the leadership primarily, and they look around for things that each committee wants to shove in. And so one of the things we should be working toward is getting it through committee so that we can say, look, it's through committee. And it's ready to be shoved into a year-end package or something like that. It's a shame that our Congress has sort of broken down into this manner, but you just have to work around it and try to find ways to get your thing ready to be put into something.
Keep moving. So I'm going to actually throw a curveball. This is a question I didn't know I was going to ask, but here I'm going to ask it. I'm pretty I don't know, I wouldn't say I'm super savvy, but I'm pretty comfortable with understanding the different levels of legislation and regulation and how to lobby and talk to elected officials. And I still, at the end of this conversation, feel a little bit overwhelmed, like how to manage advocating for my organization when we're so busy doing everything else we need to do. We're busy out there rescuing food and getting it to people who need it. How can we as organizations keep track of what we need to be keeping track of, make our voice heard when it needs to be heard, and get the Food Donation Improvement Act out of committee? What are our next steps? I mean, I have other questions for you, but I just realized that I was starting to feel a little anxious about all this, and I can only imagine what others are feeling.
Is that I can start with some thoughts on that.
It's to everyone, but go ahead and you can start, Drew, and then we'll pass.
I mean, one thing I think that this group of people who are doing this amazing thing kind of need is somewhere where you can pull resources so that a little bit of either funding or whatever, a little bit of each person's time can go into almost a group, an umbrella group that is a food rescue, like we're going to do this. And then that group can be responsible for lobbying, that group can be responsible for keeping track of some stuff. You can volunteer for that group, whatever, right? Something that can focus all of your efforts so that it becomes a shared task, right? Because I watch what you guys have done and I'm just blown away by how much work it is. And I know this from 412 Food Rescue, right? You go to 412 Food Rescue and it's really, you guys do so much with like a small operation. It's astonishing. It really is like I don't know, you guys are heroes. But there's gotta be, I mean, and that's your primary task, right? Your primary task is not like figuring out what's happening in Congress and figuring out what the right time is to put something in and all this kind of stuff. But one idea would be sort of a pool type of thing to get that. Another, there's no substitute for sort of just setting aside and giving some person in your organization 10, 15% of their job is tracking this or talking to other people in other similar organizations. Because the more you can have more people working on this with the same interest, the more someone is going to hear it and be able to alert the others. Or someone's going to have a conversation in their conversations with, hey, I talked to the mayor of Cleveland and he said, boom. Wouldn't it be great if Pittsburgh and Cincinnati did that? And you're all communicating together, and then you're sort of multiplying your ability to who you talk to and the information you get. But you're also able to share, like, we argued this with the mayor of Cleveland and it didn't work. We argued this with the mayor of Cleveland and it worked. And so then you can kind of share success stories about what sort seems to sell to a politician and what doesn't. It's a challenge for every nonprofit and every sort of nonprofit group, whether it's the arts, whatever it is, right? You're overwhelmed with your primary mission, and your primary mission is so important, and you're not given, like, people aren't throwing resources at you. So it's a constant and a common problem, and I think we represent a couple of the nonprofits in New York, and they have a New York collection of nonprofits that does this, that talks to each other all the time. You guys may have something similar. But if you don't, I would maybe kind of develop one around food rescue, so that you can share these stories. And you don't even have to, you could meet once a month. You could meet when the Farm Bill is going on, you could meet once a week, and give each other tasks about, hey, the Cleveland group is gonna contact Senator Brown, and the Cincinnati group is gonna contact Senator Brown, and the LA one is gonna contact Senator Feinstein, right? You can sort of maximize who you're contacting and the information you're getting and sort of share it, because it would be a lot for one of your organizations with all the rest of you to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was so long.
That's okay. No, I think that's a great idea, and I think there's actually probably already some resources out there that people can look to. And I'm going to ask Irene to talk about FRAC in just a second, but I do want to bring up food policy councils, like local food policy councils. They're not specifically addressing food recovery, but they are generally looking at food and food policy, and you can find a lot of natural allies there. So that's a really good resource for organizations to kind of come together in their usually local or regional areas to find people to, amplify their voices and power. But I think FRAC is also something of a resource for certainly information, if nothing else, to kind of keep track of where our voices need to be heard. Irene, can you talk about that?
I did want to plug the food policy councils. I think one of the real perks of those, when Drew was thinking, I was thinking a lot about, relationships are really important to have like a lot of, organizations coalesce, but I think the depth of those relationships are really important too. So when we think about our champions, food policy councils tend to have really deep relationships with a lot of real champions in all industries when it comes to doing this work. Switching over at FRAC, like I said, we've mainly focused on the federal nutrition programs, but we also do broader research and advocacy on issues that sort of intersect with poverty-related hunger. And so we have resources on our website. We have a ton of interactive data toolkits, so you can go to frac.org for that information. But I think, like you said, looking into those organizations that might do the research. I'm also, I guess, off the top of my head, also thinking about like land-grant universities and extension centers that are doing work around food rescue and food waste. There's opportunities to partner there and see if there are individuals that are doing research in that space, because that can even take away some of that capacity load that might exist. And so I think just generally, I really started, as I've engaged in this work, started to think of this as an ecosystem. So like, how can we, each organization, each individual kind of maximize their strengths in this space, because we can't be all things to all people at all times. So think about the strengths that you bring to this space and the capacity that you can bring. And I do think that working collectively and leaning into relationships deeply is really critical, especially as we prepare for the Farm Bill, where it is going to be a very long journey. So yeah, like I said, we have a ton of resources around anti-hunger policy, food insecurity. We even do work when it comes to special populations. So recently, FRAC just worked with a couple of other organizations on this, I think with Generations United, on the state of grand families. So how grand families are uniquely affected by food insecurity and hunger. We do some work with AARP and some other organizations. So just to show like the power that collective action really has.
Great, thank you. So we've kind of hoped to focus a lot of this conference on actionable information. So I thought it might be kind of cool to ask everybody that's watching right now to email their senators right now and say that they support the Food Donation Improvement Act and they would like to see it come out of committee and move forward. Presumably most people on here know who their senators are, but Drew, is there an easy way for people to find their senators if they don't, or who represents them?
Absolutely, both in the Senate and the House. If you go to senate.gov, we'll just use that as an example, and you land on that page, what'll come up is on a bar going across, and it says senators. Click on that, and what comes down is a list of senators, their DC office numbers, and their DC phone numbers. If you click on the senator, it should populate also the local offices of each senator. And don't ignore those. A lot of times you can have more impact if you make a relationship with somebody in one of the local Senate offices, because those people get far fewer advocates, right? They're primarily people who get a lot of, I didn't get my Social Security check. I didn't get, my uncle was in the vet's hospital. They're designed to sort of be a constituent services type thing. But they can feel, if they get 5 people calling them, that there's a deluge, right? And that everybody's talking about food rescue, or everybody's talking about whatever it is. Whereas if you call the DC office, they're getting hundreds. So it's also a way, if you go to the local offices, and it's not a substitute for knowing the agricultural legislative assistant, or the one who does child hunger, or whatever main one who's going to work on the words of what your policy says. But it is a very good way to communicate to the office that people care about food rescue out here, and for you to develop a relationship with somebody who gets to view what you're doing locally all the time. I keep coming back to 412 Food Rescue because you guys have done such a good job at social media locally, like inviting local politicians to do ride-alongs, like all this kind of stuff just sort of shows how good you're doing and how popular it is. And I think not neglecting the local office of your senator is an important tool to keep in mind.
Looks like Jennifer might be a little bit frozen.
I was going to say, I hope I didn't scare her.
But I'll jump in and add, funnily enough, one of my first internships ever was working at a California legislator's office. And one of my jobs was to kind of sort through incoming correspondence from constituents. And what you say about, getting a bunch of letters all at one time and it seeming like a deluge, like they pay attention, they definitely notice how much public energy is out there when deciding where to prioritize their time. So
my first job on the Hill was answering letters
nice.
for a West Virginia senator, and that was back when there were actual letters, and there was a stack this high, and yeah, you can feel deluged on any number of stuff up there.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I hope I'm the only one that just got booted out. I think my computer has just about had it. It's just like, we're done.
It's fighting
Too many
back.
spreadsheets open, too much going on.
Right.
So I'm so sorry. I just missed a couple minutes of that, and we only have a minute left, but I'm hoping that folks will go ahead and contact their local senatorial offices and let them know that they do support the Food Donation Improvement Act, or drop an email to them. Maybe you guys already covered this, but what are like some of the key things that you want to include in your ask? If each of you could just give like one bullet point, we'll start with Tori and then go to Irene and then Drew.
Okay, yeah, I'll say, like, kind of building off what I said about them, noticing who's saying what about an issue. Just show them that you care about this issue and you think it's important that they're spending time working on it.
Awesome. Irene?
I would say, again, like, the stories best, the data best. And so if there's an opportunity to maybe grab quotes or, demonstrate the importance of this policy through stories, really lean into that.
If it's your first time talking to them in email, I would have a subject line that's very direct and very clear and communicates what you want to say, even if they don't open the email, right? We support, the bill, would love to talk to you. After that, I think the shorter the email and the more direct and clear it is, the better. And I would really include in every email a desire to talk to them, right? I would close it with, here's why we support that. We would love to tell you why, and we would love to make X, in our case, it's Jen, available to talk to you about this and tell you how great it's going in Pittsburgh, et cetera. And I would use every opportunity to try to get in front of them and just don't make your whole case in an email. When I was up there, you get so much incoming, you really have to, you try to rip through them. So as they're ripping through them, you want them to pull away the stuff pretty quickly.
And I assume the same is true for individuals that might be our volunteers or our supporters that want to support the work we're doing. They should do the same thing. I love this organization. They're doing great work. I want you to support this piece of legislation because it helps them.
Yes. If you can also pay attention to when they don't do this as often as they used to, but Congress people, when they go to town meetings, they're used to getting questions about everything under the, all the hot button. What are you going to do about guns? What are you going to do about this? They can start getting questions about, we really love this food rescue thing. They get a couple of those, and all of a sudden it feels to them like, oh, wow, people care about that. I should look into that. And so don't neglect like opportunities where it is outside the box.
That is a great piece of advice. Any final words from anybody? We're really at time, but Well, thank you all so much. We really appreciate you being here. Legislation, lobbying can often feel really intimidating and like it's so far out of our comfort zone, but it is so critical, especially when these opportunities come up to impact the Farm Bill, to get the Food Donation Improvement Act going, and even at the local level. And it can really grease the wheels for our operations, or if we don't do it, it can make things harder for us. So thank you so much for being here today and helping folks understand the lay of the land when it comes to lobbying and legislation. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, so since opening Pizzeria Davide, we have an excess of pizza dough lying around, and because we do such an extended fermentation process, by the time we're using our pizza dough, it has been proofed and fermented for as long as it possibly can. That being said, being closed on Monday, we always end up with extra dough. And by the time we get to it on Tuesday, because of the nature of our fermentation process, it has gone too far. And when we started talking with Cinderlands about doing a collaboration with 412 Food Rescue about rescuing some bread, it was kind of a natural first choice as far as something that isn't getting used and something that otherwise would just be thrown away. But with pizza dough, it's been a challenge for us to deal with sometimes in excess of 80 pounds of dough that we have almost nothing to do with, we can do with. So this has been kind of a perfect opportunity for us to utilize this otherwise waste.
So this beer, Compane, is Kvass IPA that we're making with 412 Food Rescue and Dianoia's here at the Cinderlands warehouse. We're using rescued bread from Dianoia's that 412 Food Rescue helped us save and then get to us to use to make this beer.
Am I live? Can y'all hear me? Is this thing working? Is it working? Oh, I got a thumbs up. Nice. Nice. Oh, wait. If you can see me, that means everybody at home can see me. So I should probably be professional. Okay. Put my professional face. I can't hear anyone, though. So there's that.
Hear me?
Oh, there you are. All right.
I was
working.
muted. I was muted.
Cool. I believe we have some other guests. I believe. Maybe. I guess maybe we'll wait for them. I mean, I'm Dave, by the way. Very nice to meet you all.
Dave, I feel like we've met before once or twice, but nice to catch up with you again.
I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find this flyer for the event because they have Adam Sorma driving the truck, and I think it's hilarious.
That's fantastic.
I'm very excited to try this Whey Booze.
Wayward Spirit.
Yes, it's I've been hearing great things about it, and I am an alcoholic, so I am always excited for new forms of vice.
It's definitely a spirit where, sip and savor the flavor. It's really, really kind of nice and versatile to it. So we hope you like it.
Sip and savor. But the line, that's a line there.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
All right, I think we are almost at full capacity. Wait, no, is that it? That might turn perfect. That Emily, Pat, Chan. Is that it? Okay. So Hot Form is not going to be here. Is that the thing? Hot Form not here.
I spoke with him earlier. He was supposed to be physically here. So.
Okay.
Oh, where is it?
Should we kick off?
Okay, let's do that then. So, for the folks at home, this is the upcycling panel. Nowhere from Mount to start. Okay, cool. There's a chat room on the side there. That is very useful. Thank you. All right. So welcome to the Upcycling hosted by myself, Dave Bracey of Barrel and Flow. And I am joined here with, hold on, let me get mine, with Emily Darchuk. Is that nice? All right. Of Wayward Spirits. Chad Townsend of Millie's Homemade Ice Cream, and Pat Harris of Helltown Brewing. Welcome to the Upcycled panel.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh man, well, thanks Food Rescue for having all of us and putting this on. I guess so I'm Dave Bracey. I pay Black people, and I just wanted, before we start, today is a great day to pay Black people. So go out and do that. There's maybe an invoice on your desk. There might be like a local foodery around. Maybe there's an online store somewhere or whatever. But go out and pay somebody Black. You'll feel much better afterwards. So we will get into this. So upcycling is trending hot right now. Which I brought my upcycled wallet here. Shout out to Cecilia's collection. It's got materials from various places that have been stitched together to keep my poverty all in one place, which is nice. So shout out to Cecilia's collection, and shout out to upcycling. And it's pretty hot right now, especially in Pittsburgh. I just had this conversation with Rebecca. I believe that it's really hot in Pittsburgh because we're more of Midwesterners. We don't like to pay a lot for things. We love getting it for cheap. So upcycling is clearly hot in this area. Tell us, how is it benefiting your segment? I guess we'll start with Emily.
I think for us, upcycling is our why behind our company, and it's the impact we want to make both in our communities and our broader food system, and taking that thoughtful approach to give everything we touch and all of our partners the highest value, most respect for the work that goes into it, and really kind of taking that holistic approach to what we use, who we work with, and how we fully utilize it to have the lowest footprint, but also the best quality products. So it's really kind of that mentality and way of just doing business better for us. At the core, we use Upcycled Way, working with sustainable partners, add value to what they do, and use that instead of a grain grape agave to make the base of our spirit. And instead of stripping out the flavor to be neutral or taste like everything else, really focusing on adding that great value to the people who support us and buy our products. So great signature flavor, great sipability, and really connects you to where your food comes from, helps you taste a difference and make a difference, and gives that mentality that it's coming differently, it's handcrafted, it's connected to where it comes from, and you're part of that whole food system and food chain and movement.
Well, you're welcome, I guess I should say. So for the folks that don't know, Wayward Spirit, what is Wayward Spirit? And, how do you fit into that?
Yeah, so kind of as I mentioned before, we make a more sippable and sustainable specialty spirit that's 100% upcycled. So instead of using that grain grape agave or traditionally ways that products are, we capture whey, which helps give us our flavor, but also our impact, and use that as our base. So we work with partners that were traditionally, having to put that down the drain or go to other sources. We work with them from that level, industrial level onward, to make sure it's food grade, highest quality, and take that just in time. And because of our approach and how much effort and handcrafting goes into it, makes a better tasting spirit. So really proud of both our impact and the fact we've won top awards across the world while still preventing waste at the time. So it's really that paradigm shift of, waste can be fresh, waste can be best in class. And it's really kind of, showing consumers that, and working with the partners all across the chain to be able to tell that story and add value.
Sweet. Malcolm Fraser has now entered the chat. Welcome.
What's up, gentlemen and ma'am?
Hot Farm Brewing. So this panel is all about upcycling. I guess give us a little bit of background, Pat, about who you are, what Helltown is, what you do at Helltown, and how upcycling is affecting your industry.
Sure. So I'm Pat Harris. I'm the brewer at Helltown Brewing. Here we're a local brewery here in the Pittsburgh region. We're actually kind of on the opposite end of, Emily and Wayward Spirits. We are very new to the whole upcycling idea. We're sort of known for maybe traditional old man beers, and this idea of taking, sort of very non-traditional brewing ingredients is something that we're kind of just starting to approach. So I think this is the first upcycled beer that I have made here for this collaboration today. But everything in brewing is really expensive up front, and your margins are really slim in the end. So I think any way that if we can take something that's going to be thrown away and use that in a beer to make a high quality product, we are absolutely 100% open to that. Something else, as sort of a bigger local brewery, we're trying to get plugged into our community in different ways, just in beer fests, or having events at the tap room, stuff like that. So this is something where we can really connect with some really good partnerships, and really kind of expand our footprint beyond just the normal beer drinking brewing world.
Nice. And then from my understanding, y'all send grains to cows and whatnot, right? Is that considered upcycling?
I mean, yeah, I guess in a sense. I think every brewery, and I'm sure a lot of distilleries, probably have that relationship with a farmer where we have, at the end of the day, when we're brewing, where you have some grain that's a waste product for us that can be fed to livestock. So we have that relationship with a local farmer he comes and takes that grain and feeds it to his animals. So I mean, I suppose that is in a sense a form of upcycling. Sure.
Nice. So Chad, tell us who you are and how you fit into Millie's.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a minute to demute myself. So my name's Chad Townsend. Started Millie's with my wife about, say, 7 years ago. And we've got a dairy plant in Homestead, PA, my favorite community in the city at the moment, and then 11 locations around the kind of region, if you will.
Nice, nice. And how is upcycling affecting your industry?
Yeah, it's been great. One of our things that, our core tenets, if you will, is trying to support agriculture in as many different ways as possible. And one of those ways is being able to take food that would historically be wasted, thrown away, whatever, and turn it into a usable product. And did you lose me?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, my computer screen just went off. So we want to receive something that would historically go in the garbage and turn it into something that's good, and then a different level of agriculture can go to somebody else. And we also see how much stuff. I have a restaurant background, and we see how much stuff goes in the garbage at restaurants, and it's hard to deal with some of that stuff. And we're fortunate that we have a large capacity and are able to receive products. I've worked with 412 for a while now, and made a bunch of different fun stuff with their flavors.
Nice, nice. And then I guess we'll finish it with the salt and pepper poppy over here, Malcolm. Tell us who you are, what you do for Hot Farm, and how upcycling is affecting your business. Nope, not even.
All right. So I'm Malcolm Fraser, longtime home brewer in the area, and then started working for some big beer companies. Came back home, which was always the goal, and now I'm the head brewer and director of ops at Hop Farm. Hop Farm started when it originated. It was going to be a local vor type brewery, so it wanted to make use of local hops and local grains and local food. And I think it got away from it a little bit for a little while, and we're doing our best to get back there. So now, as mentioned by Pat and Day, we do give our grain to a local farmer who then gives us beef in return. So the grain that feeds the animals then goes into the food. We've worked with 412 before. I worked with 412 and Jen back in 2016 and made a beer with bread. And that was awesome. Awesome experience because we collected bread from all over the area and had a lot of volunteers at East End. We made a giant batch of hazy IPA. And that's when hazy IPAs were just starting to get popular around here. Recently, we've taken tomatoes and made a tomato beer, which was interesting. Tomato beer is really popular in the Midwest. They actually take like a light lager and add some tomato into it. So we just did it ready-made. That was a couple years ago. And just a few weeks ago, we got a donation of about 160, 170 pounds of blueberries, and we'll be sharing that later today. And we made a blend of a sour beer and a saison that we had in the foeder to produce this beer, because a couple of weeks wasn't quite long enough to make the beer I wanted. So we just kind of blended some beers together. But we're trying to do incorporate more local ingredients. We're working with CNC Malt. We made a smoked beer earlier this year, which was locally smoked up in Felton. It's about 45 minutes north of Pittsburgh, but CNC Malt is a local maltster. So we're trying to do what we can. And I think it's important to utilize the resources you have locally. So if you have local grain, local hops are a bit harder right now. There's not many, but New York and Michigan are starting that. But these type of things are reinvesting in your community. You're supporting your community. You're supporting people versus some conglomerate, in another part of the country or in another country. So I think it's real important for local breweries and businesses in general to utilize as many local ingredients as possible.
Nice. Yes, it's better for the environment and all of the great things that come with it. And it's cheaper. Yeah. I understand supply chains are fickle. when it comes to sourcing for various, beers and recipes and whatnot. What are some of the, I guess, some of the benefits that you found since working with Food for 412 Food Rescue in 2016? What are some of the benefits that you found in upcycling some of these ingredients? And, what are some of the hurdles that you or any other business would have to overcome in order to kind of, incorporate this into their business regularly?
So is that for me, Day?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to consider the ingredient you have available. So that's one of the challenges. If you work with like 412 Food Rescue or a produce stand or a farm or whatever, this ingredient is all of a sudden foisted upon you. And often, like when those blueberries were given to us, we didn't have it built into the brew schedule, right? So it's like you have to be flexible. So you have to be flexible, and you have to use them usually in short order. So when those blueberries were given to us, we like had to put them in cold storage, and it was like the race is on, right? We have to use these before they go bad. You also have to consider the fruit or vegetable or produce or grain or herb and what it's going to do to the beer and for the beer. So does it have a color impact? Some fruits will give you a lot of color impact, but not a lot of flavor. Blueberries are unfortunately one of them. Strawberries don't give you a lot of flavor. You have to really, really just use a ton of them, maybe concentrate them, and then perhaps complement them with either extract, other natural flavors, or a complementary herb that makes you think strawberry. All right. And some of these ingredients will bring sugar to the table. So you have to consider its impact on the ABV of the beer. Is it going to dry it out? Is it going to make your alcohol higher? Using it in your brew house is difficult sometimes. It may clog up the process in various ways that might be too technical for this forum, but it just causes process challenges, as well as how do you process them? Certain fruits and vegetables you just can't throw into your mash tun or into a fermenter. You might have to actually make a puree. You might have to separate seeds out. So all those things are challenges, but they're also very fun because brewing, especially at a larger scale, like Helltown and Patrick down there, sometimes your brew schedule is made out months ahead of time. So it can be very much time to make the donuts. You show up, you grind out, you wash up, you go home, rinse and repeat. It's time for another batch of brewery beer X. We have to make it because it's Monday. We get these new ingredients. It's kind of like, oh my God, I get to play around a little bit. I get to revisit what made me want to do this,
Nice. So first and foremost, I didn't realize strawberries were so lazy. I'm always putting them in smoothies and whatnot. Now I'm like, I feel like I got to tell them to go get a job or something. Speaking of fruits, ripe bananas are the bane of every food rescue organization, especially when they come by the pallet load or 7. Chad, you partner with a FRO to make a banana Foster ice cream, which utilized excess bananas and benefited the organization. What was in it for you?
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting component when we're talking about rescued food, and I may be different from a lot of the other panelists here, and that that stuff that comes to me, if I can use it appropriately and use it well, kind of helps me make some money, right? And so if we're going to make a banana ice cream and I have prescribed to get 2,000 pounds of banana and 412 Food Rescue brings me 1,000 pounds of banana, I've cut my cost in half. And one of the things that I tell a lot of people when we're talking about food rescue stuff, we certainly want to do it, and there is an altruistic component to it. But at the end of the day, right, we are in this thing to make money. We don't serve anybody any purpose if we don't make any money. And so when somebody offers to bring a huge volume of something and we're well equipped to deal with it, it benefits us, and then it allows us to say, okay, fine, we cut our costs so significantly on this. Let's pay that forward a little bit by doing $1 per pint or $2 per pint or 50 cents a scoop back towards a food rescue organization. So, I think it's a little bit different for us in that we can make that item that they bring the core of the product, and it makes it a profitable item for us. So I think that, that is what, separates us from these guys, because I know these guys have a lot of other components into it, and a fruit or something can often be just kind of a flavoring or a neat kind of niche to add to it. So that's, I think a big benefit for us.
I'll jump.
You're muted.
Who's muted?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I muted myself. Working against myself. No, I was saying there's no such thing as altruism at all, especially in business. Everybody got a bottom line. So anybody that's trying to sell you altruism is also trying to sell you a bridge in Brooklyn. So I mean, I commend that. And as far as the fruit not having as much of an impact, you've never had a smoothie beer, sir. It is very much just fruit and I don't know, probably some wayward spirits thrown in there. You know what I mean? Who knows? But speaking of wayward spirits, Emily, tell us your origin story. It really illustrates the potential of this field. You were part of an upcycled food association. Tell us more about how this is a movement across the nation.
Yeah, so kind of before jumping in entrepreneurship and launching Wayward Spirit, I kind of worked for large CPG companies, kind of doing everything through innovation, through commercialization, and, was passionate both on the natural food sector and the dairy sector because there was a really close connection to where the food came from. And you can understand and meet the makers, and kind of through that process and working in industry, I saw a lot of big gaps where actually food waste happens at large scales, and seeing that firsthand, and also kind of having the idea on how I can help be that bridge is what inspired me to make the leap and kind of start Wayward Spirit and do that. So we're an upcycle food. Basically means you take something that was previously going to waste or animal food or anything, and you kind of keep it in the food supply. And part of the Upcycle Food organization, we're one of the first early members of it. It's grown a lot, and it helps connects other entrepreneurs with CPG type products and also retailers and things like that, to be able to have one kind of cohesive story, to do some education, to help teach people what upcycling is, food recovery is, all of those things, and try to get that to be, what people are looking for and understanding it and comfortable with it on store shelves, and also seeing like, hey, you can get really great products that are also upcycled, and it starts to become something that people are looking for with it. So it's been great from a community build for those that are kind of making upcycled focused products, and it's helped, I think, with consumer understanding and acceptance of the term upcycled and what that means. And, we've been able to grow and help tell that story. And, just like we're trying to connect people to where their food comes from, we want to try to do that responsibly in that. So we've been able to do that with our product, and we're even values-led sourcing partners for Ben & Jerry's too. So it's been nice to see how, the term has evolved and bigger players are getting it involved at the local community level all the way up to big corporate.
Nice. I'm really excited to drink this spirit, man. I've never heard of whey in a booze like form. Typically milk is like lactose in beer. So I'm excited to see what this is.
Yeah, we've won double gold at New York, gold again in New York, San Francisco gold. We're multiple Good Food Award winners. So it's something to really kind of try, and that adventurous spirit, you'll definitely be converted with it.
Nice. So, Pat, how do you envision each upcycled beer release as a means to achieve your product goals and align your marketing initiatives and brand values? Man, that's an essay. Nope.
I fell asleep when you were reading that day. Can you do that again?
So, how do you envision each upcycled beer release as a means to achieve your product goals and align your marketing initiatives and brand values. Still not at a sound from you, sir. Yeah, no, I can hear you in the other room, but they can't hear you because
you got to unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right. I think I got it. I'm going to start at the back end of that question and work my way forward, I guess.
Word.
So I guess I wish we had some sort of noble vision or mission at Helltown, like, ending food waste and, making booze out of stuff that was otherwise going to go right down into the garbage. We don't. We are, we're sort of like I said, a bigger local / small regional craft brewery, and we are very much in the money making business, sort of kind of as Chad was alluding to. So really, I guess at the end of the day, our brand value, our primary driver is to make quality beer. We sort of have, and that's every brewer in the world says we want to make quality beer, blah, blah, blah. I guess Helltown's vision of that is we err on the more traditional side of brewing. We try to use authentic ingredients to brew more traditional styles of beer, which I have no problem when people make fun of me for saying we make old man beer. It's kind of true. But you know what? I'm okay with that because I like old man beer. So I think the big challenge for us with this collaboration, where I'm assuming nobody has any idea what we did. So we actually got, I don't know, several hundred pounds. I have 400 pounds written down, but I didn't actually weigh it all. There was too much of it, of bread. So we got hot dog buns, hoagie buns, sandwich buns from some various places around here that 412 brought to the brewery. And kind of like Malcolm was alluding to, it just showed up one day and it was obviously being thrown away from these restaurants because it was nearing the end of its shelf life. So we had to figure out what we were going to do with it. And I had an alt beer on the schedule, which is a darker German style ale that I decided we were going to, all right, we're going to take some of the fermentables out of the alt beer and we're going to substitute some of this bread for it. I think the big challenge there for this collaboration, which really is the first of these that we've done for this upcycling beer, the challenge was for us to incorporate that sort of non-traditional ingredient of bread, which is kind of a finished product on its own, not so much an ingredient, in a way to this sort of very traditional old school beer in a way that was acceptable to us and met our standards of what an alt beer still was. And, pleasantly surprised with the results. I guess I kind of went into this with relatively low expectations, if I'm going to be honest. But I think that if you want to talk about our how that kind of aligns with our marketing initiatives, we have several tap rooms in the area, and we're always trying to figure out some way to get people to come to the tap rooms. This is the struggle that every brewery has. How do you get people to come to your brewery, drink your beer, buy your stuff? And I think it's especially hard here in the Pittsburgh region because we have so much really good beer available locally. I think people who aren't from here might not realize what a beer town Pittsburgh is. And I think people who are from here take for granted what a good beer town Pittsburgh is. So people have a lot of options. So, while it's not necessarily our mission statement to save the world or reduce food waste or, be hyper local with our ingredients, maybe like Malcolm is, that people want that, people want to know that they are, what their beer they're buying is not only good, they expect that you have to have a good beer, but they also want to know that it's doing something for the local community. That is a real selling point that does kind of help align with our marketing strategies and values. And I think that we do a lot of these types of things. This is our first upcycled beer that we brewed with rescued ingredients, but I think that kind of falls into line with, we have a lot of other charity organizations that we partner with. And, that's really, while it's not in our written mission statement as a company, I think all of the people at Helltown really do value that on an individual level. And that kind of bleeds through in collaborations like this, or, with Children's Hospital or the local animal shelter or whatever it may be.
Sweet. So, we want the big takeaway here to be, you can do it. You can do it. If you can do it. Y'all are already doing it, but the people at home, like, y'all could do it, right? So that's the takeaway that we want y'all to have. For our panelists, if somebody watching wants to approach a maker in their area, what piece of advice would you give them? Like, would it be like sneak up slowly behind them and like yell? Like, how do you approach someone who is making these products that you then want to upcycle and use for delicious things? Would you go about doing that? What piece of advice would you offer?
I think anyone who makes a product's a creative in that respect, and kind of hearing how everyone approached their innovation and things like that. I think we're all makers and appreciate what goes into it, and it kind of, that collaboration sparks a lot of creativity. So I think building that community across things and makers and people that grow food and have extra food can kind of spark some really innovative ideas.
Yeah, I think as long as if you go to a place and maybe look at their website or their social media output, you might see what their ethos are. So if they do kind of tap into that, being a responsible citizen, as an organization, you can play on that. And if they have some type of, whatever, depending on what they're making, right? So if it's a bakery or a brewer, a distiller, or just a regular restaurant, if they have some kind of creative aspect to their provisions, you could challenge them that way. So that's kind of like the bridge I would use. Is like, hey, this is a creative challenge. You claim to be a member of the community and wanting to do well. How about helping us reduce food waste? How about you take those donated ingredients that Chad mentioned and you incorporate them into your provisions, and then you give back a little bit? Because if you give me $500, $600 worth of ingredients, I'm going to try to pay that back in some way. Like Chad mentioned, I think that's the minimum you should do. And then also cross promote, right? We will say, we made this in collaboration with 412 Food Rescue or whatever organization you're working with, and then do the same. So it's a win-win,
I would say something Rebecca here at 412 did really well for us was to kind of understand what it is that we were able to use and able to utilize from them. She asked me for a wish list of potential ingredients because, the way they work, they don't know what they're going to get on any given day. So they had a list of stuff that I thought we might be able to use. And she did a great job of procuring that and communicating early and often about what it was that was a possibility.
And then, from me, I think, what 412 has done really great, which I think is vital in these, relationships, is make it easy on the person, right? All four of us on here, all five of us, the four of you plus me, are all business owners, right? We've got curveballs every single day. And everybody here is obviously passionate about doing, being a part of this. And I would bet you would be hard pressed to find somebody who is a food or beverage maker. Frankly, you'd be hard pressed to find anybody who doesn't think that, hunger and food waste is an issue. But at the end of the day, you've got to make it easy because we're managing a huge schedule of multiple different things. And so 412 has always made it very easy. Hey, this is what we have. When do you want it? When can you take it? When can we bring it? What's the address? So-and-so will be here in 45 minutes. Bang. And then, it's incumbent on me to make it easy back. Okay, great. Here's the address. I've got someone there. We'll receive it. Thank you. This is what the flavor is going to be. Let's talk about, how much money we can give you from it.
Nice. As a festival, we upcycle because sometimes, at the end of the festival, people don't know. Like, people just be like leaving beer around, right? So the way that we upcycle is we drink it, which is kind of dope. And as a
I have my own upcycling post beer festival charity. You can get in touch with me. I'll give you my number. I'll swing by and do my best to combat all that beer waste.
Oh, it's so wasteful, man. I mean, so we're always recruiting livers to help soak some of this up in the upcycling process. So as we're waiting for maybe some more questions from the audience and whatnot, I have a question. What is everyone's favorite form of potato?
French fries,
Fingerlings.
obviously.
Whoa. First, let's go with Malcolm. Let's just go in clockwise.
Fingerling potatoes, man. Come on.
Fingerling potatoes. What is a fingerling potato, sir?
It's a potato. It's shaped like a finger, but a gnarly finger, like full of arthritis.
Isn't that every fry? Like, I don't even.
No, it's a potato, man. It's like they're kind of long and gnarly. They look like Gollum's fingers, but they're interesting. They can be different colors. A little bit of
like ugly potatoes. Are you just frying ugly potatoes? Is that
yes. Ugly potatoes are potatoes too, Day.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. Fingerling potatoes. Emily, what is your favorite form of potato?
Can't beat a good tot.
Who?
Potato tot.
Oh yes,
Mhm.
yes. Tot gang. You know what I mean, for sure. Now, I for sure thought you were gonna say vodka, given your profession, but you're anti-vodka gang. So that's like that's an East Coast West Coast situation going on there.
We're universal. Put it to tots. Put it to tots.
Tots. Nice. I love a good loaded tot. Patrick, what is your favorite form of potato?
I'm Irish, man. I don't know. I can't choose one. If I'm hungover, it is definitely a deep fried mashed potato. If I am cold in the winter, it is extra garlicky mashed potatoes.
So wait, a deep fried potato?
French fry, yeah.
No, you can't just get off with French fry. What kind of fry?
Like a Belgian frite. I'm actually kind of particular. I want like the twice fried. I want it fried once low and slow, and then I want it dried out, and then I want it all nice and crispy. Yeah.
You see what he did there, Day? He started off like, I'm down home, I'm Irish, I just eat potatoes. Then he's like, Belgian frites. Put them in confit.
I will eat a baked potato. I don't care, man.
Started off down home Irish, and the next thing you know, we're frying him in duck fat.
See,
I like you more now, Patrick.
Nice. Okay, and Chad, what's your favorite form of potato?
I mean, I obviously had French fries on my list, but now I feel like I've got to qualify those. So
yeah, man, because crinkle cut, that's we have to call the cops on you.
No, crinkle cut, no good. I mean, I'll do a good curly fry. I'll do a good any type of fry, but it depends on the mood, right? Later in the evening, maybe a nice thinly cut, salty, crispy one. Maybe, in the afternoon with my kids at an amusement park, maybe a soggy one with a bunch of gravy on it. So, I'll take any type.
Have you ever upcycled a potato? Like, have you ever had some leftover fries or some potato, some mash or something, and then made it into something else?
Yes. Sliced potatoes. If you have a potato that's about to go bad, it should go into a frittata.
A frittata.
Don't let potatoes go bad. Slice them up, put them in a frittata, which is just, eggs, milk, or cream, and whatever else you have in the kitchen. Some maybe pasta as a binder. But potatoes. I mean, that's what I do with all my food. And that's what I think a lot more people should do is make it a challenge. If you have something going to go bad, it goes into a frittata, it goes into a soup, a stew, it goes into a quiche. Great for toppings for pho or ramen. So anything about to go bad, slice, dice, maybe pickle it. A little bit of brine and acid. Come on.
What is so I mean I love bananas in the banana nut bread and whatnot, minus the nuts. I'm not a big nut fan, but banana bread is dope for bad bananas. Are there any other about to go bad foods that you would recommend on the panel?
We put together a whole kind of cookbook to try to connect your kitchen to your bar and do cocktails in that. So we make simple syrups with them. We fully utilize everything and try to think of how to, connect that to kind of a great drink too, to kind of tell that story. So we put together some things and got a lot of feedback on things going to waste. We even used the chickpea juice from a can of chickpeas instead of an egg white for aquafaba, and do our waste not sour with it. So kind of, thinking about the things that you're about to throw away all the time can really spark a creative idea.
Yeah. I mean, French toast with the stale bread and whatnot, like, it's great. I mean, what do you get anything down there, Pat? You yeah, no.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I mean, I once ate Chinese food that sat underneath my bed for a week. So, I mean, it's a life. It's a lifestyle. You got to be about it,
Got to build those microbes up in your stomach so you can handle anything.
Word. All right. Well, I mean, it seems as if we are. What is Chad? Did you have any upcycling tips for food about to go bad?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So sorry, I had to switch devices. My computer just died. It was weird. Upcycling potatoes.
Well, any kind of food. Like, so even with bananas, I've learned to like freeze them. I make smoothies. So I freeze the bananas and then I just take them out as I need to, and then make a little smoothie, and it's like cold. It's like nice little creamy situation and whatnot. So, looking for ways that we can use about to be bad foods.
Yeah, this is gonna sound like a wannabe fancy chef, but if you make some risotto,
all the potato. Did you hear that potato segment? It was all kinds of fancy.
So if you make risotto, right? You got your rice, it's left over, it's delicious, but you're not going to eat it all. Roll it into little balls, and you got arancini, right? Maybe you put a little mozzarella in it. Maybe you put a nice braised beef ragu, some peas in the middle. Bread it up and fry it. Fantastic.
I like it. Nice. Well, I think that that is going to wrap us. But before we go, tell the people who you are and where they can find you, whether that's physically or online or at an event or whatever. We'll go clockwise. We'll start with Mal.
I'm at where am I? I'm small owner portion at 412 Brewing Company, which is the north side. I'm often at Hop Farm during the day and sometimes during the weekend. So pop in and have a beer. And let's talk food. Let's talk beer.
All right. Emily, where can they find you?
Yeah, so we'll have a drink at the mixer tonight, but go to waywardspirit.com. And you can get a bottle shipped to your home or across the country. And then, we do a lot of things on social media. And if you join our herd, we do a lot of food waste prevention recipes monthly and tips and tricks and, things that can kind of help you support the movement in your home too.
Where can they find you online and on the social medias?
Yep. So Wayward, WHEYWARD, spirit.com. Is online, and you can buy on there and learn everything about it and join the herd. And then we're at Wayward Spirit on Instagram and at the Wayward Spirit on Facebook.
Nice. Patrick, where can they find you?
You could usually find me in Murraysville at the main Helltown Brewing facility. Other than that, I tend to live under a rock or in the woods, so you probably won't. You can find Helltown at any number of locations where they sell craft beer or any of our tap rooms around the city here. Helltownbrewing.com. I don't have any social media, so I don't actually know what all of our handles are. I assume it's just Helltown Brewing. Google it, you'll find us.
Yeah, I'm sure you just Helltown and it'll pop up. I mean, Chad, where can he find y'all?
Most days you can find me in Homestead, lovely Homestead, PA. You can find Millie's at a good selection of Giant Eagles and grocery stores and small markets around town. At any of our ice cream shops on Instagram at Millie's and millieshomemade.com. And super pumped to be part of it. And thanks, guys. And girl.
Inclusive. All right. Well, I think that's about it. We appreciate all of our panelists for taking part in this discussion. We appreciate 412 Food Rescue for their part in bringing us together, and all of the food rescuers across the country and across the world that are here or joining us online. My name is Dave Bracey. I'm with Barrel and Flow. You can catch me at barrelandflow.com. or at Dave Bracy on any of the webs, at Barrel and Flow on any of the webs, Drinking Partners, at Drinking Partners on any of the webs, at your local bar. You'll definitely find me at this little mixer over here getting it in with these Wayward Spirits, because I hear it's a, what did you say it was? It was silky and sippable, something along those lines.
Sippable and smooth, specialty spirit.
Sippable and smooth. So you'll definitely find me in some of that. And I guess we'll end it here. Thank you all and have a good night.